he told you the opposite. He was like, hey, if we.
Mike, check 1, 2. Yep.
Macaroni and cheese.
Macaroni.
Cheese. All right. So welcome to our curriculum meeting today. We are super excited to have all of the principals with us today to present their plans. And we are going to begin this meeting like we should begin every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Heights, since you're the first one up, would you like to lead us in the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So Ms. Heights, you are first up to present to us today all about Charlotte Middle School.
All right, before I start, I want to take the time to thank the Board of Education for their continuous support towards the principals. We have an exceptional group of principals in Brunswick County who work extremely hard leading their schools to success. Thank you, board members, for being present in our schools and taking the time to hear today to hear about all of our accomplishments and our plans for continuous success and improvement in our schools. I also like to give a shout out to my fellow middle school principals. We are all here today to support one another because together we are better. So Charlotte Middle School, we are one community, one purpose, cultivating tomorrow's leaders by striving for excellence today. Reflecting on last year's results, our successes and opportunities. So our goal 1 was meet or exceed growth in all subgroups in math. We had a tremendous amount of growth in the area of proficiency. So we had a 6-point increase in overall proficiency from 2024 to 2025, a 9-point increase in overall proficiency from the last 2 years, 2023 to 2025, and a 20-point increase in overall proficiency in math in the past 4 consecutive years. We met growth in math in 4 out of the 8 subgroups in 2025. The data shows that we have been able to increase proficiency by focusing on improving the implementation of core instruction. In 2025, we will be focusing on enhancing instruction at all levels, which includes grade level proficient and college and career ready. Our goal 2 was meet or exceed growth in ELA. Charlotte Middle School met growth in all grades and subgroups in ELA this past year. We had an 8-point increase in proficiency from 2024 to 2025, and over 4-year consecutive increase of proficiency. Opportunities, the data is almost identical to math. Charlotte Middle School has done a really great job at increasing proficiency by targeting low-performing students. However, we need to implement best practices that support the growth of all students at all levels. Goal 3, meet or exceed growth in science. We met growth in all subgroups. Charlotte Middle School had a 61% proficiency in science this past year. The Southeast region average was 59% proficient, to put that in perspective. Although we made growth, we need to focus on enhancing the implementation of the STYLE curriculum by providing more opportunities to develop the critical thinking process. And STYLE is our new 8th grade curriculum. Introducing this year's goals. For goal 1, meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. This is specifically math. Charlotte Middle School will always be on the course for continuous improvement. Therefore, our goal is to increase proficiency by no less than 4 points and meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups, which means we want to increase the proficiency, right? Because even though we've increased by 9 points this past year, we want to continue that to increase proficiency by 4 more points and also meet or exceed growth targets in all subgroups. What we're going to do, action steps. Our walkthroughs and our observations will indicate that small group instruction is occurring in all content areas 50% of the time by December 1st. So that is our goal that we put in our school improvement plan. We wanted to target by December 1st to progress monitor where we are in small group instruction, because that is our focus for our school-wide instructional focus. Professional development will and has occurred to provide best strategies for the implementation of small group instruction and data analysis. So I've already had a full day of professional development for my math, ELA, science department, and social studies department for the implementation of small group instruction with a focus on data analysis. Goal 2, meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. This is ELA. Charlotte Middle School will always be on the course for continuous improvement. And our goal is the same thing, okay? We want to increase our proficiency by no less than 4 points in ELA and meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. Additional school-level professional development work will occur to provide the necessary support and feedback for the proper implementation of Arts and Letters program. So we want to provide the teachers with more time for that implementation. Pride time, which is our intervention and enhancement, will be used for small group instruction and target support levels for all levels of students. And you will learn more about that on the 3rd slide. Goal 3, meet or exceed growth in all subgroups. This is science. Charlotte Middle School, again, will be on a continuous improvement. Therefore, our goal is to increase proficiency by no less than 8 points. I increased it for science this year because I really do think we can hit that 8-point goal for proficiency in science and meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. Student action steps, student-led discourse will increase the critical thinking and release the cognitive function of the student, release the cognitive function to the student. Walkthroughs and observations will indicate that student-led discourse is occurring 50% of the time by December 1st. So we want to do those walkthroughs and make sure that students are interacting and students are doing the thinking rather than the teacher in those science classrooms. Professional development will and has occurred to identify the areas for student-led discourse and develop best strategies for implementation through the style curriculum. So we already pulled our teachers out to support this at least once. And we're going to do that twice, 2 more times for all core subject areas. The last action step is something that we've done a tremendous amount of work on so far at Charlotte Middle School, which is our Pride Time. So our Pride Time, which is enhancement and enrichment, will target all levels of students this year. All teachers will be accountable for having a Pride Time, so it increases that equity and teacher efficacy amongst all the teachers and all the staff. Walkthroughs will indicate that small group instruction is occurring in Pride Time specifically at least 70% of the time by December 1st. Pride groups will be fluid based upon the data at that time, which means that we're going to have more of a in and out process. And Pride groups will rotate twice a quarter. We're going to have a rotation at the progress report time and the marking period time. And that's it. Questions?
Anybody have questions or comments?
I love how you owned it even though you weren't there last year. You said we. So good. I like that.
We are a we. We are a we in Brunswick County.
That's right.
Your emphasis on small groups, I
Yes.
like that. So where were you on small groups prior to setting the new small group goal?
That's a great question. So, middle school teachers, some teachers are really comfortable with small group instruction and some teachers aren't. So the answer to your question, it's really mixed, and it's our responsibility to make sure that everyone is doing small group instruction correctly, because there's different ways you can do it. There's strategies to make sure it is done correctly. You have to be using the data. It can't just be like we're all just going to randomly clump things. So there's a lot of components to it. Since I was not here last year, I would say it was probably less than 10% were using small group instruction at Charlotte Middle School. But they understand the impact of it. Whereas in elementary school, it's very much part of the daily routine in small group instruction. But once you get to middle school, they have to really understand and learn how to do it, and within a 60-minute block with new curriculum.
Is this something that you implemented at Town Creek before you went to Charlotte?
No, not small group instruction.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what will that look like? If they have only an hour block, will they do whole group for 30 minutes and small group for 30, or will they?
No,
How will?
it really depends on the actual activity and what that data sees. So it could be, them taking a small group for a reteaching activity while the other students are doing a digital learning. It could be in arts and letters. They could be doing the actual prologue in arts and letters while the other students are reading their book or completing something in arts and letters. In Pride Time, which is one of our biggest emphasis, which is our enrichment and enhancement, they should be pulling students, small group, while the other students are doing another activity. That's a little bit more structured, but the small group really is dependent upon the outcome that they want to achieve. You know, they could have centers, and the teacher could be just guiding the information through the centers, or it could be something very much more targeted, which is that reteaching component.
And also front loading is so powerful when you can pull a small group.
Pre-teaching, yeah.
Yeah, front
And you
loading,
can-
pre-teaching, same thing.
And you can get that information in iReady really easily.
Any other questions?
In data, goal number 1,
Uh-huh.
I think that's this year. Walkthroughs will indicate small group instruction is occurring in all content areas 50% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of a follow-up to Ms. Smith's question. Every day, there should be half of the class time should be in small group?
No, because small group instruction takes a lot, and it takes a lot out of you as a teacher. So what we're looking at, and knowing that our teachers are kind of all mixed in terms of where they started from in their ability, by December 1st, we want to see, out of all of our walkthroughs that we have done, 50% of them we have seen small group instruction. That's going to be our first goal. So you can figure we want to see in lesson plans, because what we see in a walkthrough is going to be different than what what is done in a lesson plan. Because a walkthrough might not capture small group instruction, which is why we said 50% to start out with. And that's the December 1st goal. So if you figure if we're going to be realistic, depending upon the subject area, to be truly honest, because arts and letters is also learning their curriculum, so we got to give them time to learn the curriculum and figure out how to insert small group instruction within that curriculum. So you figure, on average, I'll just say math, we should be seeing it no less than twice a week, okay? Whereas science, we might be wanting to be seeing that, once to twice, depending upon what is in there. It could be centers, they could be doing a lab, they could be doing all kinds of things, and yet in arts and letters, we really got to give them a little bit of grace to getting through all of arts and letters and understanding that own grace and pace before we start implementing small group instruction in there. So, for them, we're really kind of guiding it through the Pride Time aspect of it.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this
Mm-hmm.
correctly, so let's say we do 10 walkthroughs.
Yep,
You want to see 5 classes doing small group.
correct.
Okay, so you want to see 50% of the classes doing it, not 50%. Not that they're on it 50% of the time, correct? Because it says 50% of the time.
Yes, so if you're doing 10 walkthroughs, so if I do 10 walkthroughs, which is what I would do in 2 weeks, I want the school improvement goal by December 1st would be, out of the 10 walkthroughs I do, 5 of them, the teachers were doing small group instruction.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's our December 1st goal. Yeah.
By December 1st.
Correct.
You expect to see that.
Yes.
I know we don't have individual teacher EVOS data yet,
Correct.
but we've had it in the past. So how do you utilize your teachers who exceed growth? How do you utilize them to affect instruction in your
So,
school?
one area I would like to use them with, because I don't have this year's data yet, is that to use those teachers for other teachers observing them. And that creates that self-efficacy through that school, is for teachers to be observing themselves in their best practices. And that's one area I'd really like to look at. It also will be interesting what the evals comes out in terms of our AIG data. That's something I'd really like to look at, because I've seen all the EVOS data across the school and I know what that looks like. So now it'll be interesting how that reflects back into the teachers. Yeah.
Anybody else? We all good?
There we go.
All right, you're all
All right.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we
Got it.
have Mr. Wilson from South Brunswick Middle.
Well, welcome to Brunswick County, Tony. You get to follow the Principal of the Year. First thing.
No pressure.
Thanks a lot, Rebecca.
Hey, real quick before we start, Mr. Wilson, I think we should point out, Mr. Pascal shared with me this morning a picture that a parent had posted.
You're going to make me cry. Don't do that.
But you're making a great impact in that community. A parent taking a picture of Mr. Wilson every morning, and I've witnessed it myself, walking through the drop-off line. He knows all the kids' names, shaking the parents' hands, building those relationships. And we've talked about relationships for a long time in
Where
the
it
school system.
starts.
So I just want to tell you thank you for what you've done on that.
Yeah.
All right, now to the good stuff.
Yeah, so I'm proud to be here to present on last year's results, even though I wasn't a leader here in this district. But our school has done a great job. And data goal 1 was meet or exceed growth in all subgroups in math. We met expected growth in 6th and 7th grade, and 6th grade had a 4-point increase. We need to strengthen core instruction, and the teachers are becoming more comfortable with that. Rebecca talked about student discourse, and we're seeing that across all of our classes, where we're seeing students have conversations with each other about the subject, and that's really powerful. Sometimes it's hard for adults who have been teaching for a while to give some of that up in the classroom, but it's really great to see our students have that discourse. And we're seeing it in math, ELA, and social studies and science everywhere. We want to continue this trend. We want to both improve our grade level proficiency and our college and career readiness. Again, 6th and 7th grade showed positive growth. 8th grade results fell below growth expectations, and this has become a little bit of a pattern. So I'm anxious to see how their improvement was this year on the EVOS data. But we are working with our 8th grade teachers to hopefully have better results next year. Meet or exceed growth in ELA. Successes, 8.9% increase in 7th grade ELA and 15.1 point increase in 8th grade ELA. I mean, the work that Jamie and her admin team did last year and the teachers, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's really exciting, and it's fun to celebrate these with our teachers. Opportunities, we want to increase proficiency by targeting low performing students, implementing best practices that promote growth for all students at every level. This one's the best. So meet or exceed growth in science. So we met growth in all subgroups, and that's just 8th grade science. Our proficiency was 71.8%. So it was a renormed new test last year. So the state decline was 7.7%. So the state score was lower, 7.7 percentage points, and we maintained and exceeded growth. So it's almost like we had a 14-point increase. Kind of working the numbers there, but our 8th grade science teachers did an amazing job, and they were so super proud of this accomplishment. So we're excited to see where Miss Watson continues to lead that group of 2 this year. Our next step is to strengthen the implementation of style curriculum by creating more opportunities for students to engage in and develop critical thinking skills. It's great popping in when they're doing a style lab, seeing the excitement in the kids, and again, that student discourse where they're working together with their lab partner and meeting the learning target. It's really powerful. Introducing this year's goals. Meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. We'll continue our trajectory towards continuous improvement. Our goal for 2025 is to increase proficiency by at least 4 points, meeting or exceeding growth in all grade levels and subgroups. Walkthroughs and observations will show that small group instruction is being implemented in all content areas at least 50% of the time by December 1. So again, we're trying to increase that student discourse so that when we're having these small groups, we're really targeting on what kids need in that small group, what the students are needing, so we can help them improve. PD will be developed provided to develop, equip staff with effective strategies for small group instruction and ongoing data analysis. Increase ELA proficiency and support growth for all students across all grade levels and subgroups. We've demonstrated consistent growth. We want to continue to do that. Again, Ms. Rhodes and her team and the teachers have worked really hard. 2025 was the first year since 2019 that South Brunswick has met growth. And it was celebrated, and our teachers really appreciated that. And it's good to kind of see that trend, and you know, coming in, those are big shoes to fill, because you want to keep that going and you know, continue that improvement. Arts and letters curriculum is new, and it's great to go into a class and see Chromebooks aren't out. Students are discussing with each other about the book and what they're reading and the vocabulary, and knowing what they're talking about, and excitement about the curriculum. I mean, it's really powerful. And so I would, you know, if you're ever out and about and want to come by and pop in and see that, it's great. Increased math proficiency, support growth for all students across all grade levels and subgroups. Again, it's pretty consistent. We're trying to continue to grow our students and to help them get better, and working with our teachers. I've been covering some prowl time sometimes when teachers need to do something else, or we don't have a sub. And it's really neat to see students know exactly where to go and what to do during their prowl time, and for me to work with them and help them while I'm in their group. We did a little cupcake selling yesterday in iReady, where the student has to decide what kind of math to use when the customer's asking for, you know, a certain cupcake, and then, you know, they make a little delivery. So iReady makes it kind of fun sometimes. So it's nice to see the students buying into that. Some things that I wanted to just share that are kind of off script. Our professional development for this year, we have a teacher who has done a lot of reading and research on trauma in the brain. And so what we're doing every month is she is going to present a series of PD opportunities to teach our staff about brain development, and then how trauma can negatively impact that development, and what we can do as adults to potentially help those students have a safer, calmer, more conducive to learning environment, which is good for all students. And the first one was our October faculty meeting, and it was really good. It was really good stuff. Proud of her work and her demonstrating leadership in leading that for our students, or for our teachers. You know, I presented to the staff this summer when I started that being lifelong learners are important to model that for our students. And oftentimes we have a book that you're going to read and do this. Well, we selected 5 books and allowed the teachers to pick one of the books, and that would be their book study group for the year. And as they read through the book near the end in the second semester, they would present to the rest of the staff what they've learned, what they've implemented so far from the book, and then what they plan to do in the future. So essentially our staff, through the work of everyone, is going to read and get the knowledge of these 5 books. And I wanted them here because, you know, I mean, they're fantastic books. If you haven't read them or read some, every single one of those has a benefit. The mindset is about just talking about growth and getting people to talk about, I don't know it now, but that doesn't mean I won't know it in 5 minutes or tomorrow or next week. Mathematical mindset is similar, except it's more based on math, and it's about developing that positive talk to yourself as it pertains to math. Daniel Pink wrote Drive, and it's about getting people to want to be motivated, and part of one of his 3 things for motivating people to do well is autonomy. And so that's why I gave the teachers 5 books, so I could give them some autonomy. Learning in the Fast Lane is probably the best book that I've ever read about being able to help students in the classroom. So it comes up with every chapter has a different topic of things that teachers could implement today. And then Into the Magic Shop kind of hits at the soul and talks about caring for others and being a, you know, selfless person. And it's just, some people need that, and that's the one I selected. I'm going to read that. That means I have a minute. Could we continue to play that calming music, please? And then the last thing that we want to do for this year is the unconference. And I talked about it at the principal meeting a little bit. I need to find a day, but the unconference, if you're unfamiliar, is where your staff will show up, and we did it in my last county. as our little team. We had 20 people, but you show up with an overarching theme of the conference, and then everybody there works on different topics that they'd like to discuss. And then you create a schedule of those topics, and then you plan the day out on the wall, and people are able to attend whatever conference they want. It's led by us. There's a facilitator at each, at each little place, and a note taker. But it's really powerful. And how much time I have?
14 seconds.
All right, and I'm a big, I don't really like meetings to have meetings, so it's really good and really positive. So the last thing I did is, I led this with the staff this summer, is about we get to, instead of thinking, oh, I have to go to work every day, it's about we get to come here, we get to have a positive impact on our students, we get to do everything, because not everybody has that opportunity. And lastly, culture wins.
That's right, sure does.
Whew.
Good job.
Thank you. Sorry.
Questions?
So why do you think 8th graders struggled at your school? Like, why 8th grade specifically when 6th grade and 7th grade has done so well?
I mean, that's
It was math.
I mean, that's $1 million question. I don't really know. And so we're starting with the leaders of the classrooms
Yeah.
to work with them to, that they're teaching the curriculum with fidelity, that they're believing in their students.
Because those 8th graders contributed to the success in 6th and 7th grade when they were there, so.
Yeah, so I don't really know. But it's certainly like the top of the list to try to figure out. And we're in the process of doing that. And again, I don't know what their EVOS growth was last year individually.
Right.
But there will be moves made if the trend continues this year, like to figure it out, like to see if something else works. So I don't really know, and I'm sorry that I don't know.
No,
I want to know.
Next time I ask you, you'll know the answer.
Well, it depends on when you ask.
It could be in 5 minutes, a week, or a day, right?
Fact.
Yeah. Thank you.
So go ahead, Mr. Gainey.
Well, other than math, where are the 8th graders struggling? I mean, everybody.
They're not.
All 8th graders
They're
are
not.
struggling in math.
They. Oh, you mean in the county? Where are they struggling?
No. He was asking.
Oh,
what's
because our 8th graders did great in ELA and they knocked his pants off in science.
Okay.
Again, I don't really know
I was
why
just following
yet.
up on what Mr. Gardner might be referring to
Yeah.
about the 8th graders struggling.
Yeah, and I will say,
What
something
was
I.
that?
It was math. Yeah.
Something we did 2 weeks ago is I went to every homeroom and kind of gave a little first quarter pep talk about expectations and things. And one of the things we talked about were having pride in our school and pride in our name. And even though the EOG, you don't get a grade on it, like you are representing yourself and our school. And so I'm planting those seeds early to see what happens.
Okay, so I had a couple things. The first one was Ms. Heights and you both talked about student discourse. Molly White, I know that you can pull this up, but there is a great document in our old QAR walkthrough that talks about the different levels of student discourse. I think you would probably, and Ms. Heights, anybody that has that goal would probably benefit from that. The truth is, as a principal, I hated the QAR walkthrough, but it forced us to look at things and to look at them in a different way, and it gave us specific examples of what that looked through as it went through the continuum, So that document, I think, and I've already shared it with one principal for something else that she was working on.
Student discourse is in our common instructional framework.
Okay.
So, and we have resources linked to that, so I'll put
Okay.
it with that and then I'll push it back out to them.
Because it's really good, because they should be talking.
Yes.
And if you're talking more than your kids, then you're not doing.
I'll tell you that one of the best things, we have a 6th grader who's kind of silly, but I went to their class and he was having a conversation with 3 other children
Right.
about the book they were reading. And so I made sure I called his grandma. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
he's killing it. Like, this
I
was
love
awesome.
that. Yes. The other thing, the question I had was under data goal 2, what best practices were you referring to that you're going to implement to increase proficiency? It was back on data goal 2. As it says,
It's in the first group.
Yeah,
So
it's
it'd
in
be
the
the
first.
third slide.
I just wondered
That
which best practices or.
Yeah,
Give
man,
us 1 minute.
that's a really good question.
I mean, and you said using more small groups,
So,
that is a.
and I would say that the county has done, in my opinion, a great job with our teachers with the arts and letter rollout. And so our teachers are really, you know, again, the hard thing for some is giving up some of that control in the class and allowing
Right.
that student discourse. So that's like number one, is teaching them how to, they don't have to be the bearer of all information. They can set up the class, and Arts and Letters has it set up for them.
Okay.
But they're not always confident that they can follow that with fidelity. And so it's our job is to try to ensure that they are trusting the process of that curriculum. So that's like really the number one thing, is being able to confidently give up some of that control to allow the student discourse and the small groups that they're.
Well, I'm excited to hear the words small groups in middle schools. That excites me. Elementary, so that excites me. Anybody else?
Trauma in the brain, are you talking about something some folks refer to as ACEs, adverse childhood experiences and the impact on
Yes.
development? Okay. And I like, so this is the book study is not for the student that you highlight here this is for the teacher, so it's an instructor's book club, if
Yes.
you will.
Yes.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, I like, you have offered some ideas here that are a little outside of the box, you know, typically, from what we hear, and,
I never really fit in a box very
yeah.
well.
Well, I mean, you know, it's important. I hope more of our principals will do those kind of things, because, you know, doing a lot of things in different areas, you can begin to get some sense of this really works, you know? We often hear about, you know, the United States is 50 laboratories for public policy, because we have 50 states, you know, and how valuable that is. Well, we got 20 schools, and, you know, if they're all doing the same thing, then that's going to limit us in our ability to adapt and really be dynamic in the way that we meet our challenges. So I appreciate you
Thanks.
doing that.
Thank you. And thank you for your
And
time.
the growth mindset, you
Thank
know,
you.
we
Yeah.
teach our kids to say, I can't do it yet.
That was part of
Yeah,
my
is the key
classroom,
word.
homeroom visits, yes ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, it's huge, because it's easy to give up on yourself when things
Yeah,
are hard.
that's right.
And I talked about brain research on overcoming like hard situations and how the brain rewires itself
Right.
to make the next difficult situation a little bit easier. And so these conversations are ongoing with our students. And
That's good. Anybody else? Anything?
We've already gone over our
All right.
time. Thank you for giving us
so
our
much.
time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Let's see who we have next.
Mr. Walls.
Next, we have Mr. Walls from Town Creek Middle.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank y'all for allowing us to be here today to talk about what we're doing in our classrooms and our schools to grow our teachers and our students to meet the goals that the board has put forth for us this year, and to exceed growth or exceed growth by 2029. So I want to take just a minute and go over some things we're doing here at Town Creek Middle School. First thing I do want to talk about is our vision and mission at Town Creek Middle School. You know, our vision is nurturing the whole student in their growth towards becoming responsible and engaged leaders. I spent a lot of time in high school before I went to the middle school, and one thing I noticed in the high school was when freshmen come in, they're a little unsure of what's going on at the high school level. And so one thing that we really talked with our teachers about this year is growing our students to be leaders in our building, so that when they get to high school, whether it be at North Brunswick High School, South Brunswick High School, the Coast, or the early college, they come in with the ability to be leaders right out the get-go, and so that they can, you know, be effective members of their high schools and not come in with the fear or uncertainty of what's happening there. So that's one of our big pushes this year, is to grow those leaders in our buildings. Our mission at Town Creek Middle School is to provide a safe, engaging, and inclusive school culture for students, staff, and families. So let's look at what we did last year. Our goal last year, goal 1, Town Creek Middle School will increase the growth index by 2 points in the areas of reading, math, and science, and overall growth status. We did see a considerable increase in our overall growth index. We rose from a -8 in 2023-2024 to a -4 in 2024 and 2025. So we did cut that in half. This did exceed our goal of 2-point increase. So the opportunity now is though we reduced our growth efficiency by 50%, exceeding our target for the year, we still did not make the required -2 to +2 growth index to meet overall student growth. So that is our goal, and we'll talk about that when we get to this year's goals. In our goal 2, Town Creek Middle School will increase the proficiency in all grade levels and subjects by 5%. Although our overall grade level proficiency stayed the same, we had a slight increase, went from 54.1% to 54.8%. We did see a 7% increase in 7th grade and a 9.5% increase in 8th grade reading proficiencies. And we also saw a 12% increase in math in 8th grade math proficiency last year. So one of our opportunities we need to look at this year is we need to see improved proficiency with our current 6th and 7th graders in reading and all grades in math. One thing we've noticed is our teachers are growing in their capacity for teaching, and so we see improvements each year. But when we follow the cohort from grade 6, 7, and 8, we're not seeing that growth. So that's one of our focuses this year. Obviously, we know that each year it builds on itself, and so there may be a little bit of change from that, but we want to see the cohort grow throughout the year, not just the growth each year. If that
And that
makes
kind of
sense.
doubles back to my question for Mr. Wilson
Yeah.
about the 8th graders, so.
Yep. Absolutely. That's a very good point. And then one that I'm very proud of at Town Creek is Town Creek Middle School will reduce the amount of lost daily instructional time due to discipline referrals by 15%. The success we had there was we reduced our discipline referrals from 1,026 referrals in 2023-2024 to 613 referrals in the 24-25 school year. We decreased it from 1,400 in the 2022-23 school year, so 1,400 to 1,000 to 600 by last year. We reduced our loss of instructional days from 1,087 to 695 last year. This is a 40% reduction in discipline referrals and a 36% reduction in lost instructional days, which exceeded our original goal of 15%. So our goal this year, our focus is a little bit different. With discipline referrals down, we want to expand our growth and development of student leaders to meet our school's vision through the implementation of targeted leadership programs. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of bragging. As of right now, 87% of our students have 0 referrals through the first quarter. We are the number 1 middle school for least number of referrals in the district right now. Sorry, guys. And we have just now reached our 80th referral as of yesterday, which means we have fewer referrals than some of our elementary schools as well at Town Creek Middle School. So again,
That's
trying to
awesome.
develop those leadership. If kids are in their seats, they can learn, and we want to keep them in the building, in their classrooms, not necessarily in ISS or OSS.
What other things do you think contribute? Sorry, I'm asking questions.
That's fine. I'm all
What
about
other
it.
things do you think contribute? Because you were there last year as AP.
Last 2, yeah. Yes, sir.
So, like, what else do you think contributed to that? I mean,
So we had a,
did you write that?
I love it. I love going back and forth. We had a concerted effort over the last 2 years to develop a strong cyclical step system through our PBS system, to develop relationships with our teachers and our students, and give them the opportunity to be able to work up and down the step system in class. So classroom disruptions typically is your largest referrals, because of there's 30 kids in a classroom. They tend to be disruptive. But when you build the step system the way we build it, it helps develop those relationships. And so teachers have the opportunity to have some autonomy on how they handle things in the classroom. They build that relationship with the student, and then the students then have a chance to earn back steps and move up and down. So if we had 4 steps before you went to an office referral, a kid might get to a 3rd step. In that time, there's constant communication with the teachers and their parents. We had a teacher-student contract put in place by step 3, stating that if you showed positive behavior for X number of days, whether it be 3, 5, 10, it was really set up between the teacher and the student, then you could earn your steps back on the step system. And so it showed students that positive behavior it can be rewarded, and it kept them in the classroom. And so we saw a really big benefit with that. Our discipline committee worked on that last year, and we're working currently on a mentor program that we'll talk about in a little bit as well. Ultimately, it kept everybody in the same loop. Parents, teachers, students, administration, we were all constantly in communication with those things. And students saw the benefits of their good behavior. And that helped keep their steps down. And so they kept them in the class, so they didn't get to that referral stage. And so we feel like that was a huge part of that success, was really developing that that step system that we use in each day in our classes.
Thank you.
Yep,
You
absolutely.
communicate that through Dojo.
We do. We do it through. We did it through Dojo. I do it through my newsletters. This year we did it. The newsletters last year we did it through any communication. I remind last year, Dojo this year.
I just wanna make
Teachers
sure
are
everything's-
required by step 2 to make phone calls, so they have to have that actual verbal interaction with the parents. It can't just be an email. We live in an email world,
Yes.
but one of the things we really pushed was verbal communication, and so that everybody's on the same page, because students love to keep teachers and parents separate and in the dark in what's going on, and so when they have that communication, everybody knows what's going on, and so it helps. All right. So kind of jumping into some of the things we've already talked about a little bit. In goal number 1, this year Town Creek Middle School will increase our growth index by 2 points or higher in order to meet growth for the 2025-2026 school year. This directly reflects our school improvement goals 1 and 2. Our goal, I know the district goal is by 2029. TCMS's goal is by 2027. So we have this year, next year, but we're so close. Our goal is to meet growth, obviously, this year. We have everything in place to do that. Our kids are doing what they're supposed to be doing, so there really is no reason why we shouldn't be meeting growth this year. Based on our 4-point increase in growth index, we have adjusted our next goal to reach a -2 or higher on our growth index for this year. Some of the steps is we are going to utilize data-driven targeted small group instruction during our intervention how time and our core instructional blocks. We're going to use our literacy specialists and math interventionists to provide targeted small group reading and math interventions for our highest need students. Shout out to our students this year during our Math 180 map testing. We had almost 30 students test out of Math 180 this year, and so that actually helps free up some of our intervention block time with our Math 180 teacher as a math interventionist. So we're going to be able to utilize her for some targeted small group with those students that need that additional support. We were able to take one of our ELA teachers, Miss Eagles, who was an 8th grade ELA teacher last year, and move her into a literacy specialist position. So she's going to be able to actually work on targeted small groups with our lower, our high need ELA students as well. And so those are the things we're setting in place for this year. We also established, I'm a former coach, and so competition breeds excellence. That's what I always preach to my players. And so we are establishing scoreboarding competitions between our grade levels based on attendance, behavior, and academic achievement. We just finished our quarter 1, so those are going up on the board. And so the kids are very excited to see where they're placing. 6th grade, I think right now, might be pushing 7th and 8th grade. So that'll be a good point of communication with them. In goal 2, Town Creek Middle School will increase its overall proficiency level from 54.8% to 60% by providing professional learning opportunities for our teachers and staff, which helps directly reflect our school improvement goals for number 2 and number 3. Based on our proficiency level over the past 2 years, we have adjusted our increase improvement by 5% for this year and an overall improvement by 10% for the 2026-2027 school year. Things that we're doing to improve that, because if we improve our teachers' teaching and what they're doing, then it's going to help improve our students. And that's where we see that instead of we're seeing it vertically, now we need to see it through the cohort, right? And so some of the things we're looking at is our bi-weekly coaching cycles with administration for core teachers. So every 2 weeks we meet. So Tuesdays and Thursdays we'll either meet week 1 and week 3 with our ELA and our math teachers, or ELA and social studies teachers, excuse me, and then week 2 and week 4 we meet with our math and our science teachers. We are establishing a monthly PLC meeting for all core teachers on the 4th Wednesday of each month. One thing that's interesting about Town Creek Middle School is because we're a smaller school, we don't have the ability to have teams. It's because most of our teachers have to teach across grade level. So I might have somebody that's teaching 7th grade social studies and 1 8th grade or 6th grade. We might have somebody that's doing all, 3 6th grade ELAs and 1 7th. So it kind of moves around. So one thing we were able to do this year was actually establish a PLC day after school. They can meet, work together. They find times too during the day to meet because they don't have common planning, but we do work that out. But we have a dedicated day for PLC work where we look at data. And we look at, like tomorrow we'll look at our EVOS data as whole group. And then break into groups and see where we are. We can do micro PDs as well. We had our instructional coaches do a micro PD with pacing for our ELA teachers with the new arts and letters implementation. So we did a micro PD in our last PLC with our English teachers or ELA teachers. So just opportunity every month for them to be able to work together when they don't always have time to do that. We are establishing a data room for data-driven discussions with our core teachers and administrators and our student support specialist. We have an amazing student support specialist. She's working really hard. We're getting our small groups together to really get those targeted instructions going on. Waiting for our dry erase boards to come in, but right now we're putting them on sticky notes. Do whatever we got to do. And then, of course, we have 2 in-house PD days for all core teachers provided by our middle school instructional coaches. We've completed our science and our math one. Our social studies is tomorrow, and then our ELA is next week. So their focus was on small group instruction, and then get some vertical planning time during that as well. And then goal 3, Town Creek Middle School will continue to reduce loss of instructional time due to discipline issues through the growth and development of our student leaders. This is actually a reflection in all 3 of our school improvement goals. Due to the success in reducing our discipline referrals by 40% through the use of our Pack Pride Matrix, our cyclical classroom step system, and the work of our discipline committee, we would like to see a 10% decrease in office referrals for this school year. So we'd like to get under 500, by around 550. That's where we'd love to be. So some of the things we're doing is our goal here, and one thing I've talked to our students a lot about is school can't just be classes, it has to be community. And so really what we're building is that community feel and the idea of community, because if kids come to school for community, they'll be more successful than coming just for classes. And so that's been our talk. So some of the things we've already established this year to help grow our student leaders, we have our Leaders of the Pack program, which is a student athlete leadership program we're doing through Coach Garza. And he's going to be able to work with over 10% of our population, helping them grow and develop leadership skills. They will do a leadership program through the National Federation of High Schools, captain training. So we've already had a group go through that, and they've earned their leadership credentials for that. They do service work through the school, and we're also going to be partnering with our elementary school to help provide opportunities for them to go over. One of the ideas we have is to read to our elementary school students. Our ambassador program will do the same thing. We are using district approved programs like Second Step, the art program, and the Y-Try program during our Richmond times. We have 3 of our elective teachers who are actually going in now during in a cycle. So they go into a homeroom one day through a learning cycle with the Second Step program. So I have one doing 6th grade, one doing 7th grade, one doing 8th grade, and they're teaching leadership skills, 21st century skills, character development in that regard to help build those capacities in our students. Last year, we may have reached about 10-15% of our students. Every student that we have had so far this year has been through at least 2 cycles of leadership training so far this year. We're also doing targeted student support through our student teacher mentor program, which is being developed now through our discipline committee. We are going to establish the first student government association at Town Creek Middle School this year. Since November is election year, that's when we're going to have our elections, and so we would have student government. We don't even have it yet, and they've already come to me about some things they want to have, like Precinct Friday in the cafeteria. I was like, that's a great thing for your student government to talk about when we develop it. And then also we're going to have our establishment of our first monthly club day. Tiffany Graham is our admin intern, and she is working on that as a student enrichment opportunity for our students. So our goal is to have our first student club day by the end of October. Any questions?
I think we've already asked the question.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So your disciplines.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, when you were first talking about it, you said that you've had 87% of your students this year without
any referrals.
Without any
87% of our students without any referrals.
For me, at least, I think that's a better measurement of discipline than we've had 1,000.
Right.
Because I mean, how many kids were involved in that?
About 500.
Well, but I'm just saying. You
Right.
understand what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yes, sir. I understand what you're saying.
So if you say
Of the 1,000,
13%
maybe
of our
only
kids
right.
have not disciplined problems.
Right. Yes,
And
sir.
I can look at what your enrollment is, and I know how many that is.
Right. Yes, sir.
And I would encourage you and all the other people, all the other principals, if we're going to talk about discipline, not talk about the incidents, but to also incorporate within that how many students we're talking about.
Absolutely.
I can say.
And I think that then you could say, well, we've got a goal that we want to get our discipline referrals below 10% of our student population.
Yes, sir, and I understand what you're saying there, and we
I
looked
think
at,
it's
we
more-
did
it's
look
more
at
helpful
that.
for me.
We looked at that also when we met, and if you look at it from percentages based on enrollment, you know, because like I said, North Brent High School has 1,600 kids. I mean, obviously, we should have way fewer referrals than that. But our school actually
It's
ranked.
incidents per enrolled.
Yeah, it's incidents per enrolled. So I apologize if I didn't
No, I mean-
articulate that in that regard. It is incidents
No, I mean,
per
that's what I
enrollment.
see is just, we had this many incidents last year, we had this many incidents
Right.
this year.
It is based on
It-
enrollment.
For
yes.
me, it's more helpful to know that we had 87% of our students without.
Yeah.
any
Right.
referrals.
I got you. Absolutely.
Mr. Gainey, I will share that that is the way at the schools, like with their staffs, that it is reported out as far as goals. And the reason why is because our discipline program kind of falls under what's referred to as PBIS, Positive Behavior and Intervention Support, which was a state program for a long time. And when you enter a lot of our schools, you'll see a lot of green ribbon banners that are still up from that time, because they used to give an award to schools that met the requirements to be a green ribbon PBIS school. And one of the requirements for that was that you had to show in your discipline referrals that 80% of your students had 0 to 1 discipline referrals for the year. 15% had 2 to 5, and 5% had 6+. So the idea was, it's like MTSS for discipline. Even when you have a solid discipline program, you can expect that a certain percentage of your students are going to take most of your
Yeah,
time.
they're gonna inflate the
They're
number.
going to inflate the number. So it's important to talk about what percentage of your student had 0 to 1 discipline referrals. And that's a true reflection of the quality of your
Sure.
discipline program. So you're right on target with that. But that's, when you see those green ribbons outside of some of the schools, that's what it's a leftover from that. And we still talk about the numbers in that way.
And I was just gonna say kudos, whenever you said that, he actually just put it out in the newsletter on Sunday, the percent you're just talking about, to all the parents in our parent newsletter, sharing the positive of 86% not having a referral, so kudos.
Mr. Walls, you had me at cohort data.
A couple of things that I love.
Yes, ma'am.
I love how you're bridging them to be able to go to succeed in high school beyond Town Creek Middle School. You're coming from a high school perspective for several years, and it does take them a minute to get their boots on the ground and start running as freshmen. So I think you enabling them and building them to be able to do that is huge. I also love your scoreboard thing. That is a good way to get kids engaged, and I love the things you're doing with the clubs and things like that. I think if you're teaching character and leadership, you're giving them skills other than academics that is just going to be so beneficial in life. So good for you for doing that.
Giving kids one more reason to love to come.
Yes.
That's right. That's the goal. Community, not classes.
That's right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, before I leave, our word for this year is relentless. We're going to be relentless in our pursuit of everything that we do. So I do
Love
have a
that
little
word.
parting gift for you. Every one of our teachers
It's like
have
Shark
this.
Tank.
So everyone teachers have this. They carry it with them wherever they go. I keep it on me everywhere I go so that you see it. It is important to us. We hashtag it on everything we do, and our kids know it. It's in our hallways. So our goal is to be relentless in our pursuit of excellence.
Sounds like what central
But
office.
that's what the pack is, right?
That's right. Relentless.
Name sounds familiar. All right.
Hey, good morning,
Good
ladies
morning,
and
Mr.
gentlemen.
Allen. Oh, Mr. Lawrence. Yes. Mr. Lawrence, Leland Middle School.
I'm honored to be here with you guys today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys and really listen and learn on behalf of Leland Middle School. We do appreciate that, and I'm also proud to be a part of this middle school principal team, this leadership team. One of my favorite things about education is having the opportunity to be presented with a situation or a problem, and there's not one of them I wouldn't call to say, hey, what do you guys think about this situation? How would you approach this? And so being a part of a team is really important to us, and so I'm proud to be here with them as well. Talk a little bit about our school improvement plan, where we've been and where we want to go. I'll get this to work here. There we go. Reflecting on last year's results. So our data goal from last year is Leland Middle will meet or exceed growth in all subgroups, including a 5% increase in proficiency. Some of our successes is we have seen a 4% increase in overall proficiency from 23-24. Discipline referrals, which I'll talk about this in a little bit, is a 14% decrease in number of office referrals. We feel like it's extremely important for our students to be in school and in the seats in order to learn, and so it's real important that they're there. So we're proud of accomplishing this goal. We exceeded growth in 8th grade math and Math 1. We exceeded growth in 7th grade ELA. And talking about math, we met or exceeded growth in 4 of the 8 subgroups in 2025. One thing that I did not put up there that it should be is we're also proud of the fact that we had over 30 students pass the EOG during the re-administration phase of testing. And I think if that would have counted as a growth measure, that would have highly impacted our growth scores as well.
Which it will this year.
It will this year, so we're excited about that. Data supports that we are trending in the right direction. We're really, it's important for us to have a solid core instruction at our school, and it's difficult to have a solid tier 2 or tier 3 without a solid core. And so this is what we're focusing on to improve instruction at all levels. We're talking about student engagement, student discourse, having our students experience productive struggles, and what does that look like in the classroom. We will meet or exceed growth in math and ELA. So we've seen a 5-point increase in grade level proficiency in math, 4-point increase in grade level proficiency in ELA from last school year. We've done a great job with increasing proficiency in some of our subgroups. Definitely need to continue to focus on our at-risk students, our targeted interventions for our ELL, EC students, and of course our at-risk students, which we are doing through our MTSS and at-risk programs. And our data goal number 3 was to decrease suspensions each year over the next 3 years. We had a 14% decrease in major office referrals from 23 to 2025. Overall decrease in major suspension ODRs from 916 in 2023 to 698 in 2025. And again, we have a population of over 800 students, so looking at that number, it's incredible. Even this year, looking at the number when Mr. Cole was talking about a number of office referrals, we just did a PBIS celebration where we celebrated students who had no suspensions this year, and we're talking about over 80 to 85% of our students had no office referrals this year, which is incredible. Although we accomplished our goal, we feel we can be more strategic with our expectations in the classroom and school-wide to decrease classroom disruptions through the use of classroom management plans, kind of like a class syllabus or just school-wide expectations for every teacher to have on a classroom management plan, and professional development for staff. So doing mindset trainings, doing different trainings. We've implemented consistent language across the school when we're talking about appropriate voice levels. So when we talk to our students, we say, what is an appropriate voice level as you enter the classroom? When the teacher is in front of the classroom speaking to the class, what is an appropriate voice level in the classroom? You should be at a volume level 0. Maybe when you go to your small group and you're working in your small group during the instruction, you can be in a voice level number 1. So educating students about appropriate voice levels, we felt like was extremely important for our school to meet our goals. And introducing this year's goals. We'll meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. LMS at Leland Middle, we're always on the course for continuous improvement. Therefore, our goal is to increase proficiency by no less than 5 points and meet or exceed growth in all grade levels and subgroups. One thing we implemented this year is high expectation, non-negotiable tiger stripes. And so how you identify a tiger is through their stripes. And so we value these high expectations that we hold to for our students and for our staff at our school that fosters a culture of mutual respect school-wide. So it all falls back on that collective teacher efficacy and having that positive school culture. We also target professional development to include best practice strategies that staff can use in the classroom to improve instruction and student engagement. Meet or exceed growth in math and reading across all grade levels. I felt like we've done a great job as far as rolling out our arts and letters program for ELA. It is nice to see a balance in the classroom where at one time it was a lot of Chromebook usage, and now it's you don't see the Chromebooks as much in the ELA classroom. The students are writing, the students have books. There's really a nice balance of utilizing technology and not utilizing technology. And so it's encouraging to see writing across all content areas as well, which is something that we're working towards. Our students do a lot of writing in school and have done an incredible job with it, with something that hasn't really been something that we've pushed extremely hard in the past. And so I'm really proud of them and their efforts on what they're able to. And even seeing our 6th graders now, they've been using the Wit and Wisdom program for 2 years in elementary school, and kind of seeing what their writing samples look like is just is something that we're really excited about, looking forward to for the future and what our students are going to be able to do. We also implemented, this is the 2nd year of implementation of our Math iReady program. I started at Leland Middle School in December of last year. We had the iReady program was implemented last year, and there was opportunities for growth with the implementation of that program with Fidelity. So we meet once a month as a team, as a department team. I've planned some planning days to work with our math and reading teachers to look at our EVOS data, to look at our student trend data, and really kind of map out some targeted instruction based on that data that we see in our EVOS. And of course, our goal number 3 is to decrease suspensions from the previous school year. We will continue to focus on creating that positive school culture. A lot of that falls back on our Tiger Stripes, on the expectations that we have of students and teachers in the classroom. All teachers will possess a shared belief in their ability and responsibility to positively impact student learning outcomes. Behavior is learned. Just like academics, we want to treat behavior the same way as we treat academics. And so we want to foster that growth mindset with our teachers to come up with different strategies to use in the classroom. I will say that when I started, we really implemented a 4-step program that we roll out with Fidelity that requires our teachers to partner with parents, right? So it's important first to make a phone call, have that two-way communication. We have a two tries expectation. So if you try calling, you don't get a hold of somebody, send them an email, send them a dojo, let them know, hey, I had an opportunity, your child had a step today, and have a conversation about what's going on in the classroom. We feel like that's extremely important to partner with parents. One of the things we've done this year as well is we've started some different clubs and different programs. So we started All Pro Dads. And we've had a great success as far as a great turnout with our All Pro Dads team coming in. We also started a 100 Black Men program. We have over 18 students that are taking advantage of this program and coming in and getting some mentoring once a week from other adults in the community that come in. And sometimes hearing from a teacher or a principal or a counselor, it's extremely important. Sometimes they're really excited to say, oh, this guy was an NFL football coach, or he played football at Ohio State and was a running back. And they're mentoring them and talking to them about their grades and setting goals and what they're trying to accomplish in the school. So we feel like that was extremely important. We also want to educate all of our students to have a trusted adult on campus. So no matter who it is, whether it's a counselor, a principal, a teacher, a custodian, whatever it might be, always have a trusted adult on campus you can go to when things just aren't right. And lastly, we're really focused on our targeted win time, which is what I need with a sense of urgency. Really targeting all levels of students. We have a student-based contract that goes out once a week that teachers are responsible and students are responsible for accomplishing goals. And some of those things that they're working towards is they're completing 2 lessons a week in their MyPath. And then also whatever else might be assigned by the LA teachers. So having that sense of urgency surrounding enrichment and interventions is extremely important to us, so we're trying to take advantage of that during our win time. Our walkthroughs, we want to indicate real-time feedback for teachers on opportunities for growth. And our win groups could be fluid based on data where our teams are using that to make for decision making. So it might be with this teacher for a little while and then they might move. Another goal of ours is to increase two-way communication with families. We do that through our newsletters. We do that through Class Dojo. And recruit and retain high-performing staff. I'm proud to say that for the first time in 5 years, Leland Middle School is fully staffed. What will be. I'm excited about that. Last 2 staff members I've recommended or hired have been Brunswick built. So excited about that as well. Maslow's hierarchy needs says that you really need a stable environment to find success and win. You're at a school that's had 4 different school principals in 5 years. Just when I was there alone, we saw 2 different 8th grade science teachers leave. I saw 5 different, one grade level had 5 different teachers that had worked with that grade level. So those types of things impact scores in a negative way. So having a culture of teamwork and success and really recruiting and retaining high performance staff is extremely important to us and something that I'm proud of. The hard work that has taken place over the summer and still to this day. And you guys have any questions for me?
The only question I had wrote down was about your staffing and stability over the last couple of years, so you answered it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have, and I could have asked this to anybody. This is not unique to you, but I'll ask you since I'm thinking about it right now. So our goal is to increase proficiency by 5%. Is that your expectation? There's sometimes a difference between a goal and what people believe they can do
Right.
and what they think they, should identify as their target. I mean, is that your expectation?
We should
And
have
like
a
I
growth-
said, I could have asked this to
Yeah.
everybody that came up.
we have a growth mindset, so this is a goal, right? We
Uh-huh.
set this as a goal, just like as a coach. This is what we're trying to accomplish. So this is what the work during our PLCs and during our meetings and our conversations and the feedback that we have with our teachers on EVOS and their student test scores. What are we doing? How are we getting better? What are we doing to increase student engagement and increase student outcomes? And so if we work on those things, we're going to see an increase in proficiency and growth.
Yeah. And I only offer it, not for you, but, it's, I think it's a little easier to accept not meeting a goal than it is not meeting an expectation. There's a different, we hear talking about mindset,
Right.
And I think there can be a difference. And so I think, if the expectation is we're going to make it 5, that maybe not, and again, this is not to you, it's to everyone. Let's not just frame it as a goal. Let's say, hey, we're setting this up as our goal. This is our expectation.
Right.
I think it changes people's appreciation of what we're looking for at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks for letting me say that to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do y'all have signs up for your voice levels?
We do.
Okay.
Yes, we have. We just made signs with posters that we have in all the classrooms. Yeah, and so we're wanting to get some bigger ones so we can put in the cafeteria too, because that's another place where could benefit from
Yeah, that'll
some
be
signage.
nice. But that's okay, we love to hear the thought.
Yeah, for sure.
Tiger Stripes, can you briefly what is that
Yeah,
about?
I was wondering too.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying,
Tiger stripes. So I had the
do
privilege
they
to
earn
go
them or?
visual?
last year
Those black
to.
things on.
I know, that's
What is it
right.
called?
Yeah.
They
Typically sit on top of an orange.
Ron Clark's.
Dragons.
Yeah, so I got the idea from Ron Clark's Dragon Scales by going
Okay.
to Atlanta last year.
Okay.
And so some of the ideas are aligned to our curriculum framework
Okay.
expectations, and some of them are just school-wide, like for what I took from there
So
and
they
applied
own
it to the
them.
school. And it's something like be part of a revolution at our school. Don't spread rumors. Yeah, if there's a concern, come have a conversation about
Right.
something. So those are just a couple examples of some
Okay.
things. And then we try to target a different focus in my weekly newsletter to staff. So like we'll have a weekly focus on this specific tiger stripe this week. And then
Okay.
if we see a teacher doing something that really stands out, that they've done something, we want to highlight that by giving them a stripe. And then coming up, we've created a sunshine committee recently. And so really kind of partnering with our sunshine committee too on how we can increase teacher morale on our campus.
You'll probably hear different references to that, like at Lincoln, they're doing the same thing, and they call it leopard spots. And I think a big takeaway that the principals had from their visit to RCA was the power of having shared written expectations for students, for teachers, for parents, of how we expect everyone to act. And be really specific about it, and have it written down so that we can refer back to it when expectations aren't met, and being able to explain the why. So I just want to commend Mr. Lawrence for the work he's done in less than a year at LMS, by the way. And, he's done some great work, and I think certainly in the area of recruiting and retaining staff, but which I think is the bedrock of how
It
you
is.
make change happen at a
Absolutely.
school. But I also want to say that the increase in teacher stipends that this board approved a couple of years ago, that helps too. I think Mr. Lawrence would agree, and especially in the northern part of the county where people can,
Hop over.
it's a lot easier to hop around the bridge, and I think it has really helped us. But I do think that leadership matters. So it's not just about money. People don't go to schools where they're not going to be happy just for money. So leadership makes a difference. I want to commend him on that.
Thank
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, guys. I don't have party gifts for Mr. Wallace. Next time.
While Ms. Herring's coming up, for a point of clarification for me, from my own ignorance, win, pride, prowl, that's all the same thing? Okay.
Intervention and enrichment time.
It's the
Okay.
intervention enrichment.
So what is Cedar Grove
It just
colors?
goes along with the animals.
Do what?
Do you have bark, or what is yours?
We have bulldog bites. So
Okay,
our
perfect.
expectations are bulldog bites.
Okay.
Yes. So
All the
I
mascots.
just want to start off by saying how extremely excited I am to be in front of you today. This has been a wonderful experience. Cedar Grove is an amazing place full of amazing people. And again, as stated by my colleagues over here, this group of middle school principals have been so helpful and supportive as a new principal, asking questions, bouncing ideas off them. So thank you, all of you.
This is starting to sound like a gang.
It's a club.
It's a club. We call it a club.
It's a
Yes.
support system. You have to have somebody you can entrust with all your secrets.
So Cedar Grove Middle School, we'll start. Reflections for last year at Cedar Grove Middle School, first data goal was we'll increase the number of students on grade level by 6% as measured on the math EOG. Some of the successes that we had last year at Cedar Grove was an adoption of the iReady curriculum. That was throughout Brunswick County. That is an amazing curriculum. Putting that in front of the teachers, putting the expectations of using it with fidelity, looking at the different resources that we have within that curriculum, getting to know them last year was definitely a huge success for Cedar Grove Middle School and Brunswick County in general. Standard treatment protocols for math support through our MTSS committee were established. This helps us to pinpoint who those kids are that are at risk and what we need to do to make sure that we are pinpointing what it is that they're struggling with and how we're going to help them. Also, the implementation of Goal Time, which Goal Time at Cedar Grove is growth opportunities for all learners. So that was implemented last year, looking at data, placing students where they needed for that intervention and enrichment time. Opportunities that we had from last year with this goal, structured support using data for intervention and enrichment opportunities. One of the things that we saw is that we have the data. Are we looking at it and are we putting names with that data to make sure that those kids are given the opportunity for 45 minutes every day during their school day to get those enrichment and intervention opportunities in front of them to really target the instruction that they need to show growth. Other opportunities, awareness of standard treatment protocols. We did a really good job of coming up with those in our MTSS support committee. However, not everyone was using them the way that they needed to use them. And so making sure that not only do we have these protocols for our students and what we're doing for that at-risk population, but putting those into action. 23-24, our gold level proficiency in math was 50.9 and 24-25 was 47.5. So we did not trend in the right direction with our grade level proficiency. For our data goal number 2, Cedar Grove Middle School will increase the number of students on grade level by 6% as measured on the reading EOG. Some of the successes, again, were the standard treatment protocols that were created in reading support through our MTSS committee. Again, growth opportunities for all learners. We had the goal time. We were looking at things that we could do to help those struggling readers. And our Common Lit, which was the curriculum that was used last year by our 6th through 8 teachers. We're looking at pacing and assessments for those. Opportunities for growth, structured support using data for intervention and enrichment opportunities, and again, awareness. We had the awareness of the standard treatment protocols,
Were we using them with fidelity? Did we need to go back and revisit those, make sure that our teachers understood what they were and how to use those to make sure we were giving some interventions? Our 23-24 grade level proficiency was 45.3, and again in 24-25 grade level proficiency dipped to 41.7. So we have a sense of urgency at Cedar Grove Middle School.
I love hearing that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I love hearing that.
Yes, we
I
have
love
a
a
sense of urgency. So our data goal number 3, we had an attendance rate of 70% in 23-24. We expected to see an increase in our healthy rate of attendance for 24-25 by 5%. Successes were that there was a creation and implementation plan for students who are at risk for chronic absenteeism. So there was a protocol for looking at who are our children who are not coming to school, what can we do to help them, and they did come up with the attendance committee that was meeting weekly, and also our opportunities with 23-24 we were at 70%, 24-25 dipped down to 66.3. So again, the sense of urgency is there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that 33% of your students were out on average every day?
So that you're looking at the 70%?
Well,
Or you're looking at
24, 25,
66.3.
66. Does that mean 1 out of 3 kids were absent every day?
Yes, sir, it does. Yeah. Okay. So introducing this year's goals, we are very intentional this year. We are owning what we have done in the last couple of years. Our teachers feel the same sense of urgency and they are on board and committed. It would be very hard to find another group of faculty members as dedicated as the ones at Cedar Grove. They want to do well, they have seen their data, we put that up on the screen, and they're owning it. And that sense of urgency is shared by that staff. So I do want you all to know that. They are a hard-working group, and we're going to turn this around. So our data goal number 1, Cedar Grove Middle School will increase the average daily attendance by 5% from the 23-24 school year. So that goal did not change. We're keeping it. How did we adjust it? The attendance baseline for 23-24 was at that 70%. During the 24-25, the healthy rate of attendance decreased to 66.3, which we just talked about. This year, we're focusing on streamlining our at-risk plan for chronically absent students, ensuring consistent and systematic collaboration with our stakeholders. So when we say stakeholders, that's our teachers, that's their guardians, that's our community. What are we doing to help that increase? We do hold attendance committee weekly meetings, at-risk plans for chronically absent students. So again, it goes back to looking at your data, putting names with that data, and making strategic plans to see how we're going to go about getting these kids in school, because I think Jake may have been the one that said it, but if they're in school, they can learn. If they're not there, we can't help them. So that is very, very important and a priority right now for us. So systematic plan to ensure parents and guardians are enrolled in Infinite Campus Parent Portal. We are right at, I think, about 58%. So we're struggling in that area a little bit to get our parents on board. We are in the car rider line. It takes literally 5 seconds for parents to sign up for that. We're in the car rider line. Have you signed up for your Infinite Campus Parent Portal? If they haven't, we can help them on the spot with that. As they come into Cedar Grove's front office, Ms. Ivy, our wonderful school secretary, asks those same questions. We provided her a list of parents that are not currently on Infinite Campus Parent Portal so that we can immediately grab them and get them into that system, because that is critical for them to be aware of what's going on, not only with attendance but grades, all the things. So keeping them up to date. Attendance incentives, grade level competitions. Again, those competitions work miraculously in middle school. We do have monthly homeroom attendance competitions where at the end of each month they're able to, they have like a tic-tac board. They get to pick which square they want to pick off or scratch off. They scratch off and then they get that award. And some of those awards are as simple as 10 minutes outside. That's like winning the lottery for our middle schoolers, right?
That's right.
I think there was a popsicle incentive. There is a 10-minute game time but they will work for those types of things. And then we make a big celebration out of it. Everybody knows on that hall who that attendance award winner was for that month, because it's a big deal. So again, our last year we were at 66.3, the 25-26 attendance rate. We're hoping for 75%. We expect 75%. For data goal 2. Okay. We'll increase our reading and math EOG proficiency by 6% from the 23-24 school year, while fostering student growth in all student subgroups. So Cedar Grove Middle School did not meet data goals for reading and math during the 24-25 school year. Our 6th grade met growth both in ELA and in math. Our 8th grade met it in math. Our 7th grade did not meet it in any subject. So that's where we're sitting now, and that question that keeps coming up, this is the same cohort of students. What is happening? One of the major changes that was made at Cedar Grove, specifically in 7th grade, there were some teacher movements. So we are hoping, we have got a really good group of teachers across the board who are planning every day, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute, working in vertical alignment with their same subject peers, and we're feeling good about where we are. But that was something that was just very necessary for last year's 7th grade. Our goal has not been modified, and we're focusing on intentional and result-based strategies to ensure achievement in all areas. So again, our action steps, MTSS focused. We are focused and we are very intentional with our action steps. So our enrichment intervention times align with data and framework of standard treatment protocols. So the way that we have worked MTS this year, or MTSS, is that we have our meeting. We have representatives from all grade levels and areas. They take that back, everything that we talk about every week, and they go into their weekly subject-specific and grade-level PLCs, and they present this. So there's a collective efficacy there, where everybody knows what's going on, everybody knows the protocol, and everybody knows how to follow it. So again, putting names with the data. Vertical alignment meetings is something we started this year. Each subject meets once a month, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Weekly subject-specific PLCs happen on Tuesdays, with the exception of our math. Our math does happen on Wednesday. They meet every week. They have an agenda that includes the students that they're talking about, the data that they're looking at, the standards that they're doing, and their pacing, and that is for all subjects. Professional development, led by the Brunswick County Schools Math and ELA instructional coaches, is coming up within the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow, Dr. Bennett is working with our ELA teachers all day. And on the 28th, Ms. Chapman, our math, is going to be working with our math PD. And then we have science and social studies coming up, but those dates have not been set yet. You've heard a lot about walkthrough data and coaching. Walkthroughs are invaluable. They are very time consuming at times, but they have a wealth of information that we get from them. Going back to our small group instruction, going back to our student discourse, really getting in and seeing. We have 2 amazing curriculums right now in ELA and math and science with the style. Are we using them with fidelity? Are we using them in the sequence that they're supposed to be used in? Are we timing them to get through? The coaching that goes along with that data that we get from our walkthrough is phenomenal. So we are using that daily. Our EBOS data review, again, just putting names to that data. 24-25 grade level proficiency for math was 47.5. Grade level proficiency for our goal is 50.35. That is our goal. Our expectation is that we're going to surpass that. With everything that we are putting into place, with the quality of instruction that we're doing, that should be higher. And then 25-26 reading, 45.3. Our goal is 48.01. And our goal number 3 is Cedar Grove Middle School will establish school-wide common procedures and language for addressing discipline concerns. Cedar Grove Middle School will decrease discipline referrals by 5% from the 24-25 school year. So in looking at our data, and thinking about what we really want to look like when people come in from the outside and see Cedar Grove. We want people to come in and really realize that there are 3 very important things that we have going on. We have relationships with each other and our students. We have relevance. We want our students to know the why behind what we're doing. And we have rigor. We want to make sure that we maintain that expectation. If this is your grade level, you're here or above. We're not watering down the curriculum. We're not watering down our expectations. We hold them high. We hold your feet to the fire while we pet your head. But at the same time, there are expectations and they have to be held high. So going back to the discipline data, we in the beginning have had a tremendous amount of discipline referrals. And I'll have to hand it over to John Walls because we've worked with him a little bit at Town Creek because he kind of went through the same thing last year or a year before when they were new to that school. And our number one issue right now is inappropriate use of technology. Yonder pouches coming from the high school have been amazing. It's not the phones that are the issue, but now they're starting to want to use those Chromebooks as their communication device. And so that's where we're seeing some of the inappropriate use of technology, where they're wanting to kind of email their peers or get on these slideshows and share things with one another. So when we talk about a balance between what we're doing and what we're seeing in the classroom and student discourse and the reading with the ELA and the hands-on and the small group and the discourse with our math, putting away those devices and having that good balance between technology and teacher-led instruction and collaborative groups that they're doing, it is working and it is amazing. We have, in the last week and a half, we have had a sharp decrease in inappropriate use of technology, and so we were excited about that. But how are we holding those expectations and communicating that to our students? PBIS matrix, our school culture, we want it to be positive, and we want to celebrate the good things because there's a lot of good things going on, a lot of kids doing a lot of the things that they should be doing, and we want to recognize them and not get lost in the weeds of some of the things that aren't so positive, right? So grade level meetings, we have held those with 6th, 7th, and 8th. Going back to the Bulldog Bites, that's our first introduction to our students regarding what the expectation is. Academic, social, emotional, all of it. SEL lessons are held every Friday during their goal time. We have learning tables that are bringing in people from outside that have, I think the last one we had was based on a pilot. A pilot came. The children could use their Bulldog bucks that they earned for good behavior to buy their way into that seminar, and we sold out because they were so excited. Student-led conferences also take place on Friday. So what this is they come to their teacher. They have a sheet that they have every week that they fill out of what they've done during their goal time, what they've accomplished, what they still need to work on. So the child knows exactly where they are academically, if they've gotten all their work done for that week that they're supposed to get done, or if they're missing something. So they actually lead that conference with their teachers every Friday. PBIS expectations across areas at Cedar Grove are posted. Students know what the expectations are. Teachers know what the expectations are. Our baseline for 24-25 was 619 referrals. Our decrease for 25-26 is 588. And that's where we are. Thank you.
So goal time is like flex time, sort of at the high school?
It
like
is,
it's sort of like that?
it is sort of like that. I kind of thought that same thing when I got there. It's much more controlled though, based on the intervention and enrichment. Because we wanted to make sure that our kids that were doing what they needed to do were at or above grade level that didn't need additional support, got the opportunity to take place in things like, or take part in things like Battle of the Books. So that takes place during enrichment intervention time. Yearbook activities. They're doing a study right now on national parks. And so we've given the teachers the autonomy that are doing the enrichment piece to say, what do you think is you want to pull in? Do you want to pull the kids? So they're doing different things with that, but the enrichment is very much, when we go in that 45 minutes, they should be with a small group 15 minutes. throughout that. So I might have 25 kids in my goal time, but I'm working with you 15 on this right now. You're gonna go back and do your independent. I'm gonna pull my next group of kids for 15 minutes. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, I like that, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I love your sense of urgency,
Yes.
and that you're owning it.
Thank you.
You know, I love that. And then the only other thing I would ask is, with your attendance issues that you're having, I know you're heavily involved in your social worker.
Yes.
Home visits are the key.
Yes,
I'm,
and-
I'm just telling you, home visits are where it's at. They do not want you knocking on their door.
They
to
do
tell them
not.
that their child is not coming to school.
And Mr. Chad Wilson is our social worker at Cedar Grove. We share him, and he is absolutely
Good.
amazing. He
Okay.
knows these families, has known these families for
Yeah.
years, and so that is always helpful. And he's got that into the community and kind of has had that relationship. Absolutely.
I like how you're, going into the car rider line, boots on the ground, trying to get into the
Yes.
campus. I mean, that's a great way to reach
Yes.
parents, so.
I know when I was at the high school and we had COVID, all of a sudden everybody needed to be on Parent Portal with Power School. And so I guess I thought at this level, it would be a little bit easier to
Right.
get parents on board, but we're hitting them every time that we see them
That's
to make
great.
sure.
That's good.
And I had one parent come in the other day and he said, Miss Heron, you sent this out on your Sunday message. I'm here because I need Class Dojo.
Good.
And I said, okay.
Yeah.
But he had Class Dojo. It was the Infinite Campus Parent Portal. So we worked through those things. But yeah, so it's out there. We put it on every communication that we can just to keep beating the bushes to get them to join.
Great.
I got a question. In terms of attendance, it sounds like you've got some truants. I mean,
We do. Yes, sir.
so
We do.
How involved has the court system been in with the population at Cedar Grove?
So we have referred for truancy before, and typically we have some parents that take that very seriously, and we have some that don't. And what they find is they can go through a class or they can have that conversation and come out of it, and it's not always as severe as we wish that it would be. Impactful. Thank you. That's the word.
It's according
Yes.
to
So-
skill.
Are we, and how are we communicating that to the court?
How are we communicating it?
Yeah, that's through our student services team, so
Okay.
that's, yeah.
But we do communicate
Oh,
that?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
And that'll be part of our interagency agreement. That'll be one of the components we talk about when I bring that to you hopefully next month.
And when we talk to our parents about truancy or when we have these attendance meetings, the phone calls are going out by the teachers when they miss 2 days. At 3 days, we're calling, our social worker is calling. And sometimes that makes a little bit more of an impact when they hear social worker. Our student support specialist reaches out after 6. At 8, between 6 and 8, we actually bring the family in and talk to them. We sit them down and say, this is where we're headed with this particular issue. Sometimes it makes an impact, sometimes it doesn't. One of the things that we're really working on at Cedar Grove is we want you to be here. We want you to know that you're welcome here. We're going to help with the obstacles that are standing in your way. How can we assist you? We want them to want to come to school. So that's the environment we're trying to create at Cedar Grove.
My next thing I'd like to make an observation on, you had said EVOS, you want to put the names to the data, targeted instruction, I think is what you said.
Yes.
What are you going to do about putting the names to the data for targeted professional development?
I love that question. And so when we do that and we look at where teachers are and where they're landed on EVOS and where we're looking at students and kind of where they are, through our walkthroughs, we know teachers who are excelling in specific areas and things that they're doing in terms of their instruction, in terms of building relationships with students, in terms of math, ELA, science, and social studies. So using those teachers as professional development presenters. At the high school, we did a Cougar conference where we did the same thing. We took teachers who were excelling in a specific area and made them the leaders of the teachers, and they did PD with them, and we're going to do the same thing at Cedar Grove. And that's powerful.
It is.
Thank
Well, I applaud you for doing that,
That's
Thank
great.
you.
and I also applaud you for recognizing the attendance issue and,
Absolutely.
and doing something about it.
Absolutely, and we're just going to continue to be
Yeah.
boots on the ground and get them in here best we can.
Because they can't achieve growth or proficiency if they're
Right,
not there. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would point out too, that, percentage-wise, Cedar Grove, was our fastest growing
Yes.
school attendance area this year. And, they were, the most above our projections. I think it was like 60, 80. So
It
now
was
we're at 80
Mhm.
students above our projected growth. And so what that means at a middle school, is that probably a good percentage of those kids are not native to Brunswick County. They're moving in from other places because that
A large,
region of
yes.
the county is growing.
Mhm.
And that makes it extremely important
Mhm.
to find ways to make your culture a written thing, and not just sort of lore, you know? I mean, it needs to be something that, we can teach our new families that are new to Brunswick County, new to Cedar Grove's attendance area. That's one of those things that comes along with growth, is that you start getting
Yes.
families and, who aren't familiar with how we do things. And it's hard to explain that to parents when we don't have it written, which then leads to us maybe not being on the same page.
Right, exactly.
So,
And thank you, I meant to bring that up. I got a little nervous and forgot. But we were allotted 2 more teacher positions. And so that is going to significantly help in 6th and 8th grade, lower class sizes and make sure that our kids are getting the individualized attention that they need. So our 8th grade teacher is going to be teaching all science. She starts on October 27th. And our new 6th grade teacher, Ms. Floyd, is a retired teacher, comes with many years of great experience from out toward Lumberton, I think is where she was at. She has come in and she's doing science and social studies for 6th grade. And so we're excited about that new addition. We do see a lot of our newcomers that aren't from Brunswick County. They are a lot of our focus right now because of the attendance and the discipline. I don't have the percentage numbers in front of me, but they are rather large. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Next, we have Mr. Hayes. Nope,
Nope.
Mr. Lewis from South High. Hey, Mr. Lewis. Thank you, middle school principals.
Am I controlling from up here, or y'all controlling?
You're controlling.
You got it.
Good deal. All right, appreciate y'all having us. I know it's a long morning for you. I try to keep mine brief, try to keep it a little bit brief, because when you get a bunch of principals in a room talking about stuff we're passionate about, I know that I can certainly get long-winded with where we're at. Our goals will be familiar to you. The state high school goals were set for basically a 3-year time period, so you'll see some similar things to last year. If I can figure out, that was not the right button.
No.
Should be direct.
Just use left and right.
Here we go. All right, so goal 1, eliminate opportunity gaps by 2028. Like I said, we'll be working on this over the next couple of years. We saw some good success in our discipline approaches. We reduced office referrals by 27%, which the most important part of that is reducing loss of instructional time, dramatic drop there. We know we were benefited, the numbers are skewed a little bit in that, unfortunately, we missed a ton of days last year, excuse me. You know, we were out 2.5 weeks around this time. We were out a couple of days in the fall. So we know there's some things in the numbers there, but a lot of that was the work our teachers did and our staff did, and really being consistent, setting high expectations in the lead up to gain us all that seat time back. Our attendance committee and the attendance policies that the county implemented and supported us in really was a huge impact for us in getting kids back into the building. Overall attendance rate went up by 2%. We had chronic absenteeism to under 10%, so we were very thrilled about that. And that increased seat time just benefits us in so many ways, right? The more we have our kids in the building, the more we can train them on our expectations for them, the more comfortable they are with our teachers, the families. It kind of creates a synergy. So if we're not losing seat time with discipline, we're not losing seat time with chronic absenteeism and our problems there, then we get a lot more bang for our buck with the initiatives we're putting on in the schoolhouse. Senior attendance was an area of concern. It was the seniors' second semester that kept us from hitting 90% from the year. They kind of single-handedly brought us down to about 88% for the year because their second semester attendance was a struggle. So I'll talk some more about that in a little bit. But they were far, especially second semester, they were a huge discrepancy between they and the other three classes. So we've kind of spent some time focusing on that. I think if we can get that fixed, we'll see bigger gains. Data goal 2 was improve school and district performance by 2027, so improved proficiency. We improved proficiency in each tested area that we had. Overall, our school proficiency increased by over 6%. So very happy about that. ACT composite increased, and our growth measure, while we didn't get the growth we would like or expect, we did see positive movement on our growth measures there and are proud of that. The only area, if we look at cohort, the only area that didn't outperform what their cohort projection was English 2. So we're working on that and have some plans for how we're going to address that moving forward. But Math 1, Math 3 greatly outperformed what their cohort data said they should have done in their tested areas. So we want to continue to kind of refine our instruction. We want to look at each subject area individually. When we get to our things for this year, I'll share with you some things we've done for all of our core subjects to try to increase these goals and make sure that we're meeting growth next year. Data goal 3, increase educator preparedness to meet the students. Our teacher turnover rate was reduced. We are very fortunate. There are 2 big killers to school culture or school climate. That's growth. Rapid growth can really be a threat to a school's culture, and turnover of staffing can be a threat because you lose that institutional knowledge. So this is going to be a continued focus for us moving forward, that we're retaining our teachers. Otherwise, you're kind of starting over each year, right? We're retraining. So we did a lot last year on expectations around behavior, classroom expectations around instructions. If we have a huge turnover, then we start all over with that. Whereas if we can retain staff, we can build from year to year. And so that's a big focus for us. We provide a lot of in-house professional development. We actually have a leadership team meeting today. One of the things we'll be going over is needs for PD, so we can go ahead and start planning some of our second semester in-house planning, and the work days coming back after the semester break. So we'll be checking in with our teachers to see what do you feel your needs are, where are you struggling, what gaps can we fill for you. So that's a big topic for today's meeting. Big position for us is working with EC students. Our EC students have made growth the last 2 years. However, we still see a significant gap between them and obviously the regular ed peers. So we want to keep looking at that. And the lesson planning focus continues to be an area that we want to work on. So those are big things. MTSS as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about our plan for that when we get to what we're doing next. MTSS at the high school is a tremendous challenge. The middle schools and elementary schools do a great job scheduling and working with their tier 2 and tier 3 students, and the high schools, we really need to catch up to them and get that. And I think we have a good footing under us to do that now moving forward. So goal 1, eliminate opportunity gaps. Last year's successes showed the importance of instructional time, as I was mentioning. We want to again push to achieve that. We have strengthened our PBIS system. The district did Class Dojo. So we're actually exploring using Class Dojo for PBIS. It can give points. It's a good way for it to track it. We found we had our first reward day the other week. Believe it or not, high school students do get into it. They want food.
Yes.
Right? It's all about snacks and food. But we are doing some other things. We did free athletic tickets. We've put up a free prom ticket if they want to save their points. So we're trying to do some other things as well that high school kids may care about. It's a work in progress. Our teachers are not familiar with Class Dojo, so we're doing some training on that. The good thing on the administrative side for us is I can now see which teachers are implementing it. There was some concern with our leadership team and our SIT team that when we had what we called Cougar Cash previously, that not all teachers were giving it out to kids, so it was not equitable. If you're a student in one classroom and the teacher does it, you're getting all kinds of Cougar Cash. If you're a student in another classroom and that teacher doesn't really do it, you're not getting Cougar Cash, and so we're not being equitable. This, I'm hopeful that the Class Dojo system will allow us to monitor that and really strengthen our PBIS, because our discipline, last year, we had over 800 students that didn't even have a single referral. You know, we had, I want to say 22 students last year were 45% of our discipline referrals. So we know we don't want to spend only time providing consequences, right? We want to reward that 800 students that are coming to school doing everything we ask them to do every single day, all day long. So I'm very hopeful for PBIS and maybe using Class Dojo to do that and some of the awards. We're also going to look at that senior attendance. So we have the good with the PBIS, we're going to add some sticks. So we're going to tie second semester attendance to the ability to purchase parking passes, to the ability to attend prom and other events. So your ability to purchase tickets is going to depend on that standing. If you're chronically absent and you're showing up on those lists, if your second semester attendance is taking a huge dive from your first semester attendance, then we're going to restrict some of those privileges that we all look forward to that come in the spring of the year. We're hoping that will motivate. We met with all the seniors at the beginning of the year in class meetings. We discussed senior attendance and the need for them not to finish until they're at the finish line, we got to push all the way through, and I think we'll have some success with that. So I really expect our attendance to be over 90% for this school year. Right now we are sitting at about 91% school-wide for the first month, so we're going to keep pushing it. We announce attendance weekly so that the classes, we kind of do a little competition between the grade levels, and we'll reward them. Last year what we did was we reward senior privileges to get out a little bit early on Fridays. The next highest attendance would get out as well, or seniors could get out a little bit extra early. We'll do other things through PBIS where we're going to try to reward some attendance in the classes who have the best rank. Competition, I always feel like they pay attention to that a little bit. They want those things.
Question real quick.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I should know this. What when you're speaking of opportunity gaps, what exactly is that?
So when I say like an opportunity gap, in terms of what I was mentioning with discipline,
Here, yeah.
oh, the opportunity gaps here are making sure that we are equitable across all of our students, that there's not a gap in what classrooms you're in, what group you're coming from, that we don't have any gaps as far as us providing services to all students across the board. And so to do that, we have to make sure all of our teachers are participating as they're supposed to, that we're all on the same board. Level playing field, right?
That's just for this.
That's for this, yes, yeah. So opportunity gaps are also in testing as far as what I mentioned EC, but this is specifically that we are uniform in our processes, that we are uniform in what we're doing as a school building, and that everybody's taking it. Easy example that I could think of for this, teacher attendance, right? If you have teachers who are very good at, they're tracking their tardies, they're marking kids late, they're able to track those and deal with that, those students are getting consequences, right? Whereas if this students are coming in 3, 4, 5 minutes late, they're not marking them tardy, nothing's happening, there's a difference happening in that classroom and instruction, right? But that's within our power to control if we're uniform in how we approach it.
Well, and if I would plug in too, if you're doing a reward system for kids that are doing what they're supposed to do every day, and it's based on teachers keeping track of that, because that's one of our school improvement plan goals at this school. If we have a lot of teachers that aren't doing that, then the kids in their classes don't have the opportunity to get the rewards, because the teachers aren't doing what we committed to do. And that's where, and I know Dr. Lewis is aware of this, but that's when I always refer back to standard 1 on the teacher evaluation rubric of teacher leadership. Element B says that the teacher participates in developing and implementing the school improvement plan. That's what's required to be marked proficient on standard 1 teacher leadership. So our teachers that aren't doing what they're supposed to do with our school improvement plan that they've agreed to do at South, they cannot be marked proficient on standard 1 teacher leadership by definition.
And I'm very hopeful that Class Dojo, I'm giving what I've told our teachers is we're going to have some grace this semester because it's new for them. But next semester we're going to be tracking very closely who's giving out points. for that, because it will give us more oversight. Whereas Cougar Cash, I had no real oversight at all where it was coming from or how it was going out. I didn't know if one teacher was giving out 100 Cougar Cash in a day and another one was giving 0 in a month. I didn't have a great way to track it.
Well, that's frustrating for the kids too,
Mhm.
because they know. And
And they'll mention it.
Yeah, and it just
Oh,
gets
yeah.
frustrating. Oh, yeah.
High school kids will.
So
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
right under that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll let you know
Yeah.
if their teacher's not giving it out. But
Yeah.
that's very subjective data, you know. But it'd be easy for me to pull in a teacher and say, here's the list.
Yeah.
That's a short conversation.
So it's not just about equitable consequences, it's also about equitable rewards.
Yes.
Because you want those kids to
Be rewarded.
be rewarded for doing the right thing.
Two, this comes to the performance gaps. So we did, like we said, we made small gains. We did increase proficiency. Our growth numbers were not where we expect them to be or want them to be. So we're going to keep pushing. I would say we have new curriculums, and there is an implementation gap that I expect to see. A true measure will take a couple semesters. Our teachers are new. They are learning new curriculums as the students are learning new curriculums, and they're going to have to work through that. But we're working together. We're working across the county. There's a lot of resources that we have to review those things. We want to make that implementation gap as small as it can possibly be. But it's just a natural thing when you try something that you're not going to be as good at something the first time you do it as you are at something you've done 100 times. And we have to give space for that. So, but we feel like with what we've done with our PLCs, with what they've done, what the county's provided with instructional coaches, what the county's provided with chances for the teachers to meet with each other across schools, we can really minimize that, hopefully, and keep taking steps forward and make our growth where it needs to be. Our MTSS processes are much different this year. So basically, as an admin team, we handpicked 4 teachers to provide interventions, 2 in English, 2 in math. We built in time into Flex. We got with our math and English teachers. We used EVOS projections. We used historical testing performance. We used the pre-assessments that they took in each class. We created a cohort of English and math students for this semester that will be getting intervention. The English goes on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, math goes on Thursdays and Fridays, and then we'll grab a whole new cohort, second semester of students that are enrolled in those classes that are in tested subjects to try to move. What we looked for were students we thought we could move. We figured our students, you know, EC students have a ton of support already. EL students a lot of times have support. We looked specifically for students who had done well academically but maybe had struggled to reach proficiency, or students who had been proficient but we really thought we could get to career and college ready. Because in being equitable for all our groups, that's another need at our school. Our career and college ready scores need to go up. We need to serve the AIG kids, the higher kids. So we didn't just look for the low kids for these interventions. Anybody that we thought we could make a jump, that we could show some growth, that the teachers identified, we've pulled into these groups. So we plan to analyze our data in December, see where we're at, and if we want to make any tweaks or changes to the second semester pool, we'll do so at that time. But we're feeling pretty confident about this. It's really going well. We got good buy-in from the parents. When we identified our groups, I called the groups to the main gym and met with them each so I could explain to them the purpose. We called every family's home to explain the purpose and talk with parents to try to minimize, because we did get a lot. They came back, oh, why am I in this? I'm doing okay. I have a good grade. Why do I need to go to this? So we try to say, look, this is just part of instruction. It's not a punishment, right? This is an opportunity. And so we had really good luck. I was worried that maybe we'd have some parents or some students really throw a fit and want to get out, but we've been, I think the stuff the teachers did on the front end and we did on the front end helped minimize that greatly. So we're excited about that. Improve educator preparedness. Once again, EC students are an area where we need work. Our Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions we're addressing, as I just told you, through the MTSS. So we're going to continue those trainings. We did an MTSS training at our October faculty meeting for the whole staff. We did EC training and breakout sessions and working with accommodations, basically making sure we wanted our general education teachers to know there's a couple things you need to look at for every EC kid that comes in your classroom. You need to know their accommodations. You need to know their goals. right? You need to know what can you do within your classroom to help them meet these individual goals. We're going to revisit that again at our Cougar conferences in the spring. So we're hoping to have really good luck with that as well, and just making every teacher aware that you're going to have these students in your classroom. How can you support them? How can you work with the EC teachers to make sure they're reaching their goals, their accommodations? Because if we do that, those kids are going to grow, right? So if we can move the AIG kids, if we can move the borderline kids into proficiency, then the growth is going to get where we need it to be. And that's really at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. And there's no reason that we're not making growth. Our staff was I was devastated, is probably an accurate word, that we didn't make growth. We thought with our gains in proficiency, we thought with some of the things we had seen that we were going to be close to growth and have a chance. So when those numbers came back, they were very disappointed. A lot of hard work went into it. But, you know, you work sometimes and you have success, and you work sometimes and you figure out that you got to keep working. So they know, the staff knows, and I feel is very committed that we're going to make growth, that we're going to get there with the school, and there's no reason South Brunswick hasn't, because we got great kids, great families, and hard-working teachers. So we're going to get there.
What was your index? How far off?
We went from a negative 7.6 to a negative 4.3. So we still have a ways to go overall. Our Math 3 made growth. Our biology made growth. Math 1 missed it by a little bit, and English 2 was our biggest priority area as far as that goes.
Well, I love how you've created the cohorts to move all
Everybody.
kids. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's important.
Yeah, and we'll get we've got our EVOS data now, so we can kind of see still which groups where we're struggling and what to do, and that's been shared with the teachers. The instructional coaches that the county provides have done a great job working with the teachers on that, so we're really appreciative of what they do. A lot of things that I had done at my previous stop as a principal, I go to do them, and the instructional coaches have already done them, so that's been pretty nice to have.
The fact that you handpick teachers to provide that instruction because you know your teachers and you know their strengths. The fact that you realize that there's no excuse for not meeting growth.
Yeah.
Hard for me.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
The teacher turnover,
Yes,
you
sir.
had some 16% to 12%. That was your first year?
Last year was my first year, yeah.
So that was what we had last year?
Yeah,
Okay.
so the previous year it was at 16% coming in the summer I came in.
Okay. So when you come in new,
Mhm.
and this is across any kind of organization, not just schools, but new eyes, new leadership, new management, whatever you want to call it, there's some turnover that you want to see,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
So where are you in regard to that
Yeah.
part?
So
Because I mean, that's
I
a
think
real thing.
I think we pretty much saw that early, and there were a couple. We saw some changes at the semester for that, and then we saw a few at the end of the year. So there is truth to that, but there's also truth that there's a lack of teachers right now.
Right.
And so while there are some that we need to encourage, that maybe there are better things they could do with their time, there are a ton that is my job to coach up. So
Yeah.
my job as the principal is, one, if there is somebody that there's probably something better they need to be doing, I need to identify that. But if there's somebody that we can help, right, that maybe you just need help in this area or with management or with this, that's our job.
Right.
To improve them.
That's right.
So identifying those people is key, and working with people and letting the staff know that you're going to have their back, right? That it's not a gotcha, okay, maybe there's some problems, but we're going to work with you and we're going to fix these problems. As long as you're willing to work and fix the problems, we're going to be okay. Now, those that don't want, I had one teacher that left at December last year. She point blank told me, and I respected her, that she didn't want to work as hard as she was going to be asked to work, and she knew that what she was doing was what she wanted to do, and she didn't want to do that any more than that. So
Yeah.
it was a good agreement for us to go separate directions,
Yeah.
right? But if you want to work and you want to get better, which I think most teachers do, because most people came into this because we want to help children and we want to work with. Nobody wants to do anything that they're not good at. So I think as long as you have that mindset, then we're going to work with you and we're going to improve you.
Hard conversations, but
Yeah.
meaningful and valuable conversations.
Yeah.
Necessary, that's
Very
right.
necessary.
Any other questions from Dr. Lewis?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all.
All right, Mr. Hayes, you're up. Mr. West Brunswick.
He's the only one so far not wearing school colors.
Oh, yeah.
He wore pink for breast cancer awareness.
Thank you. Yes, yes. It's pink week, so
Good
yes. And my green shirt wasn't clean, so you know that's okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear us out today. It's been beneficial for me to hear. Come at the high school level to hear the middle schools and hear what's going on in the middle schools to help improve across the system. So I really appreciate the effort the middle school teachers, the administration and teachers are putting into ensuring success for all students. And hopefully you'll see that reflected at West Brunswick as well in the coming months and years. So reflecting on last year's success or last year's results, so our first data goal was to 26 graduation cohort rate will be 90% or higher. Successes were we increased that rate by 1.7%. We went from 83.1 to 84.8. We had teams which included administration, student support at risk who collaborated to track student progress related to graduation. We had consistent communication with students and families from 9th grade through graduation. And I think there's opportunities we have listed here to increase targeted interventions for students who are nearing graduation, strengthen early identification of at-risk students starting in 9th grade and sooner up to 9th grade, and expand academic supports, tutoring, flex time, credit recovery, and mentoring, and to build strong family and community partnerships. Goal number 2 was to increase the student attendance rate to make it 90% or higher. We did achieve that attendance rate last year with an overall rate of 90.7, which was 3% higher than the previous year and 8.7% from 2 years prior. Our chronic absentee rate was 9.5%. It improved from 26% in 22-23 and 22% in 23-24. So we had some successes with our increasing our overall good attendance, positive attendance. We can contribute that to several things, but the enforcement of attendance by limiting excessive absenteeism, failing a course of greater than 10 unexcused absences. We think that played a large role in that. And we used incentives that encourage strong attendance through exam exemptions for students in non-EOC and CTE courses based on final grades and attendance. Opportunities, although we're proud to have achieved this goal, we remain committed to further increasing student attendance through these incentives, continued proactive communications, adherence to the modified attendance policy, and expanded student support. Goal number 3, to improve student academic performance, increasing the EOC proficiency by 10% in all tested areas. And it's worth noting, I didn't mention this, all of these goals are over 3 years. So when we see, like for this, for instance, that 10%, that is a goal from 2 years prior. So we are now in that third cycle for that 10% increase. So in Math 1, we saw a slight increase, 39% proficient, which was 1% higher than the previous year. Math 3 was 73% proficient, 2.2% higher from the previous year. And something to note was also 20% improvement since 2021 in Math 3. And then English 2, 51% proficient, which was 1.2% improvement from the year prior. In biology, we have the opportunity here. We see biology achieved 47% proficiency under the new state standards and assessments. We're going to continue to look at these standards and focus on improving proficiency through flex remediation, tutoring, and targeted intervention. I think across the state, if you look at state data too, there was a pretty large dip in biology scores across the state. We still weren't proud of this, even though we saw that dip across the state. Our biology teachers are very proud individuals, and I had the opportunity to sit in a PLC with them yesterday, and they're working hard, looking at data, looking at NC check-ins, looking at previous standards, and putting things into place that we hope to see gains get them back to where they have been in previous years. Goal number 4 is to exhibit a 10% increase in students' ACT composite by 2026. Some successes, 34.1, sorry, I've not had anything to drink in a while. 34.1% of juniors scored a 19 or higher, compared to that 7.5% higher than compared to 23-24. And then we had, if you base it on the composite score of 17 or higher, which is new for the UNC system, the 47.28% of our juniors scored higher than that, and that will be beginning in 2026. Opportunities will continue to improve ACT scores by expanding targeted preparation, practice assessments, and data-driven feedback to address individual areas of growth, strengthening core literacy and math skills, and providing small group tutoring into daily routines that will further support student success. Then our fifth goal here, you will see we will demonstrate a 10% increase in math course rigor by 2026. That refers to the percentage of students that enroll in Math 3 and pass. We're sitting currently at 94.3%, which is up 5.2% from 23-24, an even larger gain from the year prior at 13.7%. We're committed to building upon this momentum. We will focus on increased course rigor through enhanced instructional strategies, targeted interventions during flex, and opportunities for advanced learning.
Question, please. Who is, so not 94% of your students are taking Math 3. What is that, what population is that 94% reflect?
So this percentage of students that enroll in Math 3 and pass.
Okay, so if you've got 1,000 students, you're saying that 930 of them, I mean, I'm trying to understand what that percentage.
Well, I can help with that. So that is the math rigor standard across the state, and that is 94% of that grade level. So by their third year of high school, by 11th grade.
This is juniors and higher?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I was asking.
So he's looking to make sure that the school as a whole has more students that have the opportunity to go to a four-year college. So if a student they don't have to take Math 3,
Right.
They can take other maths. So good question. That goes to the point of him wanting to make sure that all of their students have the opportunity for a four-year college. We want that to be.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, so all of the juniors and seniors, none of them have to take Math 3.
They don't have to.
And we're saying that 93% of them are taking, 94% are taking Math 3?
Correct, yeah. We would like for it to be all the way to 100, ideally.
Okay.
But sometimes they choose different paths.
Pretty impressive.
Great question. So introducing this year's goals, you're going to see when we look at the graduation cohort rate will be 90% or higher. We want to continue our efforts to reach that goal through a more personalized small group approach. We're doing that through implementation of weekly advisory meetings that includes reviewing student academic progress and attendance with their assigned advisor. Referral forms will be utilized to identify students at risk of dropping out who are failing courses or exhibiting chronic absenteeism. So each week on Monday, especially for our seniors, those academic advisors are reviewing student report cards. They're having them pull up their Infinite Campus to look at their grades, to look at their attendance. If there's a concern with their attendance, they're referring them to a member of guidance or one of our social worker, our behavior therapist, even if they're at risk of not passing or not graduating due to increased behaviors or these continued behaviors that we see. And so we're having those conversations, and we're hoping, and they keep their same advisor over the course of 4 years, so we're hoping to see continue to see a direct correlation between having that same person with them every Monday over the course of 4 years during advisory, and having that personal relationship with the student. Student attendance rate will be 90% or higher. We've actually increased this to 92% or higher. This is based on last year's goal that we did meet, so we're increasing that rate to 92%. Continuing to utilize incentives based on student attendance, such as ability to obtain a parking pass, prom tickets, exam exemptions. The exam exemptions, Mr. Dalton, the previous principal, when he left, he gave me a folder that was it appeared to be about an inch thick of the number of of kids who have an exam exemption going into the upcoming year. They could have used it in the spring. They can use it in the fall if they're still here. And so I think we saw a lot of bang for our buck with that, because kids are wanting to attend school to where they don't have to take a certain exam. Now, if it's a tested subject, they can't exempt themselves from that. But we do see a large number of students who are taking advantage of an exam exemption at the end of the school year, and we'll probably see they'll start coming around in the fall, and we'll reach out to them individually with those exam exemptions to see if that's an option for them. The parking pass, we are tying attendance to parking passes and students coming to and from campus. Parking is a privilege, it's not a right, and if they're having trouble getting to school, hopefully we don't have to get to this point, but we can put them on the bus and say, hey, this gets you to school on time every day. So we want to give those incentives, prom tickets, events. We're starting to see tying that into attendance at these events does play a big part as well.
Question. The exam exemption, is that the final exam
It would,
or any test? Or what?
no, not any test. It'd be a non-EOC, a non-CTE tested
But
subject.
The final exam
Yeah,
in the class.
yes, sir.
And is there a grade level, minimum grade level they have to also achieve to get that exemption?
I don't quite know the answer to that. Greg, I can find that out for you. But we look at the number of absences overall when that was implemented. I think it was 7 absences or less, I think is what qualified a student. And more than I would assume, and I'm just making an assumption, they would have to be passing that grade with a C or higher.
In terms of the ones that you're talking about, I'm not quite sure on if they did it based on that attendance. But in terms of the CMAs, yes, it's based on grades and attendance.
Yeah.
So if they have X grade, an A, then they could miss 3 days or more. So it just goes down based on the level. They could have less days that they can miss if they have a B or a C in that course. And then they could be exempt from the CMA, the Common Mastery Assessment, or the final exam.
But you said that can roll over from year to year?
It can. It can because I think it was a relatively new process going into the spring. So there was a lot of kids who didn't have the opportunity to have an exam exemption at that point. So they have it, and I think even tied it to ACT. It was even tied to ACT results last year as well.
Are you gonna use that moving forward, or you just?
I will continue to look into that.
Yeah.
I don't, if it works, if it helps increase attendance, and if we see students that are still performing at level, I don't see any reason not to continue to use that. When we look at overall academic performance increasing by 10% in all areas, we did add the CTE program quality indicator proficiency to this one this year. 78.6, our goal at 2026 will be 86.5. You can see where we were in 23-24 and 24-25 at 78 and 84.6. So that goal has been added for the program quality indicator of 86.5. We have shown improvement in 3 of the 4 EOC tested areas. The focus will shift to providing extended support for teachers in these areas. And then, of course, adding the CTE goal. We're going to have professional development, look at professional development for teachers that will align to content-specific needs, including new standards, curriculum, and instructional strategies. I think Dr. Lewis had mentioned it earlier about our instructional coaches at the high school level. They are amazing, and a lot of times when I go to them and speak to them, just like he mentioned, they're already thinking of these things and looking at ways of implementing well, like for instance, in Q1, we were talking about time management. That was our focus in Q1 for our high schools. Q2 is going to be hot questions, higher order thinking questions, and they're already ahead of the game providing PD for our teachers and coming in, and they've provided help with our walkthrough documents, and they're willing to walk through the classrooms with us and help us as administrators see what we're looking for, or help our focus. If we might not necessarily see something, it gives us an extra hand. And I think that speaks volumes of their dedication to improving proficiency, not only at West, but the other high schools as well. So right now, our higher order thinking questions is our focus. As of Thursday, the walkthrough document was still focused on time management. Yesterday, when I went into a classroom, the walkthrough document had already been updated, and the focus was there starting Monday morning. There was no lag on that, and so I was appreciative of that. And it still had a little focus on time management in there as well, so we don't forget that. But that was just a small part in our professional development needs. And I'll be sending out, as we've entered this new quarter, I'm going to be sending out just a form to ask teachers what they specifically want to see at this point in the school year. So now that we've got the 9 weeks, the quarter under our belt. So one thing to note with you when you're looking at proficiency, we did see small improvements in proficiency, not as large as we want to see. We recognize that. And our growth was not where we wanted to be. Especially, I think our English 2 took the biggest hit. We actually met growth in biology, even though our proficiency was lower. We met growth in biology overall. Math 1 actually met overall, and Math 3, I believe, exceeded overall, but English 2 did not. So those are just some things to note. And so I think as yes, we had minor increases. We did increase proficiency in some areas, or all areas actually. The growth wasn't there. I think if you start to see a larger increase in proficiency, and we're focused on the rigor and the standards in the classroom, and what the teachers are teaching, going back to student discourse, how are the students having that conversation in the classroom with themselves and with the teachers? I think ultimately you'll see a larger increase in proficiency, which will then increase the growth for all of our students. Interestingly enough, looking at EVOS data with our English 2 PLCs yesterday, our EC kids met or exceeded growth pretty much across the school, but our low to mid students who had about they were in the 25th to 50th percentile range. They were our largest hit in growth last year. And our AIG kids are growing. Our EC kids are meeting or exceeding in some cases, but that mid-range group of kids, we've got to look at that, and we're opening those conversations now with our teachers to see what happened or what can we do or where can we focus that. One of the things in flex time, our intervention time, that's been mentioned, we're looking at those kids who have a 40 to 70% chance of passing the EOC, and those are kids we're grouping into flex time individually every week and really working on those kids specifically, so we don't see that if they have a 40% chance of passing, it's just as easy for them to drop as it is to improve. So we got to make sure we hold our thumb to them moving forward.
Dr. Lewis pointed out English 2 as well. Why do you think we struggle in that area?
That's a great question. I haven't quite wrapped my head around that yet. With the
and I don't have the North numbers. Ms. Roslin, was English 2 a hit for you too?
Yeah, no, it's not great either.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So why do you, collectively, why do you guys think that's
I wouldn't mind adding to the fact that we did just adopt the curriculum is a big part of it. There is typically, if you look in EVOS and you see all quintiles being not meeting, being below expectations, there's usually some sort of misalignment to the standards. So hence the adoption, based on the strategic plan, the adoption of the curriculum to realign us and realign our focus to the standards that need to be taught. So to be quite frank, I don't think we were teaching to the full rigor of the standards across the board. And now with this new curriculum, it's given us a new focus directly into those standards. So obviously 1 year of implementation, we hope to see an increase in all 3 schools. But by the 3rd semester in, we should. Yeah.
So what is English? What's the instruction in English 2? What does that consist of? I mean, is it literature? There's grammar,
there's literacy, there's
composition,
grammar,
what is
reading comprehension. So there's 3 main groupings of standards now that we're focused on. So what we have to do is make sure that when we're using the curriculum and we're going in, that they are actually teaching those full standards, but also how are they implementing the curriculum. So now in our walkthroughs, we're more specific in terms of student engagement, student discourse. Are they writing more now? That's a big component of it. And we are seeing a lot of those in all 5 of our high schools now. students actually writing more. They're having discourse in class. So all of that comes with a big change. I mean, we had to do a restart, to be quite frank.
I mean, it's grammar, literature, and interestingly, also specific to English, all the standards are the same, 9 through 12. What changes is the content. So 9th grade, you get like a mix of literature, some world lit, some American lit. In English 2, you're looking at world lit. English 3 is American lit. English 4 is British lit. But the standards are the same. You're just applying them to different types of literature. But it includes skills for writing, which include grammar, even some spelling, which I would argue, you know, if you're still struggling with spelling, by the time you get to high school, you should probably just get really good at spell check. But it's because really the vast majority of the questions are going to be on literature, literary terms, and grammar.
And that's the last English class or instruction area that we test, at state level.
Yes.
What do you mean by last?
EOC, I mean, we don't do it in
For
3 and 4,
English.
right?
Right, okay, yes,
Yeah.
yes. We do, I was thinking in terms of like testing schedule. We try to test English 2 first on the schedule because it takes the longest to get those scores back typically, too, so.
And then with our ACT, to read ACT proficiency, increase that by 10%. With the adjustment to the composite score of 17, we changed the goal to read ACT proficiency and kept it at a 10% increase. What we're doing with this, what we're going to see, what we're looking to do is utilize the FLEX program to target juniors who will test in the spring of 2006 to engage in practice assessments, literacy and math skills practice, and small group sessions that will allow for specific support regarding the ACT. I believe something, and I may be speaking incorrectly on this, but leading up to the ACT last year, I think the focus in flex time was there, but it was just about a month out going into that, the ACT assessment. And so what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to identify, just like Dr. Lewis had in math and English, we're wanting to identify teachers who are strong in this particular area, the ACT, who have shown promise, who have been working with the support programs and the practice programs, and we're wanting to use them to as a model for our ACT support going into the spring, starting in the spring semester. So we're not just going to do it a month out. There's going to be a focus from the time we return in January to the time I believe they test in March. Something along those lines. So we're going to be very intentional with what we provide, who provides it, and who's doing that support. But I think our struggle last year was we were having ACT prep for juniors who were health and PE teachers. That's not always the strongest. I think we can utilize that a little bit better. So we're looking at that. And then our last one, to continue to demonstrate a 10% increase in math rigor by 2026. We've fallen short of that goal of 95%. We're going to continue to utilize FLEX to provide in math enrichment opportunities for advanced learning, targeted interventions, and remediation, as well as focus on increasing course rigor in all math courses through professional development that is structured to enhance instructional strategies. Again, I think the math curriculum, again, is new this year. So we hope to see a larger gain from the implementation of that curriculum. I'm going to go back to using I think if we use FLEX to its maximum capacity, I think we're going to see our largest bang for our buck. And I think getting all teachers on board, getting students on board, knowing the purpose, as it was mentioned earlier, why they are going into a FLEX classroom that is specific to math intervention, in this case, or English or CTE, just making sure that everyone is clear on those expectations with FLEX will hopefully, we expect to see gains across the board with our ACT, with our math course rigor, with our math proficiency, English proficiency, biology, and then ultimately growth. So I think that's it.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hayes?
Do you have an issue with your senior attendance second semester as well?
As of this moment, I'm not aware. That's not saying it's not there. We are watching attendance closely. This year, our social worker has been, she's doing a phenomenal job at keeping us up to speed on who's absent, where they are, getting notes. And so I'm in frequent contact with her, not only individually, but through our attendance meetings, through our at-risk meetings throughout the month.
The seniors usually have all their shenanigans during their senior year. I mean,
They do. Yeah, we do see a lot of we see a lot of transient seniors, but we also we can see that in BCC kids who are coming going to BCC as well. So we're trying to really narrow that. Yeah, pinpoint that.
thank you.
Well, I think really some of the ways we're trying to address that real issue too is engaging them more in their education through internships and completing CTE pathways and lining them up to take workforce development classes at the community college. So not just kids that are planning to go to college, which sometimes they can have a problem with attendance too because they know that they've already submitted all their college applications in the fall of their senior year, and then they can sometimes get slack in the spring. But if we can get them enrolled in community college classes so that they're earning credit, then their attendance is going to be better, as opposed to just having gaps in their schedule. But then our students that are planning to go straight to the workforce, let's get them enrolled in workforce development classes at the community college or in internships and real jobs. And that will help with their attendance as well. So that's part
Well, I
of
think too, the AP kids who take that AP exam like May 4th,
right.
they've got all this time, so I think the internships are critical because it keeps them
Engaged.
in doing something and accountable. So
That's right.
that's a big piece of it too, as a senior.
Just a reminder, we have academic career plans now that they've been doing since 7th grade all the way through now. So speaking to what he's mentioning, choosing pathways, getting plugged in, all that increases engagement, but also because of that engagement, now I have a little bit more of a sense of ownership of my education. I mean, one would say that it should translate into my math class, my English class as well. So we should see those gains with that wave as well. I'm more interested now, it matters more.
Thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions for Mr. Hayes before he steps on? All right, you're good to go?
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rawlinson.
Feel a lot better standing up here than I did last year. I'll tell you that. So, reflecting on last year's results, I'm not going to read all of the things, but very excited that North Brunswick made growth last year for the first time in 6 years. Very exciting. And it was a pretty big leap. We were at negative 7.5 when I got there 2 years ago. And while we're still in the negative, we have made significant growth. And so we are very excited about that. For biology, we did have a dip last year, but we did have the highest scores in all the traditional schools in Brunswick and New Hanover County. I like to mention the New Hanover County part. We beat Hoggard in biology last year, I'm just saying. So we're pretty excited about that. And then since you asked about English 2, we did not meet our proficiency goals. We did meet growth in English 2 last year, and only 51% of our students were projected to pass English 2, and we had 54% pass. So we still have a long way to go, but I think the things that we've put in place will continue to work. Oh, one more success.
When you say pass, you're talking about course credit?
No, pass the EOC. Yes.
Okay.
Those aren't always aligned. There are passing scores where you can have a passing grade on the EOC, like say a 65, but it may not be proficient.
Yeah.
And also a success that's not on there but should be, we did have an increase in our graduation rate to 88%, and that is a 7-point increase since I got there. So excited about that as well. For goal 2 is in decreasing recidivism amongst suspensions. We have put a lot of things in place to make sure that we do not have repeat offenders. We did not see a decrease in referrals last year. We saw a giant increase, but that's because our staff was holding students accountable. And so through that accountability, we were able to implement behavior contracts and better address our chronic offenders. And then in terms of absenteeism, we went from We ended up last year with our unlawful attendance as low as 8.6%. It was the lowest of the 3 traditional high schools. Very excited about the work that our teachers have put in through our at-risk teams, our student support. So we're going to continue to work on educating parents about the importance of school attendance and hope to see those numbers continue to decline. Our goals for this year are to continue to improve our proficiency rates. As you know, we have implemented the core curriculum for math and English, my perspectives and coherent math. A little bit concerned about some implementation dips, just as implementing something new is challenging the first time, but think that we will be able to continue to make progress in those areas. We've also used our human resources planning to support math. We have functioned on about 9 math teachers for the last 5 years. This year we have 12. And they're also all, there are no residency licensures in that group. And so we're excited about being able to have those additional positions that will better support the math curriculum. Because unfortunately, some of our challenges in the previous years have been when we've lost a staff member during the year. And it's hard, then those kids get piled into other classes. So having those additional positions will help us to better address that. Also, from a human resources standpoint, we have an MTSS dedicated position at our school. They serve interventions, they help keep up with at-risk papers, and that allows us to better serve those students and make sure that we are providing the supports to those that need it the most. Our second goal will be to continue to decrease recidivism. At the end of Q1, I'm going to get the numbers out so I don't miss anything. We have 43 students that are identified as Tier 3 behavior. In a school of 1,645, 43 is not a lot. Those are 43 kids that are continuing to us from last year. Of those 43 kids this fall, 17 of them have not had one referral. 13 have only had one, and 8 have had 2. There are 4 students out of 1,645 that have had more than that threshold of referrals, which is 0.2% of our population. There are 1,482 students that have not had a single referral this year, and that's a really big deal.
Yeah. It's a huge deal.
Not a tardy, not a lunch, nothing. So that is very exciting. And the last part is on unlawful absences, keeping that number below 9%. We do a lot to incentivize attendance. For one, they can't do certain things if they don't attend like they're supposed to. They can't go to prom if they can't attend, if they don't attend regularly. We have right now 41 students on probation for their parking because of tardies. Because if you're not going to get here on time, you're not going to get to keep your parking pass. We only have 264 parking passes. We have 782 eligible juniors and seniors. So if you're not going to use yours correctly, there's somebody in line for your spot.
And that bus is guaranteed to get you there on time.
The bus is guaranteed, that's right. And so putting those things in place and making sure that they understand the expectations, I think has been the biggest thing just to continue. Also, our school improvement team continues to work on policies to making sure that they're not accepting late work from students that have all these unexcused absences. They can work with them in flex, which a lot of them do, but they can't just continue to turn in things whenever they want if they're not adhering to the attendance expectations. Oh, that was really fast.
Turning in
Sorry.
late work.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry.
Turning in late work,
Yeah.
which I don't ever hardly remember being able to do it myself, but,
Yeah.
and I'm sure I was late. It wasn't
You were
hard.
never late, Mr. Green.
No, I'm not sure. But, so when you came to North Brunswick, what was the policy in regard to late?
They had to turn in work before the end of the grading period.
That was it?
That was the
So
policy.
if I had an assignment that was due in October, first week in October, I had until December to get it turned in.
Correct.
Without penalty.
Yeah.
That's not real life.
Yeah, and so we, last year, we implemented that it was due by the end of the unit, because the practice is no longer important if it's done after the unit assessment. And so this year, we've shortened that just a little bit, because some of my perspectives units in English are 5 weeks, and so it's 2 weeks or the end of the unit, so that they don't drag on. And that also helps with our teachers being able to give better feedback, because there's no feedback at the end of the grading period. If they turn it in December, you're not getting anything back other than a final grade. And so that 2-week period, we just approved that last week in school improvement, to reduce it to 2 weeks or the end of the unit.
And so they get a 0 for that assignment? Is that what they get?
So
If they don't meet the late work requirement?
there are teachers that will, because the learning's still important. There are teachers that will work with them, but in a supervised setting to do the work in flex, and they may get a grade for that. But it has to be a controlled situation where they know they're doing the work. Because that was really not the problem. It was before they were waiting until the end of the 9 weeks to turn it in, all in Google Classroom. It was like a virtual environment. There was not any instruction going along with it. It was just, sometimes it was even like, my friend's already turned in the work. I now have all the answers, so I'm going to turn it in later. And so this has eliminated that. Because we don't want, if the kid knows how to do it, we don't want to completely penalize their grade if we can avoid it.
Well, kudos to you and your school improvement team for taking that on all by yourself and figuring that out.
Yeah, it's
into-
our school improvement team is an absolute amazing
That's
team.
problem solving right there.
Yeah, they do, and they really do problem solve every month. And we've gotten past talking about managerial things that are not for school improvement,
Right.
and they are focused on our goals and are able to take solid action steps every month to meet those goals.
So you moved like 7 points in the growth index, was it?
We moved from -7.5 to -1.74, so a little over 6.
Okay. Are you gonna move that much again?
I hope so, but probably not that much. No, we've moved into growth, and
You
now
would
we're
exceed
focusing.
growth if you did that, right?
We would, yeah.
Yes.
Believe me, that is my goal. It is.
Absolutely.
But you know, we are implementing 2 new curriculums, which it is a little bit of a challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we will continue to have forward momentum.
And I will say, just having been in their school improvement team last week, the level of what she just said in terms of people bringing problem-solving solutions is very much pervasive among all school improvement team members. So I just want to give kudos that, you know, they had one little corner at the very end of the meeting for any type of concerns, but that person, actually both of them, brought a solution to the concern that their department brought. They said, this is what we'd like to do. That's a growth mindset, that's a
It
problem-solving
is.
team.
So take 2 minutes and admire that problem, then let's solve it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're a really good
Any
team.
other questions?
I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. And congratulations on meeting growth for the first time in 6 years, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome. All right, we have Miss Absher from Early College. Hi, Miss Absher.
How are y'all?
We're great. How are you?
I want to take just a moment to thank all of you for everything you do to support our work in our schools. I'm proud to be on this team. Wow, I've heard great things this morning, and I, of course, followed Dr. Rollison, so it's an honor to follow her. I'm going to go through the reflection piece rather quickly. Everything we do at Early College is collaborative, so I probably have more on these slides than you guys need, so I'll summarize it for you quickly. One of our goals last year was to prioritize the engagement of our community stakeholders. We really want to open up our school community and our experiences for our students. I just want to tell you briefly, this came from, we call our students that graduate graduates. They're either graduating in 4 or 5 years. Instead of doing community service for 4 or 5 years, we changed it 3 years ago for them to have an internship-like experience, which really prepares them more for their future. And we call that a career exploration experience. So we formed a business advisory council from all the community businesses and agencies that supported these internships for our students last year. That was a great success. We got lots of input from them. Dr. Richardson even joined us with that. And then our students present at the end of their experience what they've learned, how they've grown, how it may or may not impact their future plans. We then, in the same area, held a career day with Early College alumni, that many of them working in our community. So that was also a neat way to not just connect the community partners that we formed with these internships, but also our alumni from our school that's working. So it's just a really nice team that's supporting the work of Early College students. Opportunities moving forward, we want to keep up the career exploration experience. We want to continue to offer the community service to our community through all of our grade levels. And we're looking to organize study visits for students to explore future career opportunities right here in our community. Our second was around school culture, and we needed to increase academic success for all students. I see this conduct issue growing, and that was concerning us, and also attendance. So we employed the use of success contracts with a collaborative group with teachers and parents and students to get students meeting the expectations and improving in all of those areas. It was very successful. It was really about support and setting goals more than a punitive thing. We also looked at, we have something called success classes, all early colleges across the state. When we accelerate education for students where the priority is first gen students that need to get to college, right? We have to put those 21st century skills up front so that they can learn to be better time managers, planners, and all those things. So those success classes we've turned up through College and Career Ready, and like Mr. Pascal mentioned, we're using the Major Clarity tool to help them, quickly find what areas might you be interested in. And then opportunities for growth is to continue that work, to continue focusing kids on learning and growing in ways to plan their future. And then our third goal that I want to reflect on briefly was the actual classroom. We use a common instructional framework very similar to the same one that we're using with the district. So it was really nice to marry those things together. We've got several new teachers, and we want common instructional strategies for every student every day. So our expectation is that every student reads, writes, thinks, and talks every day in every class. You can't hide. You need to be actively engaged in your learning. That combined with MTSS structure, I want to pause to give a shout out to Meredith Lloyd and Sarah Oya for supporting us in learning MTSS and sort of using early college language, merging it. It's powerful. We have a teacher leader that's now stand up. She really stood out to help merge MTSS and the at-risk structure that we have at our early college to be successful and align with our district and the district goals. So that was just really great last year and continues this year. But we want those common instructional frameworks happening in every classroom without question. We want personalized academic support through our MTSS process and interventions and peer tutoring. And we want all of our teachers using monitoring tools and interventions that support what we're doing that's working well. The other thing that we do is we open our classroom doors. When we see best practice, we invite people to come in to see it. So that may be directed by administration, that may be directed by a department chair, but we do something called instructional rounds to celebrate best practices to help students learn and grow. All students, right? That's the key. All right, now for this year, I'm going to pause and tell you I too have a sense of urgency. We met growth this year. We did not exceed growth, and that's equivalent to falling for us as far as we have a great sense of urgency. We dug in quickly, and I'll tell you quickly some things that we did last year that may have affected this. Our two lead English and math department chairs who have the most experience and quite frankly the highest scores in the EOCs did not collaborate in teaching English 2 and Math 3 last year, and the Math 3 teacher also went on maternity leave. So we're looking at how do we collaborate? They're both teaching those courses, co-planning and co-teaching with their peers to get that back up to where it needs to be. I just wanted to get that off because my heart's pounding still about it, but we do have a sense of urgency. I want to shout out, we're using tools as far as mental support that the district provides for our students in study hall. So the minute we see their grade dropping, we're using that class support in their study halls to monitor progress in areas that they need to grow. Now, I'm going to talk about this one. The other challenge is getting our students ready and succeeding in college classes. We uncovered last year that 12.9% of our students did not meet the minimum GPA, which is 2.8, to take all the college courses they need. So we have a goal to get that down to 8% or less. I prefer it be 0% not meeting that goal, but we're putting things in place we met with Brunswick Community College and their Learning Center, and we are assigning our students that have a 75 or below to their learning facility to have peer tutors. And by the way, some of our kids provide peer tutoring for them. It's their internship. So we're collaborating on the college, supporting success of the GPA for the college coursework. And we're also supporting it through the 21st century skills that we're teaching in those classes. This crosses over into our MTSS and something we call Kid Talks. We recognize both success in high school and college classes and put in interventions. Last week we met for the first time in several years with the college faculty. It was a great meeting about what's going well, what's not, how can we work together to support the success of all of our students. So that collaboration too is really going to help minimize students that are stuck, not able to take the college courses they need. The growth goal that I referred to, we do have a sense of urgency about this, and I just want to speak to last year's focus was more as we reflected on learning targets, improved consistency, but revealed a need for greater student ownership and engagement. Okay, we recognize as we look at the data that the kids' grades in the course in most cases was lower than their proficiency score. So that indicated some sense of urgency, motivation, effort. So we are working, and yesterday I did a session on growth mindset, on the importance of students understanding they can. And that it's not yet, it's about work ethic, it's about effort drives achievement, and it's also about effective collaborating, teaching kids how to learn and grow from each other. And then I just mentioned as well, I'm turning that up with my staff. They need to open their doors and learn and grow from each other. So this idea of collaborative learning in my school is important for both staff and students. And I might say the world that they're going into. We need to learn to collaborate and work effectively together. Okay, and then the last one is about increasing educator preparedness to meet the needs of every student. I want 100% of my teachers consistently using progress monitoring data and the new curriculum resources to plan, assess, and adjust instruction. And I just want to say thank you to the district, because in areas where maybe we weren't aligned and teachers are spending so much time on creating curriculum, that's free now to dive into instructional strategies and meeting students where they are. So I'm so thrilled. My teachers are working so hard, especially my math teachers. They're working so hard and they love the new curriculum. And my English teachers are embracing it in a way that they're using what they knew worked from the past and incorporating this new curriculum. So I'm so grateful for that. It really is a gift, and we need to celebrate that more in my school with my teachers. They're appreciating it. So again, PLCs are important. We need to be intentional. Our theme this year is called Driven by Purpose, Eyes on the Horizon. We need to exceed growth with our students. It's a privilege to come to early college. We need to work hard, and what I told my teachers yesterday was, when you've had a great lesson, you are so ready when they walk in the door, and once you get them up and running, they then are engaged in working harder than you are. That's the goal. Mm-hmm. So with that, I think that's all I have. Do you guys have questions of me?
Any questions, anyone?
I'll ask it. I mean, and it's not just for you, it's just a question about some of the metrics you have in high school.
Sure.
So, grade level proficient, career and college ready. There's a big gap, between those numbers in all the high schools. I'm assuming everywhere. What are they? What's the difference in what's being measured there? Do you know? I mean,
I don't know the detail.
In short, it's students who made a 4 or 5 on the end of course exam versus a 3, 4, or 5.
That's it?
In short, I mean, that is it.
I was going to say, that's the one I know.
The level of questions, if I were going to get into the details of it, like the level of questions that are in level 5 students that to get a level 5 have to answer a percent of those correct. I don't know all of those questions. I mean, I don't know. We're not told specifically which questions would be a level 5 because we're not given the test, but that's my understanding is that to get that level 5, you have to have gotten all of those level of questions correct.
Okay.
To get a 4 is very strong.
Yeah, no, okay, that explains
Yeah,
it.
there's a percentage of questions on every state assessment that align to that higher level of rigor on the standards. And in order to be a level 5, you have to get a percentage of those questions correct. So,
Yeah, good question. And the way they name it is interesting. It's like career and college ready.
Right.
It's like, well, you could make a 3 and still go to college.
Right,
So I know I'm
right,
saying you
yeah,
can't.
Right.
So I think, it's just the wording.
Because the
It's not
standards
very-
themselves are written to be at a college level. I mean, so.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
Miss Absher, I love your collaboration statement.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I
It's
also
hard
love-
work, but it's worth it.
Yeah, and I also love that when you said using what they know worked from the past and merging it with their new curriculum. Just because you get a new curriculum doesn't mean you throw out what you know worked.
Right.
In fact, you should never throw out what you know worked.
Right, right.
So,
I'd like to give her kudos to that exact same thing. She sent the largest team to the Pender County hosted a network event for the Southeast region, and she sent the most teachers. So I just want to
that's
give kudos.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to
I
them.
stayed back and taught.
Yeah. So
Thank
they
you.
could go.
And
Good
Mr.
job.
Pascal joined them. Thank you for that as well.
Well, thanks for
They appreciated it.
Thank you.
What did you teach that day?
I was teaching math,
Yeah.
my favorite
Yeah.
thing.
Let's show steps in there.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it.
All right. I think we have Miss Rhodes next. Miss Rhodes, you're the only thing standing between us and lunch, but don't let that worry you. We are very attentive. No worries, honey, no worries. We've got cookies up here.
Well, I think it's still morning, so good morning. So I am now at the coast. I was at South for the last 2 years.
And real quick, congratulations on your success at South last year too.
Yeah.
because,
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. I was very happy for the kids, everybody that was a part of it.
Well, you
So,
were there and it was a big part, so a big part of it was you, so.
Thank you. Before I get started, I just want to say that I talked to Mr. Cole the other day. Like, I had no idea that the coast is where I was supposed to be, but I think I figured that out in the last couple of months. I love it there, and I think we're going to see a lot of great things coming from Miss Wirch and I leading that team, and so I'm really excited. So
Well,
I
the
just wanna say
Sparks
that
Lab, or Spark Lab, I don't know if it has an S or not, the Spark Lab was sparkling.
Yeah, it was very-
That was cool.
It was
very nice.
amazing. The
And see
kids
kids
love it.
wanting to come and do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the coast is a little bit weird because we were something many times and now we're something different. Really last school year was for academic data was kind of a baseline year. It was the first year that we have had any kind of growth data in a number of years. So our successes are that we met Math 3 proficiency is at 70%. We met growth, and we also met growth in biology. Some opportunities for improvement would be the Math 1 proficiency didn't meet growth. Biology proficiency was only 17%, but we did meet growth with that group of students, so that was positive. English 2 proficiency was at 6% and did not meet growth. So our focus for this year is going to be on math and English. I think one of the things I did learn from middle school is we had implemented good gracious, already math. I feel like it's been forever since middle school, but and so bringing some of that over to the coast to really implement with them implementing new curriculums this year. So we meet weekly in PLCs to discuss not just the curriculum but student data, what they need support in, those types of things. A lot of the data came from RISE formerly, which was the Freshman Academy. So last year was really just that starting point to identify the growth for PD purposes and for what we want to see the students do.
Question.
Yes.
So is this information you just shared about these metrics, that's for the Achieve Academy?
Most of it is Achieve Academy. Some of it is our RISE Academy, which is
So
our
we still
alternative
have the
to
RISE
long-term.
Academy?
Yes.
Okay.
RISE is still there. But it used to be Freshman Academy, and they didn't take state test. It was 9th grade students who took, prepared them to go to high school and take Math 1, English 2, Biology,
So,
and Math 3.
and this is, I don't want to get you off track too far, but I just want to know this so I can try to apply it as we're moving through here. The Rise Academy are ninth graders.
The Rise Academy is the alternative to long-term suspension. So
To long-term
students are
suspension.
assigned to the Rise Academy who've been recommended
Has
for
that
long-term.
always been what the Rise Academy was?
Yes.
Okay. And the Achieve Academy is,
Achieve Academy is our full-time program for
Okay.
student supply. It's, we have smaller class sizes, work with students who
All
might be at
grade
risk,
levels?
but 9 through 12.
Okay.
And so that is new last year. Last year was the first year of Achieve Academy.
right, okay.
So, good?
I'm
Okay.
good, I
Okay.
think.
So like I said, last year was the first year of Achieve Academy. Inaugural year, we had 77 students. This year we had 101. I think with the transition from one principal to another, there were some students that were lost in that. Our goal is to have, we'd like to have 300 plus students. We're doing a mid-year application this year. So we have, at this point, we've had about 15 students apply to come in January. Just to, increase those numbers, but to continue to put the coast out there and what we are and what we do. We've really worked closely with the counselors to do that and to support kids who might be at risk at their schools for any reason, academic, behavior, it could be social, emotional. They might struggle in a bigger school environment, those types of things. So we're really excited about that.
And we're still plugging Achieve and Rise students into the CTE programs as well, right?
Rise, no. Achieve, yes.
Rise, no.
Rise,
Okay.
they are pretty much self-contained. However, not a part of this, we are working on a tiered system for Rise, so they can work their way out and have opportunities within the school, and to leave or stay if they can't get it together.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's really short and sweet version of it. But, and we have a changing student population, so we're now a school of choice for the most part, whereas in the past it was really assigned based on academic or behavior struggles. We really are pushing that we're here by choice. We're reminding students of that, reminding parents of that, and there's pride in being a student at the Coast now. And then another success from last year was acts of physical aggression went from 19 to about 13. We have not, knock on wood, had any because we've not had any fights this year in any of our programs, so we're excited about that. We have the number of referrals increased from one year to the next. I'm not sure, I wasn't there to know really what caused that. I expect that referrals could potentially continue to increase this year. We're really doubling down on everything. We started Yonder pouches. We're holding students accountable, so we may see an increase in referrals, but we hope that will, in the long run, lead to a decrease in referrals. We're breaking data down even more into academies where we put it into educators' handbooks. So if I put in a phone incident or a tardy or anything, we put, whether it's CTE, the traveling students, Achieve, or Rise, so that we have that data broken down by the academies. And we're really focusing on teaching to the rigor of the standards. I think for when you have that freshman academy and behavior is the thing that's keeping students from learning, you focus on behavior more than on the teaching initially. We're not there anymore. We're not fighting those battles with kids. Kids are there to learn, so we really need to make sure we're teaching to the rigor of the standards. So, I thought you had something.
So, just back to getting clarity on your populations. We talked about Achieve, we talked about Rise. Freshman Academy, that's still something?
That's gone,
That's what
and
I thought.
Achieve replaced Freshman Academy.
All right.
Yeah.
So we basically have Achieve Academy, Rise Academy, and CTE.
Correct.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
I think that's it,
Okay.
yes. We also have some students in virtual academy as well, and we're
Right.
looking at
So
moving in
Achieve
that direction, but.
didn't the place absorb, because it's now larger than just freshmen.
It is, yeah, and
Right.
correct. And
Okay.
any student that in 9 through 12 can apply and be accepted to be a part of Achieve.
Freshman Academy was an intervention program for struggling 8th graders.
Yeah.
To try to help them become more ready to be successful in high school. Achieve Academy, which is what it is now, we got rid of Freshman Academy. Achieve Academy is a 4-year program that is a high school. It's has a CTE focus. We also want them to take community college classes, specifically workforce development, opportunities if possible, because that's sort of the theme of the program. But yes, an entirely different focus. Now it's a 4-year program. Rise Academy is what we call our program that is alternative placement to long-term suspension. Those kids can work their way in and out of that based on their behavior, their attendance, and their academics. They might be there for the rest of the year. They might be there for just 9 weeks. That's a case-by-case situation.
And they go from Rise to Achieve.
They can. If
They
they're
can,
successful,
right.
we allow them to apply.
Yeah, because sometimes we'll have kids that they get in trouble in a traditional school, they get long-term suspended, we assign them to Rise. They see that a smaller environment allows them to be more successful, and they and their parents may request to stay at the coast and be a part of the Achieve Academy. And if we have the space and the ability to do that, we want our kids to be successful. And it can be a transition as well, back to the traditional high school. But and then of course you have the CTE Academy, which is traveling students from the other high schools. And then we also manage the Brunswick Virtual Academy through the coast. So it really is the academies at the coast. We're doing a lot there, and Miss Rhodes is doing a great job with her team of developing. She'll probably get into this, but missions and that sort of thing for each of the academies.
So moving forward, our goals are to increase proficiency in Math 1, English 2, and Biology by 5%. So the adjustments for this year's strategy are designed to address the low baseline proficiency scores by ensuring fidelity to high-quality resources and increasing data-driven collaboration. So we're consistently using my perspectives in coherent math. Ms. Wirch and I are in those classrooms making sure that's what's actually happening. And then we're meeting with those teachers weekly in PLCs to discuss the curriculum needs they might have, student data, all of those things. So we're going to continue to monitor that as we go throughout this first semester. The second goal is the coast will expand its student body and establish a clear brand identity during the 25-26 school year. We would like to have at least 160 students and Achieve. I mean, I'd take more, but I've got to be realistic. For 26-27, part of that is we're implementing, what we're going to do from here forward is every semester we'll have an application period so students can join at the semester. And then prioritize the creation of widespread advertising. We're going to do that. We have worked already within our academies to create vision and mission statements for each academy at the coast. So we're still working through that process. At this point, we're getting feedback from community members and staff and students, but we are getting really close. Our goal is to have that completed by the end of this semester so we can really start advertising when it's time to start advertising for the coast for our middle school students and even some of our high school students. And then the last one is that we'll utilize the disaggregated data to create targeted improvement plans for each academy at the coast to reduce the most frequent academy referrals by 10%. Like I said, we have really been very intentional about determining or looking and seeing where our behavior is. And so we do that by identifying which academy these students are a part of. Last year's results did show that increase in referrals. Despite they did have a drop in major incidences, so that's really positive. But we're hoping if we can target those specific academy high needs, then we can reduce that there and overall have a reduction in referrals. We also I've really worked with staff on documenting minor incidents. They did a lot of just writing referrals for everything, so we've worked really hard to have a system in place for how they addressed first, the teachers address before they send it to a referral. And what is a referral and what is a minor incident, having those conversations with teacher. We meet every month as a staff, we meet every month within their separate academies, and part of that is always looking at that data and making decisions on how we move forward.
I think that's a good point that you brought up there, because the coast has always been looked at as being a different style and structure of school, and it is, but I think you mentioned documenting the minor instances, which is more of a traditional school mindset, right? And that might not have been happening there. So yeah. I think you bring that from
absolutely
the traditional schools with you will help with that. Yeah, good idea.
I think that's it. Any questions?
I like your marketing piece.
Yeah, me too.
I think that will really get a good message out, like Mr. Barger said. And
We're gonna include, we have quite a few students, like, who tell me all the time, they love this place, it's the only reason they're graduating. I had a student come up to me and ask me if she could be the valedictorian. I said, doesn't work that way, but if you want to speak, I'm happy for you to speak, you know. But they love it so much, they're really excited. And when she asked me that question, she specifically asked me that question because she wants to speak at graduation about how much Achieve and the Coast has changed where she thought she might end up a couple years
Practical
ago.
application is so important for these difficult subject areas, especially math.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Daniel Richardson telling me when I first got on the school board, I went to his classroom and talked to him about it. He had students come into his class who couldn't even do like entry-level algebra,
Yeah.
but once they learned the practical application of it, they were excelling in math.
Yeah.
You know, multiple class levels and subjects because of that. And so, and we've made a huge investment in the Coast because of all of the career and technical education stuff and all the internships and certifications that come from it. So I appreciate your enthusiasm,
I'm
you know,
excited.
involved with it.
It's a great place to be. So.
Yeah, I too love that you're branding it. It makes all the difference when you
Yeah.
brand the school.
I've heard that one of the strengths that you bring to the table is your ability to impact behaviors positively, and turn that around. What do you attribute that to?
I would say I'm really a big relationship person. So like I am in any area that their students are commonly in, like cafeterias, you know, when we're outside doing things, whatever's happening, I'm there and present, and definitely form relationships. The kids feel comfortable coming and speaking to me when I have to address behaviors. It's not a big fight because they know that I'm coming from a place of love, and you know, we're gonna move on from it. Yeah, you know, and every time one thing I say to the kids is, you're gonna serve out this consequence, and then we're gonna move on. It's done and over with. And so I think that, and just showing that to my staff, and hopefully that will come from me. You know, they'll do that. One thing I've learned about the Coast, these teachers, they love the kids, and they do a really good job of relationship building too with kids. So that has been really fun to be a part of.
Ms. Rhodes also has an EC
I was gonna say,
background,
yeah.
so she's had a lot of training in working, you know, with students who have tougher maybe behavior issues and academic issues than regular ed students. And I would say Ms. Wirch, the new assistant principal this year, but she was the dean of students there last year until she finished her degree. She has a counseling background, and I think the two of them together just make a really strong team for what is needed for success at the Coast. So.
I agree. Yeah. Ms. Wirch is great. So, and I'd worked with her before, so it wasn't like getting to know somebody. We knew each other. We were able to just kind of jump in head first. So.
Ms. Rhodes, that's what we are excited about. Your middle school background, your high school background, your EC background, and collaborating with all of that and bringing that mindset, I must say, is pretty excited to see it, that team this year.
We're excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We just set really high expectations for you because we talked about how good you
Yes,
were.
that's right. Go forth and be great.
Thank you. And then you guys go forth and get lunch.
Yeah. Thank you. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
Closed session, motion.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we gonna try to still start at 12:30?
Okay. The meeting is called back to order. Do I have a motion that we approve the personnel list from closed?
Motion?
Motion by Ms. Moffett. Second by Mr. Gainey. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so moved. Here we go.
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly, you're up next. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us all about Eagle Land.
Well, first off, I hope you guys enjoyed lunch.
It was great.
The best 2 times to make presentations before and after lunch, so I fell right into the sweet spot. I noticed that we are behind schedule a little bit, so I will try to be timely and catch us back up. But I do want to take the opportunity to thank y'all for giving me a chance to speak about, the good things at Waccamaw School. I've been there for a long time now, and I'm very proud principal to be there. It's a wonderful place. I love the community and I love the school. So with that being said, we'll jump into reflecting on last year's results. Last year we met expected growth, and we had a lot of successes. I'm very proud of that. Some of the successes we saw in 6th and 7th grade, both in reading and math. We saw significant jumps in our proficiency. In 3rd grade, math students were 82%, and that's the highest we've ever been, I believe. So like I said, we're very proud of those accomplishments. As far as the goal goes, we're in year 2 of a 3-year goal, and that's to increase proficiency by 10 points on all tested areas. And we contribute some of that to our Bell schedule, our master schedule. It's very difficult with 9 grade levels and 1 set of enrichment teachers. But it is effective. Our teachers do a good job with the bell-to-bell instruction. And we have good teachers in the building. And it's a fun place to come and work every day. Some opportunities for us is, of course, having another year of wit and wisdom under our belt and already under our belt, and what arts and letters is going to bring to us this year. Hopefully a lot of success. Our second goal, again, is a 3-year goal, and that's to decrease the number of referrals by 10%. We want to focus more on the positive in our PBIS system and our SOAR matrix versus harping on the negative all the time. For the most part, the majority of our kids are wonderful kids. We just have, like at most schools, just a small population of the ones that cause you the most problems. So we want to reward the ones that are doing what they're supposed to do on a daily basis. For our young kids, our elementary kids, we have Eagle Bucks and our Eagle Bucks store that Ms. Chestnut, our school counselor, does a good job of stocking things in there that our kids are willing to work for. And then for middle school last year, we did something different. We added intramurals. And kids, I don't remember exactly how many Eagle Bucks the middle schoolers had to have, but this year it's going to be more because as it came close to intramural time, you saw the kids, and they get rewarded in the classroom and in the school itself, that the kids would hold the door open for you, or they'll pick trash off the ground for you, anything to get those points so that they were able to participate in the intramural. So that's something we'll definitely continue. And our referrals went down last year from 284 to 249, so we're real proud of that. Our third goal stems from the last time our teachers took the teacher work condition survey. The agreement statement that our teachers had input on the professional development that they took was the lowest mark in our teaching work condition survey, and it was only 54%. So this summer we talked with, last summer when we met as a group, we talked that we wanted to get that number higher. Our team decided on 80%. I truly believe that we can be 90 or 95% when it's all said and done this year when they take it in the spring. Our instructional coach does a great job of providing PD during our PLCs. Our digital learning specialist is wonderful, patient. He's on call all the time, so he's definitely a positive for our staff. And both of those individuals are somebody that we can, our staff leans on. Ms. Damon does a great job with the district-wide PD days. And I told our teachers this summer, that link goes live for everybody. And it's a lot of times you hear, well, such and such course is already filled up, or this is, this excuse and that excuse. And my response to them this summer was, well, you had the same opportunity as everybody else. I said, so when that link goes live, you find what you want to take and you click on it. So again, our goal is to increase that agreement statement in the spring.
So, Mr. Kelly, on that one, were they talking about their own professional development at your school, or were they talking about an opportunity to determine their own professional development, like what they go to in the county?
All the above.
All of it,
Yep.
okay.
Introducing this year's goals. Again,
Goal 1 and Goal 2 are going to be continuations from the previous year. We're in year 2 of it, and like I said, Goal 1 is to increase by 10%. Last year, you guys funded 2 positions for us, a student sports specialist and an intervention position, and I highly encourage y'all to please continue to fund those 2 positions. Last year, they didn't get utilized as well as they should, and that's my fault. But we kind of learned as we went along, and this year our student support specialist, Lindsay Scott, has really taken the bull by the horns. She's really taken a lot of pride in her job, and she's worked really well with our intervention teacher, Carrie Kyle. They work with our teachers to make sure that we have the right kids and the right intervention blocks to address the deficits. It's very targeted, it's very purposeful, and I'm very excited about what that's going to do for us come EOG times this year. An action step, would like to increase our mentors and our tutors. We have our first Watchdog event Thursday. We have 112 dads that have RSVP'd, so very excited about that. My message to them is going to be to continue to show up and not just be a one-time thing. These kids are going to look forward to the time that they'll spend individually with the dads, reading to them or doing flashcards with multiplication facts, or just spending time with them and feeling appreciated. So I'm really looking forward to that and bringing that to Waccamaw School. I want to take a minute and brag about our MTSS team. Last week we met, we went over our BOY data. The meeting lasted longer than anticipated, but it was a good meeting. And at the end, my message to the team was, don't let it sit right here in this room. It's important to take the information that we talked about and bleed it through the school. Take it to your peers. If not, it's not going to be as effective. So we have a great MTSS team. No complainers in that group. They're all workers, all with a common goal. They're all prideful, and they all love Waccamaw, and they're fun to work with. Goal 2 again was to be to decrease referrals by 10%. We're going to continue with the dojo store and the dojo bucks, and we're absolutely going to continue with the intramurals. We're going to add some wrinkles to it. Like I said, we're going to make it a little bit tougher this year to qualify for that. And an action step that we did something different this year that I think is really going to help us out is when we do have a little kid or big kid that's had to miss school for any kind of disciplinary reason, I don't want them to come back to school and then just jump back into the general population. I want them to meet with somebody when they get to school, whether it's our school counselor or her intern or behavior specialist, myself, Ms. Browning, Ms. Robin, somebody that they have a relationship with to kind of go over what happened, not harp on it, but make sure that we're educating and not punishing. We want the kids to, everybody makes mistakes and everybody touches a hot stove, but I have a saying, they only touch the hot stove once. You know, if you make the same mistake twice, then that really falls on you. So having that opportunity to learn from their mistakes, I think will be effective for us. And goal 3, again, is to increase the agreement statement on teaching working conditions survey. That teachers have input in their professional development. We've already surveyed the staff twice, and we've taken the feedback from the survey and adjusted our PLCs to provide the PD that the teachers have asked for. And a lot of it's going to come from Ms. Browning and I when we provide feedback, both formally and informally, when we see deficits or things that teachers could improve on, and giving it, and us having the knowledge of the different trainings and giving them several options to do, and then letting them choose from it. And then when it's time for them to take the teacher working conditions survey, I'm going to remind them all, say, hey, these are the things we've done all year long. So I would hope to think that you guys at this point, will agree that you guys had input. Another cool thing we've done this year, I want to mention, is we do a monthly PD newsletter to our teachers, and it's interactive, and our teachers can share resources and share what works in their classes, and so far it's been a positive. So that's where we are. I finished right at the buzzer. And, any guys have any questions for me?
You might be the first one that's done that.
I'm not sure I understand this professional development goal. Help me to understand.
One of the sections
what are you moving from 54% to 80%?
In 2024, 54% of our teachers felt that they had input in their professional development. That means we had roughly half, and half felt like they were just forced upon to do stuff that they weren't really interested in. Now, we did adopt some new curriculum, so there were some professional developments that they had to take. But like I said, I want our staff to take ownership in their learning, sharpening their tools in their toolbox. And like I said, when it was time for us to take that teacher work condition survey, I want to, to the best of my ability, eliminate all the excuses.
So 3 years ago, it was, so you've had a teacher working condition survey since then, correct?
No, sir. The last one we took was in 2024, and we'll take one in 2026.
2 years. Okay. Okay. I thought you said 3. Okay. All right.
I will make one correction too. The question came earlier about was this specific to school or district or state PD, and you answered that it was both. Like one of the changes they made specific to the 2024 teacher working condition survey, that was when they cut the number of statements in half. They made it shorter, which they needed to do. And they also said that we want all of these statements to be specific to the school level, because that's really what the teachers know the most about, is just the school level. So one thing, communicate to your teachers if they haven't gotten that communication, is when they answer that question or check whether they agree or not with that statement, it really is focused on the school level professional development.
Okay.
That's what it's supposed to be about. That was the
They
communication.
may not have known that
Right.
at the time.
They, I mean, I'm not saying if they knew that or not, but that came along with that change to the TWC in 2024. Is
That's why I was asking. I knew we had talked about it.
because their attempt, how they cut the statements in half was they got rid of all of the like state level statements and the district level statements, and they said they wanted it to focus on the school level.
Okay.
So,
But I agree, they do need input as to, they know
of course.
many times, whether it's just self-reflection or whether it's from talking with their principal that's done their observation, they know what they need to work on. But then there are some goals that I think everybody has, county goals, right?
Yeah, well, like if we're adopting a new curriculum, I mean,
Right.
that'll be part of it. And you know, sometimes there are state professional
Yeah,
developments
that's
that
right.
we're all required to
And
do.
we've had a lot of that lately.
Lately, we've had a lot of
3
that.
years. Mhm.
It comes and goes in flows, you know, but yeah, and that's the reason why on our district professional development days, like Mr. Kelly mentioned, teachers get to pick
Yeah,
what things, and that's a version of choice.
it's like a conference.
But
a little mini
sometimes they don't
conference.
think about it that way, you know,
Mhm.
but that's district level. They need to understand that, you know, you don't really have to think about district level PD for this. This is about what we do at the school level on the TWC.
The post-suspension support, I love that piece. When they come back, they don't need to just go straight into the classroom. Somebody needs to have a conversation.
And I believe it needs to be a positive conversation.
It does.
We don't need to
It's
harp
a new
on
day.
it. We need to
You're-
educate.
You know, you.
Well, and they've had some time to reflect at that
Mhm.
point, because they're coming back, and so hopefully
That's right. You
Was your,
start.
the emotions are out of it.
Yeah.
your goal on 10% reduction in referrals
Yes, sir.
over the next 3 years, is that 10% per year or 3.3% per year?
3.3% per year.
Well, you did like 18% last year.
Proud of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just
Expectations.
seems like,
It's a lofty expectation.
anticlimactic kind of goal. I was hoping you were gonna tell me 10% per year for 3 years.
We like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good. We'll take that one.
I like the intramurals.
It's fun.
That sounds fun, good for the kids.
It is.
Positive.
It is.
I'm sure it,
But they have to earn it.
they have to earn it, so I'm sure it fosters a lot of good behavior, good intentions, maybe some character building, so that's good. Like that.
That's a good thing.
Mhm.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cleary, you are up from Bolivia. Come on down, you're the next contestant.
Do you click on that?
You're clear.
Right there. Okay. Hey guys, welcome to Bolivia, our school board presentation for this year. We have some big changes that we've already put in place for this year. So we'll quickly review our goals and our reflections from last year. Some of our big successes were kindergarten and second grade reading stand out as areas of strong performance. We exceeded county averages. And in true transparency, after second grade, we saw a big decline.
Fifth grade, we were very close to the county average, but we were not happy with third grade reading last year. And with that being said, we have all new third grade ELA teachers. We have teachers that are veteran ELA teachers, some from different states, some from within the county, but we found that we needed to readjust what was going on in third grade ELA. Just recently, we also reduced our class sizes by adding we moved a kindergarten teacher to fourth grade because those students in third grade last year performed much lower than we expected on their end of grade testing. So now we have a fifth, fourth grade classroom to provide smaller classes. Same with math. In our early grades, we see a higher proficiency, especially in kindergarten. We saw an improvement in fourth grade math. Fifth grade math, we were not happy with our results. We were much lower than we expected, and compared to the county, we were much lower. One thing we have put in place with that is our fifth grade math teacher is receiving weekly coaching sessions with our instructional coach to ensure that he's reaching the full potential of our students. So big takeaways from our math and reading proficiency. Overall, we were not happy with where we were. We wanted to meet growth or exceed growth, and we were not there. So with that being said, we've put some new things in place this year to hopefully increase our scores and show how great our students are. Our third goal was our science goal. Science district scores dropped, whereas we did grow at Bolivia 1 point. We were one of 4 schools, but we're still far below the county average in science. We've hired a new science teacher this year for 5th grade. She has a strong science background. She's a strong instructional leader, and she will be teaching all of our 5th grade science this year. She's very hands-on, very engaging, so we're already excited to see what she brings. So this year we have 5 big goals that we all lined up with our state goals to make them personalized to Bolivia. The first goal is managing student conduct as measured by the Teacher Working Condition Survey. In 2024, 68% of teachers thought that student conduct was acceptable or where it should be. And that's not okay with us, because we also know when our kids are misbehaving, instruction's not occurring. So we want to decrease our major and minor referrals by 20%. We did not focus on discipline last year, but based on our Teacher Working Condition Survey and the time our students spent out of class due to discipline, we realized the goal was needed. So this year we are working on celebrating our students. We are really hyping up, our PBIS celebrations. We are explicitly teaching our expectations through, we spent a day on bathroom, day on hallway, day on classroom, day on bus, day on cafeteria. So all of our bears are on the same page. Every morning as a school, we are doing our Stanford Harmony social and emotional question. All of our staff went through verbal de-escalation training. We are rewarding and recognizing more students. And then our students that need more reinforcement have a check-in and check-out buddy. So our students, if they have more than 3 referrals, they have a check-in person. We're introducing town halls just to reinforce our expectation and promote our student voice, but celebrating our students when they do the right thing, because 85% of our students do the right thing. Our second goal is based on proficiency. And our big change with this is we are now moving into PLC cycles, where through our summer planning day, we decided we need to focus on engagement, collaboration, student discourse, and vocabulary. So we're spending a quarter focusing on each one of those things. We also are focusing on proficiency. Last year we talked a lot about growth, and growth is wonderful, but our goal is to get our students proficient. And so really, what are the steps we need to do to get our students proficient? We have ensured every student can have a what I need time, a win time every day, and our interventionists and student support are working with our students. We are reviewing each 4th Wednesday in our cycle. We're reviewing our data, and we're being specific this year. We're using students' names, and we're talking about how we can get them to that point. Our master schedule has intervention and enrichment. And my assistant principal and I, we are committed to doing walkthroughs. Last month, we got 123. We are spending our time going into classrooms to see what's going on. And just to kind of put it in numbers, when we say we want to increase, by 32% in first grade math, that's 28 students. We're naming those 28 students. Where are the students that we need to move, and really checking in on those students? In reading in 5th grade, it's 8 students we're focusing on. So while 60% seems like a large number, it's who are our 8 students? So being very specific with who we're monitoring. Of course, we're monitoring all, but those 8 bubble kids, where are they and how are they moving forward? Our third goal is bringing in our families. So we did a Title I survey last year and saw only 2/3 of our families reported they knew what their students needed to know in their grade levels. We can do a lot at school, but we need help at home too. And so this year we're doing that by increasing our parent awareness. We are sending home, all the teachers now are sending home weekly newsletters. We're posting them on Dojo and hard copies. We're sending home the iReady Connect letters, the Wit and Wisdom letters. We have 3 structured family engagement nights that focus on science, math, and literacy. And our hope is to get to 80% by the end of the year. And our engagement nights are focused on teaching our parents what we're teaching our students. So they're having a make and take. If we're learning about sound in 2nd grade, they're making something with sound to go home with their student, or that night. Our 4th goal focuses on PD. Because we found that we have a lot of time during PLC where we can provide that PD, especially specific school-based PD, to reach our AIG, ELL, and IEP students. And so we are doing our PLC cycles, and each cycle has 2 PD days in it. We conducted a beginning of year survey to make sure that we were meeting the needs of our teachers in our building. So we are doing monthly staff meetings, and then 24 throughout the year. It works out to 24 specific PD cycles in PLC. Our instructional coach is also meeting. We prioritize our teachers meeting with teachers either once a month, every 2 weeks, or every week for every teacher in our building. And our hope is by 2027, 80% of our teachers report that they can confidently reach their students, and their belief and efficacy in students are high. And then our last goal, because we are an ATSI school based on our students with disabilities, we decided we needed a goal in that area. Because we saw only 62% of our ELL students and 58% of our EC students met their iReady goal last year. And that's not acceptable. We were not okay with that. So we said, you know what are we going to do as a school to ensure they're meeting their goals? And so we have that PD on AIG, ELL, and IEP strategies. We have our PLC agendas that we are monthly reviewing each subgroup through their M-Class, MyPath, iReady, and then small group instructions such as Aspire. We're tracking their goals, and then our goal is to increase each subgroup by 15% by 2026. And that's it.
Okay.
Finished.
So I'll just start off by saying I got real excited when I saw you and heard you use the word differentiation. I've heard small groups. I think we heard small groups in everything that we heard today from middle and high school, even in middle and high school. But I love that differentiation is a part of those small groups.
That's how we're going to meet them.
Yes, exactly how kids grow.
Involving families, I think, is good, because those parents can give support.
We can, and we have
At
parents
home.
that want to be involved. I mean, tonight we have Watchdog. We have 200 people RSVP to come tonight.
That's
Nice.
great.
And we realize that we have to teach the parents how to help their kids. They want to,
That's right.
but we have to give that explicit help on how they can help their child. You're saying read with your child. It's a little different when you provide question sims or books to read with
Yeah,
them.
right. Very good.
Well, a lot of people don't realize how rigorous the requirements are of the standards in elementary school.
They're hard.
You have to do 5th grade math, it can be humbling.
Yeah.
We do, yeah.
If you haven't done it in a while, yeah.
It can be humbling.
So
The
maybe
standards
Mr.
are different
Pascal
now
could
than
probably
when we
help.
were
Yeah.
in school.
I'm sitting there racking my brain.
Yes. Well,
We
when
do a
you
fight
add
night
in-
for that reason, to show parents what's happening in the upcoming grade, to 3rd graders go to 4th grade, because it is a big jump and it's a lot.
Yeah.
And when you add in that many elementary teachers teach all subjects.
Mm-hmm.
And even in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they have 2 to 3 tested subjects, and they're preparing for all of them, so
We need the help.
it's a big deal, yeah.
You know, I'm just curious, and this isn't a question specifically for Bolivia Elementary. It's just a question that comes from the change in the technology and how you now communicate with parents. And, you know, so like when I was in school, and it was pretty effective. You know, if you did poorly on a test, you were talking about parents needing to know what their children need to understand or learn. You know, sometimes the teacher would say, Mr. Gainey, you need to take that test home and get your father to sign it. You know, and bring it back. Well, do you have any options like that these days? I mean,
And we can call home. We can have that conversation. We like to have that conversation with the parent,
Yeah.
as opposed to just sitting home, a test. But sitting home and say, hey, this is what your student, because we get the opportunity for students to correct and retake the test, make mastery of the topic. So absolutely, we're calling home. We are trying to involve the parents as much as they want. Dojo's great because you can send a picture of the test and say, hey, this is coming home.
Yeah. I was just curious.
Dojo
That works.
is great
It worked in my house.
Phone calls work well.
And it builds relationships.
Absolutely.
You know, it's all in how you're presenting it. Look, hey, parent, I want to partner with you on your child's success. I'm not trying to tattletale. I know your kid can do better than what they did today.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how we can partner to make that happen. I need you on my side.
We're a
That's what
team.
it comes down to.
I
We're a
will say
team.
the Class Dojo part, sending that home to me, I know gets to me as a parent. You fortunately brought home your test.
Yeah,
Good
a
job.
lot of kids
right?
won't.
Not all of my
That's
students
right.
took it home to mom and dad. They might have signed it themselves. But,
We would have hated Dojo.
And finding something good to say too.
Absolutely.
Not
Both ways.
just, not just always.
Absolutely.
You know,
Nice
and I know
positive
you're doing
sandwich
that.
goes a long way.
Yeah.
And parents love seeing a picture,
Oh, yeah.
Dojo's worked wonders for us.
Yeah.
It is. Well, and I didn't say this earlier, but I thought it. We need to always, that first phone call home always needs to be for something positive. Don't let the first time a parent hears from you be when their child's failing or in trouble, so that's awesome. Any other comments or questions?
Well, I want to thank you for what you did with your third grade ELA staff. I mean, that took a lot of courage,
Well, look, I have a lot of support from the
I
district.
would assume, and
A lot of support.
and it shows that you're willing to do what it takes to get the results.
Well, our kids deserve it. I mean, they deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and your job as a principal is putting the right people in the right place.
And we're very lucky with our
If
new
one
hires.
grade's not the right place for them, put them in a
No,
different grade,
different
Do
schools.
you- Are you able, is it too early to see the effectiveness of that change? No?
Yeah, we're very happy with it.
Yeah, because you're going to have some kind of testing coming up soon.
We have check-ins this week.
This week, okay. Cool.
Well, I love the fifth grade science teacher that's got all the experience, does all the hands-on. The kids have to be loving that. And she's teaching every one of them.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
She was a Brunswick built, so we were very lucky with her.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Yeah, so hands-on has made all the difference for those kids in science. And discipline's gone way down.
And it looks like at some point, we as educators would learn that when kids do so well with hands-on in science, it's okay for your fifth graders to use fraction tiles.
Oh, yeah.
When they are hands-on,
And
they are
gram
just so
staffers.
much more engaged.
Nothing else.
Yes, they're,
Please.
yes. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Who's next here? Looks like it is Miss Goss from Jessie May.
Hello.
Hi, Miss
Hey.
Goss.
Flight
How are you?
2526 is coming to we're beginning our flight.
Good. Where we going? Where we going?
We're going to success.
There you go.
So last year was my first year, so one of the first things that we did this summer is that we realized that our vision and mission had not been revamped in about 5 years, so that was one of the first things that we did, and we wanted to align it to the county's mission and vision. So one of the things that we do every morning is our students who come up, who say the pledge or the announcements, they recite the vision. And so we have one community one goal, we're empowering learners and leaders for a lifetime. And so they have the movements, so for those that are in the lower grades, they can remember it, and then we're working on adding it as signage around our school. And then we changed our mission as well to empowering lifelong learners through excellence, leadership, social-emotional growth, and strong family partnerships to positively impact a changing world. So what we're focusing, we reflect on last year's success. Our first goal was to increase our overall reading proficiency for students in K2 to 80% and then 3-5 to 70%. Our K2 students, we wanted to move from 76% to 82%, and then in 2026 from 82% to 86%. And then 3-5 students, we want it to go from 58% to 70% as measured by the EOG in 2025, and then a 10% increase in 2026. Some of the successes that we had is our kindergarten dibbles. The students scored at 78%. Our first grade dibbles, they were at 73%. Second grade dibbles, they increased from 62% to 66%. Although third grade, we didn't get the results that we wanted, we did increase from 43% to 45%. And what were the opportunities that we had? We did some staffing changes in kindergarten and first grade and second grade because of the decrease in our dibbles proficiency. We are continuing our professional development strategies to support our wisdom instruction. We just finished up with a guided observation 2 weeks ago. We did departmentalize third grade by math and ELA, so we have our ELA teacher who teaches ELA and social studies, and then our math teacher teaches math and science. And then we also created, because of our class sizes in 4th and 5th grade, we created a 4-5 AIG combo. Our second goal was to increase our overall math proficiency. Some of the successes that we had, our grade 3 math increased from 65.4 to 65.7. It was a small increase, but it was a big win. Our 5th grade math, which was huge, was 57% to 66%. Our 4th grade math decreased from 63% to 44%, which resulted in staffing changes. We only have 2 4th grade teachers, but we made some staffing changes in 4th grade. We modified our PLC data wall in addition to our data sheets to support and improve our student tracking and talking about our conversations about our exceptional children, our gifted students, our at-risk students, and our IST students. And we're also utilizing our monthly growth monitoring checks in iReady to monitor the progress of those students. Our goal 3 was to implement the core and intervention strategies using our MTSS framework. And again, like Mr. Kelly said, the student support specialists and our interventionists are great resources for us. Some of the successes that we had is that our grades 3 through 5 met growth overall for the 2025 school year. Our 4th grade reading met growth, and our 5th grade math and reading exceeded growth. So that was a huge win for us. And also our 5th grade science met growth. And then we also have no reading retained students this year in 4th grade. And so in order to improve, our student specialists, support specialists, is going to continue providing some PD to our staff on the structures and the processes, including our standards-based core and our tier support for our students' needs. We will continue with our monthly data talks so we can effectively monitor our flex grouping based on students' needs. And we're coming up to where we're getting ready to have that talk about whether we need to move some students around and based on the teachers. Introducing this year's goals on Flight 2526. First of all, when we met during our meeting over the summer, our SIT team meeting, we recognized that our exceptional children's was suffering. And so we had 44 exceptional children students that we need to meet growth with a 9.1 grade level proficiency is where we were. And so by the end of this school year, we want those students with disabilities to demonstrate proficiency in English by at least 15%. And so that's 2 students through the implementation of our tiered instructional system. That's in 3rd grade. In 4th grade, it will be 7 additional students. And then in 5th grade, from 15%, at least 15% from 8 to 23%, and that's 3 additional EC students from the previous year. We adjusted our goal to address our population of students with disabilities. We did add 2 classes with our EC adaptive students, and then we have 1 cross-cat class. So we have total 3 EC adaptive classes. We're doing our flexible grouping, and we're making adjustments every 4 to 6 weeks, having direct evidence-based intervention, repeated reading, vocabulary building, comprehension, using our Haggerty, our Letterland interventions, and we're fine-tuning the general ed and EC teachers collaboration. Last year, the EC teachers were complaining that, it's hard because you're in EC, you don't have time to meet with the grade level chairs, so the grade level teams, so we did some little structural changes this year so that our EC teachers and our gen ed teachers have time to collaborate. And also we're building upon our EC PLCs that began at the end of the previous last year. So instead of them having they have their own PLC once a month with the EC regional coordinator, so they're also having their EC PLC as well at the school. And then we're also planning for some potential co-teaching opportunities that we found that, the middle school teachers say it works, so we're kind of piloting that program this year to have some of our the 2 EC resource teachers go into the classroom with the gen ed teachers. Our goal 2 was to improve school and district performance. We'll increase our reading proficiency for K2 from 72% to 88%. And then 3 through 5, we want 45% to 80%. And he was like, oh my God, that's huge. But if we don't have high expectations for our students, how are we ever going to get there? So that is one of the things that last year we got, I told our staff, we got to have high expectations. We can't teach to the lowest student. We have to teach to the highest student. And so that's one of the things that we're working on this year. And that's 3rd. My time's up already. I'm at 9. Okay. We did departmentalize 3rd grade. We added the AIG. Our instructional coach, which started mid-year last year, she's leading more data-driven discussions. We're increasing our use of data conversations. We're tracking our Dibble's progress monitoring on a weekly basis instead of on a monthly basis. We're increasing our walkthroughs, and we're also implementing learning walks. And then goal 3 is increasing our educator preparedness and professional development differentiated to meet the individual needs of teachers. I know you asked about that earlier with Ms. Cleary. And so what we found out is that teachers want to be able to attend professional development that best suits their needs. And so we're offering our distinguished teachers, we have 1 in ELA and then 1 in math. They're offering some PD at the school level, and then we're also partnering with Union to have 1 community instead of 2 schools. So it's 1 community, and we're working with them to work on some research-based practices between the 2 schools. Like 2025, 26 is coming in for a landing.
So I'm assuming that your learning walks are like vertical walkthroughs?
Yes.
Where they're visiting each other's classrooms,
Right.
stealing great ideas?
Yes.
Is that, okay. I like that you're working with Union.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
We
Bounce
figured,
ideas.
you know, instead of, we're so close,
Yeah.
instead of, and we're all in the same community,
Mhm.
why make it two separate schools? Make it just one community. And we also have an event coming up for both of our families on Friday night at Stubb Hill Farms.
That's a good idea. What are they gonna do at Stubb Hill Farms?
So it's a family oriented, so there's no cost to the students or their families. And so there's games and
Like fall activities?
fall activities, yes.
That's a good idea. That is wonderful.
So being a first-year principal, what was your biggest aha in this role?
I made it through the first year. But the biggest aha is that creating a growth mindset where I don't think it was there. But I think having that, you know, getting the teachers to change their mindset. And that's one of the things that Mr. Cole and I talked about is how do you get teachers to change, you know, after being in one leadership for so long. But we're working on having them changing their growth mindset.
Yeah, are you referring to their belief that all students can grow?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And they
Well,
can.
that's a big deal.
It is. But we're getting there.
Like her third grade readers are gonna be, did you say third grade 80%?
Yes, absolutely.
That's great. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
We're gonna do it.
That's like a good goal to me.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Anybody else? I think we're good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rouse from Lincoln, you're up.
Good afternoon.
Hi. How's it going?
Going well. Appreciate you guys taking time to let all the principals come and speak about the great things we've been doing in our schools. It's an honor to be in front of you this afternoon. So we'll reflect on last year's results. Last year, our first goal was at Lincoln Elementary, we would increase the number of K-5 students on grade level in reading measured by their M-class composite score growth from BOY to EOY for K2 and then EOG for 3-5 by 5%. And kind of a caveat to this is we are measuring each year by cohort. So that way we follow the students as they progress kindergarten to first to second, because we know each grade level, each class we get is different. So we want to track those students equally across the board there. So at the end of last year, we saw that 73% of our kindergartners were at or above grade level. And for the EOG, we had 34% of our third graders scored a 3, 4, 5. And we increased that to 40.2%, so we went up a little over 6% for our third graders. And then for our fourth graders, we went from 34 to 39 on that, so we hit the 5% mark there. We know that we still need to focus on that core instruction because that's where the magic happens, is when those kids are in those classrooms with their core teachers and really receiving that high quality instruction. Second goal from last year was by May 2025, we will increase family involvement by hosting 2 family curriculum nights during the year. That's a fall event, spring fly-up night, focusing on curriculum information, MTSS education, power school usage, with a goal of at least 30% attendance of school population, which last year equated about 200 students or 200 family members. We have started a tradition at Lincoln, basically a fall fest and a bingo night. We eat the cost for everything. It is a free event. We get everything donated and our community shows up. It is a wonderful evening that our teachers and our PTO and our staff put on that is free to the parents. They come out on a Friday night and it's just good fun for them to spend the evening with their kids. So for each event, we had over 125 families in attendance. And then last year was our first year with Watchdogs. We had 200 sign up for that for our first year. And then we also hosted a kind of a Lincoln Career Day where we tasked our community with and our staff with putting on a career day for our Lincoln students. And we had everything from sheriff's department SWAT teams out there to welders, to linemen, to you name it, it was there. And so it was the first time we've ever done it. It was a huge success. And our parents and community really, they enjoyed that time kind of representing who we are. So we're going to continue to build on those. Our Community Engagement Committee is up and running again this year. We have 3 people heading it this year because it is such a large part of, how do we get our parents and families involved. So we have 3 chairing that up for us. And we're just going to continue to gauge the level of the parents. We kind of reached out with our Title I survey, asked them, what type of events do they need? What kind of, do you need reading? Do you need Infinite Campus? I think we all need Infinite Campus. So really just focusing on the needs of our community and parents to see what we need to do to adjust for that. At Lincoln Elementary, we'll decrease the number of office referrals measured by Educator's Handbook by 10% from 476 to no more than 428. This was originally based upon the number of students that we had at the beginning of last year. So if we had to answer, did we make it? No. But I think if we adjust a couple of the numbers in there to the number of referrals per student, I feel like we did well. We also know that we have to deliver timely Tier 1, Tier 2 supports for those students. That is an opportunity and adjustment we've made this year, is we are tracking our students from the very beginning of the year, actually carry over from last year to this year to put in support. And we've already seen some huge successes where a kid last year, I think he had 28 referrals. This year he has had 1. And it's all about that relationship piece. We preach that at Lincoln. I know they preach it. That relationship with the kids. That's how you're going to get them to ensure that they're following the correct procedures, protocols, rules, and expectations. And then last year, finally, we will increase the number of K-5 students on grade level in math measured by iReady from BOI to EOI for K-3 and EOG for 4th and 5th grade by 5%. We had 59% of our kindergartners made their typical growth, and 51% of our first graders made typical growth. And a huge success and shout out to our 3rd grade team. 68% of our 3rd graders scored a 3, 4, or 5. That was up 8%. And then 54% of our 5th graders scored a 3, 4, or 5, and that's a 10% increase from that cohort from 4th to 5th grade. And we're going to continue focusing on 2nd and 4th through PLCs. How we're going to plan. We check plan book, make sure those are all there. Our coach, instructional coach, does an absolutely amazing job doing coaching cycles with our teachers and just that administrative instructional support, as well as I think Mr. Kelly mentioned it before, our student support specialist. Everybody plays a hand in the success of our school. Introducing this year's goals. At Lincoln Elementary, we will decrease the number of office referrals measured by Educator's Handbook by 10% each year. We know that in order for teachers to teach, the students have to be following the expectations, rules, and procedures that we have in place. We are continuing to work on this. There's a couple things we've already noticed based on our Educator's Handbook data. Is roughly 40% of our referrals to date are on the school bus. And so we are having to look at what support we need to put in there. Ms. Wendy Daniels, who's over our bus's assistant principal, we're already looking at ways to work with those bus drivers. And it could just be they don't understand. Or it could be we have some kids that, we're going to move through the disciplinary matrix for the bus.
It could be that they don't know there are cameras on the bus.
Correct. And so they
remind them of that.
Oh yeah. And when there is an issue like that, we do pull the cameras and make sure they do know that. Our school-wide PBIS matrix revised. This was very, very important to our school and our team. It was actually our first required workday at the end of last year. We pulled the PBIS committee together and we went ahead and revamped our PBIS matrix. We know one of the things that we needed to do a better job of was displaying the visibility of what the expectations are in the hallway, in the cafeteria. So we should be any day now receiving our banners and everything. So those are going to be strung out throughout the school. They also play on our 2 TVs that we have in the lobby and in the cafeteria as well. And then our students, like we said, who have multiple referrals are going to receive that extra support through MTSS. that is one thing I think we're really trying to support our teachers on this year, is making sure that they feel the support, that if a student is not following those rules and expectations, what are we doing to help support them in their classroom. At Lincoln Elementary, for goal number 2, we will increase the number of students proficient in reading by 5%, measured by Dibble's 8 composite score for K2, and reading EOG for 3-5 by tracking the progress of grade level cohorts. We will increase the number of students proficient in math by 5%, as measured by the iReady diagnostic for K2, and math EOG for 3-5 by tracking the progress of grade level cohorts. Adjustments based on last year's. iReady math was new, so we kind of spent the year working through the kinks in that. Our teachers feel very, very confident this year with it. So we're increasing that number of students proficient in reading and math. How are we going to do that? 45 to 50 minute intervention enrichment blocks to address the student gaps determined by the student data. One thing we did this year is we tiered our teachers based on last year's data for their walkthroughs. And we're providing differentiated coaching support for that core instruction. We know that each one of our teachers teaches in a unique way, so we want to provide the support that that individual teacher needs. So we work with our instructional coach on making sure she's doing coaching cycles with them. Data-driven professional development, as always, making sure we're being transparent. If there's an issue, what can we do to fix it? Instead of just burying our head in the sand and not taking ownership of it. School-wide student-based data wall to guide data discussions. So this year we invested in pocket charts and everything, and so at each PLC we have our data displayed on the wall. Our students go from red, yellow to green, or we kind of switch it up depending on the grade level, and so that way the teachers see the improvements that the students are making or are not making. And so instead of it just being on a Google slide or a Google presentation, they're able to see it in real time, and they have that ownership of moving that card across, whether it's going up or down. And then this year, again, we're going to do after-school tutoring. We have planned for 21 sessions with highly effective teachers. Those teachers are chosen based on their school performance on state testing. We will increase, was that my timer? Or am I still good?
You're good.
Okay, I thought I started something go off.
Yeah, it's just to help guide us along.
Nope. Goal number 3 at Lincoln Elementary, we will increase family involvement by hosting 2 family curriculum nights during the year with an average of 200 participants at each event. This Thursday, we have our watchdog, and while I was sitting in here, our parafacilitator told me we got a sponsor for pizza. So we were going to purchase it anyway, but we'll take it so we can invest that back into the program. We are well above 200 participants for this Thursday. Last Thursday, we kicked off the fall with our Fall Fest at Lincoln. And I would say we had probably anywhere from, total for the night, probably 500 to 700 people there. And it was absolutely incredible. It was an amazing night. Our PTO did phenomenal. We ran out of sign-in sheets, but not candy. We did a candy drive, and our school raised 700 pounds of candy donated. So that was part of what we wanted to do, to have people give their time. And then you look at the cost of a bag of candy. I think it's $20 for a big one now. So what we did is, you decorate your vehicle, we'll provide all the candy you need. And so it was a wonderful way to start off. And then, like I said, Watchdogs this Thursday. Love to see anyone come out if you'd like. We will have pizza. And again, just running that community engagement committee and planning those events month to month. Because like it's been echoed, we want our parents, we need our parents. And that goes hand in hand with what goes on in that classroom. Another new thing we've implemented this year is teachers making 1 positive phone call home a week. We know we're going to need those parents at some point, maybe not on the positive end. And already having that conversation, Dojo, I love it. I think it's a quick way to send a message. I think having that personal conversation with someone on a phone goes a long way. It's very powerful. I know Board Member Gainey said he'd send it home, sign it. We'd rather make phone calls, and our teachers have done a phenomenal job with that. So very proud of what we've started off the year with, strong with our community aspect of it. Goal number 4, school leadership team will review school performance data and classroom observation data at least twice per quarter to identify trends, strengths, and areas for growth. Based on those findings, we're going to adjust our instructional practices, and that goes back to just being transparent. If it's not working, let's just not continue to make it not work. You know, let's stop there, let's pivot, and let's go in another direction. And part of that comes from the admin, the student support specialist, our instructional coach. We are there to support that for them. It's never a, I got you. It's more of a how can we help you. And so when we go back to the teacher working condition survey, the professional development is differentiated to meet the individual needs. Our baseline in 2024 was 41%. This year's next goal was we are looking for 80%. How we're going to do that? We have asked the teachers for their feedback of what professional development they would like, whether that be at a certain grade level, a certain group of teachers. We want to make it individualized to meet the needs of our teachers. We don't just want to throw down a blanket PD that it doesn't pertain to some of them. And goal 5, we will implement a comprehensive professional development plan that provides ongoing differentiated learning opportunities for all teachers and staff. The goal is to increase the percentage of teachers who agree that an appropriate amount of time is provided for professional development. Our last year, or 2024's baseline we took from it was 67.92% of our teachers, to moving that to at least 80%. We're going to do that through conversations through our weekly PLCs, school-wide, grade level, and district level professional development, individualized professional development through coaching and modeling, because you can coach them all you want, but if someone is unsure, you have to be willing to go in there and model what that looks like. And in our learning walks, again, to visit classrooms of highly effective teachers. We just finished up our first round of that, where we went vertical, kind of how you said, because we want our teachers to see all the great things going on in other classrooms as well. Thank you, and questions and answers.
I love the career day. I think that gives kids an opportunity to see real life.
Real life and their parents.
Yeah.
And their guardians.
Right.
Like I said, we had linemen, we had SWAT team,
Oh, yeah.
we had a dolphin trainer, didn't know.
Well, and kids find that there's things that they didn't even know that was something they could do, or that's a job that existed.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
think that's really
So they took a lot of pride, and that's one of the great things I think about Watchdogs, is that even the upper grade kids, when they see their dad or grandpa or uncle, they get excited.
Mhm.
Like, you think, especially the upper grades, they would kind of shy away from it. They go full bore.
Yeah.
And so the same thing with our career day at Lincoln, it was a nice touch, and the kids really like seeing their parents out there. Like I said, it was very neat.
That's awesome. I love that you select your highly effective teachers to provide that after-school tutoring. Are they paid for that?
They are.
I love that too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's a long day.
We budget for that. Yes,
A
ma'am.
long day.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you utilizing your student support and interventionists?
So our student support specialist, she works very heavily with our students at risk, those students moving to the IST. She also does classroom observations, where she'll gather data for that. She's instrumental in making sure we stay on timeline with those meetings every 30 days, and just providing, she's kind of the liaison with the parent, the teacher, so just making sure she's an active participant in all of that. So that position is so special and important, because it frees up our school counselors. We are blessed to have 2 school counselors at Lincoln, so it frees up our counselors to provide more direct instruction to our students as a whole, versus based on a emergency needs basis.
Right.
Yeah, it's huge.
What about your interventions? Do you have an interventionist?
Our 2 you're talking about I thought, okay. Yes, our math and ELA interventionists, same thing. They provide data, especially to our students who are going through that at-risk to IST or IST to EC referral. They are able to give feedback on them. They actually will sit in on the meetings if their schedule allows. But our interventionists are huge in getting those small groups for those kids to have that time for that small group instruction.
Are our interventionists shared between schools?
No.
They're dedicated?
Yes.
And all of these resources have come in the last year, 2 years?
Over
Over
since
3 years.
it's since we had started to get our COVID funding. So we did the first round of them. I think it would be now this will be the 5th year.
This is what?
The 5th year for interventionists.
But not for the intervention, okay.
But they started with one and now they have
They all have
Right.
one, and then he elects to use one of his Title I.
We have a reading and a math so they can specialize in those areas instead of trying to float both. So
But that second interventionist position is a choice by your
yes.
school improvement team to
Yes,
use
sir.
a teaching, Title
Yes,
I
sir.
teaching position.
Yes, sir.
How long have you had to?
Since I've been there, this is my 3rd year. So at least 3 years.
Do you all look at the data to see if pulling kids out for intervention time, do you look at your data school by school, I guess, to see if that's making a huge difference?
Yes, so especially our students who are at risk, ISD, we have to review that data anyway.
Right.
And we get input from the teachers as well, because during the core instruction, we want to see if it makes a difference in that. Is it being effective?
Right.
So 100%, Ms. Hammy, shout out to Mrs. Hammy, Mrs. Griffiths, they do a phenomenal job of, keeping up records on that and providing support and data to our teachers, admin, instructional coach, student support. They're phenomenal.
I guess I'm more referring to like end of grade, like your EOG scores or end of year data. Does it show?
I have not tracked it back that far, but I would be happy to see what that.
I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or
And
comments?
I mean, and you would like to know that for all the schools, I assume.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be beneficial to know
Yeah.
if that's being effective.
They all have your school-wide data sheets, so that's
Okay.
yeah, that's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Rhodes.
Mr. Roush.
Next comes Ms. Bourne from Southport Elementary. Hi, Ms. Bourne.
Hello.
Doing okay today?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
And thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to say that I'm extremely proud to be a Brunswick County Schools employee, and I've seen a lot of really wonderful changes through the years. And I'm exceptionally proud of my team of teachers and staff at Southport. Reflecting on last year's results, our goal in reading was to increase by 10% over a 2-year period for each cohort. So some of our celebrations, Southport Elementary met growth last year in all 3 areas. We met growth in EVOS data for reading, math, and science. We're really proud of our DIBELS 8 assessment end of year. Kindergarten, 81% met the benchmark, and in first grade, 78% met the end of year benchmark. 3rd grade reading, our students demonstrated growth from 12% proficiency to 44% proficiency, so they grew about 30 percentile points, and we're hoping they'll do the same thing again this year as 4th grade students. And so some of those data points are data points. We're really hoping to get them as high as we can get them. We'd love to see everybody exceeding growth at 80% or higher. Some opportunities in 5th grade reading, our students did not demonstrate a 5% gain in the cohort moving from 4th to 5th. They did meet growth in EBOS, but their growth was a little bit smaller than the 5%, so we would like to see them at least do that from year to year. Last year, our proficiency in math, one of our celebrations was 4th grade. Our students exceeded growth in EBOS on the math EOG from 74.2% to 78% proficient, so they did meet that goal. 5th grade is an opportunity for us. Our 5th grade students last year did not meet the gain in the cohort, moving from 4th to 5th. So we know that we really need to look at our 5th grade curriculum. We need to make sure that we are looking at our county pacing guides, our lesson planning structure, and we also hope to bring back tutoring in our 2nd semester for our students. Our growth, or our school improvement goal for improving our school climate. Last year, we decreased the number of office referrals from 408 referrals to 273, so it went down significantly. Some of the opportunities moving forward, when we looked at our data, bus referrals continue to be the highest amount of referrals overall. So that remains a focus for teaching appropriate, safe bus behaviors. And then also encouraging our bus drivers to write referrals for students who are not following our rules. So introducing this year's goals. This year, we would like to increase overall reading proficiency by 10% over a 2-year period. So some of the data points, we would like our K2 students overall, they were 74% proficient in DIBELS. We'd like them to go to at least 79 or higher. 3rd grade students, we'd like them to be at least 60% proficient, but hopefully higher than that. 4th grade students will increase their reading proficiency from 60% to 65%, and 5th grade students will increase their reading proficiency to 80% and 85% in the following year. So that's based on where they are right now, adding the 5% per year for the cohorts. But we expect them to be higher than that. Some action steps to get there. This year we created additional time in the master schedule for reading skills and strategies, small group instruction in grades K2. When our SIT team looked at our data, they said we're really weak in our fluency, so we need to do some targeted fluency practice, and how are we going to build that in. So we looked at our master schedule and made sure that we had everything that we needed to have in to teach core, but then how are we going to get in some extra fluency in there for our students. Teachers meet weekly in PLCs to update the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year data. And now we have 4th and 5th grade DIBELS 8 assessment data available, so we'll be looking at that. We're about to take our check-ins for the first round, so we'll be looking at that to identify students who need extra supports for targeted interventions, progress monitoring, and planning for those students. We're also doing pacing and standards alignment checks through our focused walkthroughs, formal observations, and PLC lesson planning sessions. We're also using our instructional framework as our springboard for PD, and looking at things that we want to focus on in our PLCs. And I'm also kind of sneaking it into our weekly update newsletter that goes out to all teachers that we look at with all of our events for the week. So anywhere we can get in ways to improve for good instruction for our students, we're really looking for those opportunities. We also, when our SIT team analyzed our data last June at our planning day, we said, you know, we used to be able to provide tutoring for our students, but we haven't had the budget for that. What are ways in which we can bring that back? So we approached PTA because we felt as though it really made an impact for our students, and it's after-school tutoring for about an hour in grades 3, 4, and 5 for reading and math. And PTA said yes, they are willing to help assist with the funding for paying teachers, so we're excited to put that in place for 2nd semester. Our next goal is to improve school climate as measured by a 10% decrease in school discipline referral data over a 2-year period. Some of the action steps that we're taking to do that during monthly PBIS meetings, the Southport Elementary staff will use data from Educator's Handbook to identify patterns, reteach expectations to our students, and adjust supports or interventions for students as needed for behavior. We're also instituting our quarterly PBIS celebrations, which serve as motivational activities to celebrate our students. We have our first Monster Mash coming up to celebrate PBIS awards, and that will be on Halloween. So you're all welcome to come join us. It'll be running all day during the resource time for each grade level. We also have parent presentation that we did during our back to school Title I night to allow families to access the PBIS matrix, ask questions, and understand behavior expectations for students. We also had our guidance counselor did a PD for parents on bullying and some suggestions and what to look for and how to report it and who are the contact personnel at school for it. And a lot of parents asked for copies of that, so that was a success for us. A newly formed student council provides opportunities for student voice and leadership this year. And our Dolphin Gold students are announced each day for grade levels. Students bring their tickets up and we do awards each day for the day before for we do a drawing for who had the most tickets and also for behavior. And our behavior specialist this year is scheduling observations with teachers who need additional support with classroom management, as identified from the referral data. And she provides good feedback for them as well, and that's been successful so far. Improving our math proficiency. We would like our students in grades K3 and iReady to increase their overall math proficiency from 57 to 65 or higher. Fourth grade math cohort group to 60%, and our goal the following year would be 65, but we'd like to see that go much higher. We know they can do it. And our fifth grade math cohort group was 78%. On the EOG, we would like them to at least be 83% this year or higher. Southport Elementary will strengthen core instruction in math and increase teacher capacity to deliver rigorous instruction through PD. Focus for teachers and students this year will be utilizing the iReady math curriculum with attention to the quarterly pacing guides. When we looked at last year, we said, we just didn't get all of our standards in. We need to really pay attention to our pacing guides. The lesson planning structure and standards alignment with classroom activities. Additional school tutoring in the second semester is in the works for planning. Reflex Math was added this year as a supplemental math fluency practice program that was based on teacher request, and the county was able to have that across the district for everybody. Southport's instructional coach is working with teachers to schedule specific times for teachers to observe each other teach. Visits to high growth schools in the district in the classrooms of exemplar teachers are also planned. We had a principal PD where we looked at EVOS data, and I happened to be with Teresa Goss from Jessie May, and I saw, well, hey, your teacher in this grade level where we need support is blue in EVOS, so can my teacher come watch your teacher? So there's some good things that happen with some of those conversations. And early in the second semester, we will implement an instructional planning day for teachers to conduct a deep dive analysis into their middle of year benchmark assessments and look at our students who are meeting their typical growth, their stretch growth, and students who might need to have additional supports. And then our last goal, we want to increase the number of supports for educators throughout the year through PD. The majority of our teachers have now completed the curriculum implementation professional development for Wit and Wisdom and letters and iReady Math. So they have more opportunities this year for school-based and self-selected PD. So this year we are completing a teacher book study from the Ron Clark, Be 1% Better, Ways to Transform Your School. Teachers so far have been enjoying this book. The feedback has been very positive, and what we're after is raising our expectations as a school. And I think that book really lends itself well to that. Opportunities for teachers to participate in professional development days in which teachers get to work with colleagues. The county has already provided some of those days, and we have another one coming up November 4th. Teachers are enjoying those days because they get to get out and work with each other from other schools. We also had a specific PD based on assessment results from last year for fluency and Wit and Wisdom, which was presented by Adriana Sly, our early literacy specialist, and our feedback from that was positive as well. And then we're looking at our EVOS data to support instructional learning needs, coaching for teachers who are not demonstrating their growth in EVOS. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I love that you started a student council.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I love that she's visiting high growth teachers.
Yes.
Exemplary teachers, that's so smart.
It is.
So good.
It's very beneficial for teachers.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ms. Bourne? Okay,
Okay,
Ms. Bourne,
thank
you're
you.
off to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bridgers from Supply.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. Thanks for being here with us and letting us have an opportunity to talk about our schools. All right, let's jump right in. So let's look at last year. All right, here we go. So we have our big 3 goals that we're working on that line up with the State Board of Education, and then under it, our performance measures on how we're gonna get there. So our first goal looking back was with PBIS. So the best success that we had was with our PBIS, and We were aiming for 85% of our students to be able to attend the monthly celebrations, but we actually exceeded that goal with 91% of our students. That was a great feeling, and we needed that win for us. So opportunities, what happened, 9% of our kiddos did not make it. So we did find that most of the non-participants were in a couple of grade levels and in a couple of classrooms, which let us know that those teachers and areas needed more support this year moving forward. Trying to be more proactive with our classroom management to help get our behavior specialists into the classrooms and working through some coaching cycles there as well. On our second one, here we go. These are the ones where first one deals with math and second one deals with reading, set up very, very similarly. So we are aiming over our 3 years by 26-27 to increase our percentage points by 30%. 30 percentage points. Lofty, yes, but we have a ways to go to get where we need to be. I will say, being reflective at supply, administration, teachers, staff, as everybody working together, we're very self-aware of where we currently are, but we have to acknowledge it, own it, and then make our decisions moving forward to make things better. So our best success in math was with 5th grade. In 5th grade math, reading, and science, those 3 individual small areas did meet their growth. So that was a good feeling in 5th grade. So from that, we left 5th grade together. And this year we're departmentalizing. The teacher that had the best proficiency wanted to take the math, and we agreed that yes, please teach our kids math this year. So opportunities for everybody looking with the math is to increase that instructional support and the scaffolding areas. I think if I had to find a phrase for supply, it's back to basics, right? We're aware that our scores indicate we have some core instructional issues, and that's what we're targeting and trying to move forward with. This is the other half of Goal 2 for the reading, and this one is broken up into a 3-5 slide and then a K2 slide. So the first one is on our 3-5, and just looking at our baseline, and again, trying to get to that 30 percentage points. 5th grade reading did meet our growth. The rest of the school, we did not overall. So that is a hard place to be, but we just have to acknowledge it where we are and design strategically. This is the K2 side with our reading measures, looking at the DIBELS information. In this area, our 2nd grade students did demonstrate growth in their reading proficiency, going from 53% to 62%. And we do like where they were using their targeted interventions, their small group instruction, and strengthening that core, and then making sure we're diving into our data. So that was something that showed out with our 2nd grade team from last year, and then it went through with their data as well. So thinking about opportunities, our kindergarten proficiency did decline, and then 1st grade remained the same. So that lets us know that we need to really dig into our Tier 1 instruction and just at that core level. And then the last one, trying to help meet the needs of every student. We really want to lean into our coaching cycles. And the one that we're highlighting here is with our instructional coach. We had a baseline of 20. We got to 35, but we are aiming to get to 75 this year because we do recognize those instructional deficits that we have in the school, and we need to use all of our resources strategically to help us move forward. Okay, so that's enough of the looking back. Let's look forward. Okay, so what are we doing? Where are our goals now? So we wanted to increase our PBIS celebration participation up to 95% since we did exceed our goal. And one of the things that we're bringing in with this is where we noticed some bus discipline being an issue. So now with our PBIS celebration, one of the requirements is a certain number of bus referrals. You have to be under the number to be able to still participate. A small example happened this morning. Ms. Rockenstein, our AP, called in over the radio. She said, when you do announcements, call out bus 38. They did just what the driver asked them to, make sure the teachers get them some golden starfish. So we're bringing in that celebration through the buses into the school as well. We definitely want to lean into our tiered support through the MTSS process in all the areas, and one of them targeting our behavior. Some of the things that we've faced over the past couple years are the classroom behaviors, and I am pleased to say that the processes are finally starting to work so that administration can be doing more of the instructional side, and our systems are working so that the kids are being taken care of and instruction can continue with the classroom. Okay, next one, set up similarly as the first ones. For the math, we did have a decrease in math overall, so how are we adjusting? One of the things that we picked up on was with our students with disabilities. We were also in the ATSI category and within the low performing. So we've asked our EC team to try to schedule as many of our meetings either before or after school as we can. It finally dawned on us that every time I'm sitting in a meeting, there's an EC teacher across the table from me, which means one of my babies is not receiving their instruction. So we definitely made a strategic move, and we were setting the alarm clocks a little earlier, and the gen ed teachers have more than willing been on board to come in a few minutes earlier, stay a few minutes late, so that our special needs population can be targeted for us. Okay, there we go. On the reading side of things, we remained stable in reading, but that's not what we need. We need the accelerator down and making the strides that we need to. But the fact that we didn't improve at all in reading highlights that we do need to strengthen our reading instruction. We are using, again, the targeted interventions, and we're using our data more consistently to drive our instruction. So what does that translate into? That translates into we are using our PLCs to our advantage. We are set up on the cycle system where this week we're talking about this. Week 2, we're going to talk about the next topic. Week 3, the next topic. And this year we are adding names to the data. Right? A couple years ago, we had to get back in the habit of let's have a PLC. Last year, we had to talk about our grade level data and trends that we're seeing. And this year's charge to the teacher is add the names. Who are the children that we're talking about, and how many of them do we need to move from one level to the next? This is on the K2 side. The second grade students did show a growth with their reading proficiency. Kindergarten declined, and first grade remained stagnant with hovering right there where they were. Again, all the arrows point back to our core instruction. Using the coaching support, thank you for the timer, using the coaching support to work, let me rephrase. Prior year it was, let's make sure we utilize our instructional coach. Have you scheduled with the instructional coach versus this year, we're going to meet with the instructional coach and she's going to come in. And a little more directed versus selected with the coaching cycles that we take teachers through. And then our last one is the one about the coaching cycles and trying to get to the 75. We made it to the end.
Good job.
All right. Your turn. What can I answer for you?
So what are who's 75 individualized coaching sessions? Is that for the school for the year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So our baseline, the first year that we started tracking how many cycles is the instructional coach helping us with, we started with 20. And then last year we were able to get up to 35. So we want to double it.
What is a cycle?
So the cycle is where the instructional coach takes the teacher through the conversation for how to improve. They meet ahead of time. they present things that they want help with, whether it's with their lesson planning or whether it's coming in to model a lesson or whether it's having the conversation to help them move their personal data around, and then the follow-up behind it. And so they plan, they do things, they take action, and then reflect and go through that cycle. And it's different for each teacher based on their needs.
Yeah.
Can I ask a
That was my
question about
question,
your,
so.
oh, you go
No,
ahead.
no, she answered my question
Okay.
because he asked the question.
Great.
My question
Yes, ma'am.
is, you talked about they're doing small group instruction in
Mhm.
K2 ELA. What does that look like? Is there any differentiation in that at all, or
It's
what does
based,
that look like?
it's based on their skills, right?
So
So
skills
it's
groups?
their skills group that
Okay.
they need. And so in the PLCs where we're going through the cycles, we are looking at their progress monitoring data that we're getting from M-Class. We're making those decisions. Who's still working on blending? Who's still working on their letter sounds? Who's working on fluency now? The different components that we're doing there.
And then I love that you moved your IEP meetings to before and after school, because it's just protecting instructional time when you do that. Because every time you pull a regular ed, an EC
That's right.
teacher, you gotta pull a regular ed teacher too. So it's
That's
two
right.
classrooms being impacted.
That's right. We realized that we were being selfish and accommodating the grown people's schedules
Yeah.
because it was very
It's gotta be
convenient to
about
have
the
it during the gen ed planning time and making the harder decision as a school
Right.
to do what's best for the kids.
It's a long day, but. Any other questions, anybody?
Yeah, so we did 35 cycles, instructional coach cycles
Last year.
last year.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna increase that number by 40 this year.
Yes, sir.
Why wasn't it increased by 40 last year?
We let the teachers choose.
Okay, I guess you said
And,
that earlier.
and some
Yeah, I
chose
think you
to
said-
take
yeah.
advantage of that and some did not. And this year, the ones that are not are going to.
The coaching cycle's done by the instructional coach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And then-
But that's apart from what you're doing when you do an observation and a post-conference,
Correct.
and you're coaching then too.
Right, right. So that is a piece that when I spoke about the processes getting in place, Ms. Rockenstein and I have already done more walkthroughs up to this point in the year than we had last year altogether. And there were things that, emergencies that had to be put out and
Yeah,
dealt
that's
with throughout the day, but now that the process is working and in place and the student support team is functioning as we should, we're able to spend our time in the classrooms.
That's good.
Very good.
Anybody else? Good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good, thank
Thank you.
you. All right, Ms. Costin, bring us some Gator news.
It is my distinct honor to present to you one last time. All right.
You just had to start with that, didn't you?
Yes, I
Is this the first, last time?
did. It is.
announcement?
This year is
Not
all
sure
about
I'm
first
feeling that.
lasts. Last year, we started on a track to become an A school. We are not there yet, but we exceeded growth this past year at it was pretty incredible amount of growth. But we're still not at an A, so that's still not enough. Looking at reading for last year, the goal, here are our successes, and you can, I colored it different because it was hard for me to look at. Our goals were on the left side, what we did was on the right. First and fourth grade reading were good, we met our targets there. The cohort for fourth grade last year grew 11%. That's huge. We're gonna continue to meet in all of the other areas. We're gonna continue to work on carefully planning what we do in those small groups. We also want to look at kindergarten and second grade specifically in their small group instruction. We use learning walks. This year, we are not just going in to see what we can glean from another teacher. It is their job this year, because we're doing the 1% thing, it is their job to give one suggestion. Everybody can grow some way. Everybody can do something to take it to the next level, and that's what our theme is this year, the next level. Our third grade reading scores dropped by about 10%. We were devastated. I was, third grade team was, and so that is something that we've been talking about all summer long and all year long, to see what we can do to change that. One of the things that we've done is, one of our committees is a vertical planning committee, where we are looking at gaps that one grade level, poor kindergarten, their gaps are just with the parents. But each grade level says, if this was stronger, we could be stronger. And so it trickles down, and sometimes it's hard conversations, but it's just conversations that we have to have. Well, I'll talk about what we're doing with math in just a minute. Math, we broke or right at the 80% barrier for fourth grade. Third grade was still above 75%, but we're not quite at that 80% barrier.
Very close.
Yes. But hand grenades and horseshoes.
I know.
So you're met, not met, that's not gross, that's your goal.
That's our goal. That's
their
what we
goal.
set for
I was
ourselves.
gonna say that on the previous slide too.
Yes,
That's
sorry.
It's not growth, it was your goal, proficiency
Yeah,
goal.
we reflect a lot on ourselves. Only 68% of our students in K2 met their annual typical growth. The curriculum is no longer new. There is zero reason why those kids should not be, why we should not have 80. There's no reason why we shouldn't have higher, meeting their annual typical growth. Attendance got a little better, I think a lot because of the policy that we have in the county. First and third grade saw growth in the number of students that attended 90% or more of the school year. That's huge. One of the things we still want to target that core group of students that are 18% or higher. So we're going to try and do some check-ins with them. We're adding check-ins for behavior as well, but I think it's important to make those really personal connections, not just with their teacher, but somebody else in the school, so that we can do whatever we can to convince those little ones, to convince their big ones to get them to school. Discipline. We saw a 20% decrease in total referrals and a 40% decrease in bus referrals.
That's huge.
Okay, well, don't expect that next year because we have fifth grade back, okay? They're taking care of it. The largest area is physical aggression. And the largest areas for that are playground and the bus.
That's right.
So there's some things that I'll talk about a little bit later that we're trying to tackle that. Our goals for next year for reading, 80%, at least 80% K2 proficient on M-class is what we want. Third to 60%, I don't think that's high enough, but I was only one member of the team. I think you gotta have those lofty goals, because you gotta shoot for the moon. Shoot for the moon. Maybe you wind up in the stars, but that's okay. Fourth to 70%. And fifth to 65, we were doing a whole lot of guesswork with fifth grade. I have a whole brand new team, but I think we probably could have shot much higher than that because they ended right around 75. Let's see. Overall reading seemed to take a dip, likely due to the second year implementation of the new curriculum, but we're working our way back towards 80 to 90% or higher K2. And we are pushing 70 in third and 80 in fourth and fifth. Some of the things that we're going to do, again, working on that small group instruction and planning. each teacher has a notebook and we're looking at it. One of the biggest things that I have them do, just holding a small group is not enough. You have to take anecdotal notes as you're meeting with them so that you know the next day what to hit again. Probably one of the easiest ways is, I have 2 little ones, I missed them today, that I meet with in the afternoon, and the easiest thing for me to do is to say, here, these are my lesson plans, these are the notes that I take. It's just easier if you can show them something. We got iReady back. I think that's going to be a game changer for us. We are doing the vertical planning, and we are trying to get leaderboards up. We want to use the iReady attendance. We've done attendance before. A lot of my 3rd grade teachers use cards every time they pass one of the RTA standards. They get to take the card home. There's something kind of posted on the wall. It's just special, more than just say you passed the standard. For our math, we want 80% meeting their annual typical growth. 3rd grade, we want to raise that to 70. 4th grade, we want 80 or higher. 5th grade, we want 82. We are looking at 80% for all grade levels. Even 3-5, we want to see them also meeting that on their iReady math. Because we saw, at least for us, we saw a pretty good correlation between the projected proficiency for math and how they actually scored on the end of grade test. The other action steps that we're looking at here, we're still continuing to use our problem solving strategy, daily word problems. We do mini math 3-5, which is basically something that the teachers have created. It takes what they're studying now, but it also takes what they've studied in the past, and every now and then it has something about what they're going to study in the future. It spirals that math, just like reading does. In K2, we're doing everybody has to have the same components of their calendar math, and it has to have a word problem in it. I think they processed over all of the word problems last year in K2, but word problems are here to stay, and they truly make our kiddos better thinkers. And yay, reflex. Okay, so we are trying to tackle the physical aggression. Bus discipline and the recess, again, is where we're seeing the largest amount of them. We're continuing to do our PBIS using the Gator Bucks. They can spend the Gator Bucks at the Gator store. This year, instead of a PBIS celebration, because 9 classes in the gym was a lot, so this year we're doing clubs, and the kids get to sign up. Like, each enhancement teacher will give an idea of what club they're going to do, and a kid gets to sign up for whichever one they want. If you have a discipline referral, even one, you do not attend the clubs. We are also adding, like I said before with the attendance, a check-in, check-out person that is somebody other than their classroom teacher. The classroom teacher checks in with them every day. This is the attendance. I kind of already talked about it. We want to continue to bring that number down of 18% or higher. We do every 2 months. If you have perfect attendance, that means you are here from the first bell to the last bell every day for 2 months. Then you get pizza with the principal. I think we're just going back with pizza. We said snack, but it's just better.
True.
We'll do perfect attendance awards in the ceremonies, student recognition on the bulletin boards in the hallways, leaderboards. Only a minute over, maybe.
Question number 1.
Okay.
Your growth index is 3.64.
Mm-hmm.
From what I saw, it's the highest in the county. How did that come to be? What do you think?
Knowing what what's going on in the classrooms, trusting my teachers to make sound decisions, addressing them when they're not. There's a lot of things that go into
But
that.
if you just had to pick three, top three things. Come on, let's go, quick.
Good folks, good support. I don't know, God, I could go on
Okay.
all day. on
Okay,
this
then
one.
go to the next one.
All right, go to the next one.
I asked Mr. Cole to pull the retention data,
Mhm.
because you worked with me for a long time. You know how I feel about if you're gonna retain, you do it in first grade.
Mhm.
You and Waccamaw retained between 8 and 10% of your first graders last year. Why do you do that?
So, first of all, I don't believe in a kindergarten retention. Very, very few cases that they need to do kindergarten again because you are learning to be a student in kindergarten. First grade, you go from here to here. First grade is the year that you learn to read. First grade is that foundational year, and if you're gonna do a second year anywhere, it needs to be in first grade. Now, even though that percentage is pretty high, that does not mean that after the summer and the parent has worked with that child every single day,
Or
if
they're
they
going
come
reading
back,
camp.
then I'll send them on. If they make really, really good progress, I've moved them during the first 9 weeks. It just, every child is a case by case basis, and unfortunately, there's not a formula. In fact, the lowest of the lowest children don't actually benefit from retention.
That's right.
It's about, on a reading level, D, E, F. That's a good place.
Funny you should mention that. How do you know where they're reading?
Because we do running records.
Mhm. Do all your teachers know how to do running records?
Yes, ma'am. We've done, well, I say that, K2, we've done training again this year.
Wow.
Why?
No, I said,
Oh,
wow.
oh.
No, I think that's amazing.
What are running records? I mean,
She's-
if you're
she's a
keeping
reading
records,
recovery
Reading recovery teacher here.
aren't they all running? I mean, if you're
They're all
keeping
running.
records, don't all records run?
They're
at
very,
one
they're
period?
very
What's
specific
running
and
records?
precise.
So, you give a child a level text. Part of it is how much they can read correctly. But the other part of it is how much they can comprehend about what they're reading. Because what M-Class gives you is whether or not they can decode. We can have some kids that are blue in M-Class, which is above. They're very, very little risk. But they're great word callers, and they can't tell you what they just read.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
So, but just so I understand what running records are, not so much what they record or grade or whatever it is, fluency, comprehension, decode, any of that stuff. Is it just a longitudinal grading that you're doing over time for each of those components?
Yes.
It's like a grade book.
It's a test. You're testing
Sorta, right?
them
Yeah, sorta.
on their reading fluency.
You don't get a grade without a
comprehension.
test, yeah, or something.
You're
I just
checking
want to
their reading.
understand, I
It's showing
keep
what
hearing
that- how that child
reading, or what is it now,
progresses.
confusing me.
Running,
Running records.
running records.
I'm trying to understand how they came up with that terminology.
Because it's ongoing.
And it's
it
for that-
instructs,
that
child.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it instructs you on how to
Each
instruct
child.
them.
My eighth grade teacher, she had a grade book, and it started out like the beginning of the year, and you had grades that went all.
You probably didn't have a running record machine. I'm just gonna go on a
I'm
limb and
just
say
saying,
that.
isn't that a running record of my
Yes.
grades? Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just, okay.
Mhm. Other questions or?
Well, first of all, I wish you wouldn't retire. We could
A
use
lot
you
of
for-
knowledge
That's
walking
not
out
a
the door.
question. You say, well, what does it take? to
I
keep
know,
you-
honestly, I'm
what
sitting
does
here.
it take to
What does it
keep you
take to
from not
keep you
retiring?
to stick around? First, that's my first point. I love that you've set really high goals. You set for your school, you're not looking at the state, you're looking at your school. I like that. And I love that you're doing spiral math and word problems. And I've got to ask, what's the card? Taking the card home? Was that something you said?
Oh,
What is that?
in 4th grade, when they do the RTA passages, the standards, once they hit, I think it's 315, is it 312 or 315? Their total score.
In 3rd grade, they have to get 11 out of 15.
11.
To achieve, and then they get a certificate to go home that's signed by the teachers, usually in color. They're very proud of themselves.
Oh, okay.
So once they pass that standard, they get that certificate.
Okay.
And they'll hold
And
it
it's
on down the
huge.
hall. They're
Okay.
very
Big
excited
deal.
about it.
Talk about standards-based grading. That tells them each
Yeah.
of those standards and reading.
So a 32.7% to 22.7%, a 10% drop. So is 32.7% the percentage of your referrals that are physical aggression?
Let me look at it.
They're going to
Yes.
so 32% of your referrals are for physical aggression. Okay. In the order. Okay. That was all. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Look, any other questions as she goes?
She's not taking.
All right, Mr. J.
Exiting the stage.
Mr.
So you
James.
put me between the last ride and the purple suit. Really? That's what I get? I can't compete with that. I just want to spend a little bit of time. I'll focus a little bit on last year, but really focus on where we're going this year because I think that's the most important for where we are currently as a school. Just a little background. I know you guys know this, but last year we jumped from 612 kids to 670 kids in a month. It felt like 2 hours. So that was a big shift quick. And it was a mindset shift, and we're still in that mindset shift because 612 kids versus 670 kids is a difference. And it was a change in our population too. The type of kids that we had coming in were different from other parts of the state. From we started to get a lot more migrant than we already have had a high migrant population, but we started to get a more migrant population. So we're seeing different kids in our classrooms and trying to figure out what does that look like. So when you look across our goals, there were clear goals that we had that last year we struggled to meet because of some of the dynamics changing within our building. We own that, and you will notice that our goals did not change at all this year because our summer sit focus was how do we meet the goals that we set for ourselves last year because we didn't get there. So some of the positives though that did happen last year, we had a much bigger, larger awareness of behaviors and behavior management. I am at the point where I have a staff that is starting to all retire. They're all of that age. They've all been there a long time. And with that comes new teachers, new to our system, a lot of BTs or middle of the road teachers, and learning what that looks like and what behavior management looks like. So we had to do some revamping of our PBIS matrices, our discipline matrices, looking at what a major is, minor is, what comes to the office, what do you manage, what do you send to me and lose your, once you send them to me, you've lost autonomy in that classroom. Had to have a lot of those conversations. So we had to do a lot of looking at discipline. So we did that piece of it. And I'll talk about the opportunities when we get to this year. With goal 2, this was the goal that we did meet. Because we had an ever-changing population, our goal was to get 75% of parents at 2 or more events. We got to 82%. We got that from our Title I survey at the end of the year, which I think we had a 95% response rate to. But 82% of our parents participated in 2 or more opportunities throughout the school year where we were involving them, trying to get them involved in what does it look like to help your kid at home. So we really worked through that, and I think that's great, and we're going to capitalize that on this year. Last year the focus was getting them in the building. This year the focus is going to be on really getting them to do what we need them to do with kids at home, which can be a tall task. The last goal is just an overall academic goal. We didn't break into reading and math Math has historically been a very strong suit for us with growth and with proficiency. So we felt comfortable with where we were, even with adding in a new curriculum. We felt like we were moving well. ELA has always been a weaker area for us when you look at 3-5 data. We've always sat right at or below the 80% mark in reading, and it's always that can we get over that 80% mark? So we focused a goal on steady progress of looking at growth and trying to get it up 0.5 each year. And then also trying to get that overall proficiency, that overall report card grade up 2 points a year to try to get back. So last year, 2 years ago, we fell back from the A to the B, and then this year we fell a little bit further back. Several things to celebrate within that are our cohort data of 3rd grade to 4th grade reading went up roughly 9%. Same thing in math, but it was about a 10% jump from 3rd grade to 4th grade, that cohort at the end of last year. 5th grade math saw a similar increase of, I believe it was 8%. So we saw some good gains in cohort data moving from 3rd to 4th and 4th to 5th. What hurt us is we lost a really high 5th grade group, and we gained a 3rd grade group that was just not as high, and so there are some things we have to do differently. One thing I do want to shout out, because I truly believe this is all my staff and has nothing to do with me, is that they have exceeded growth since 2014. Minus COVID years, because it wasn't reported then, that's 10 straight years of exceeding growth, and that is huge for them to hold on to that and to know that, even when proficiency gets high, gets low, in between, that growth status is not just meeting, it's exceeding. So there's something happening in the classroom. We've just got to work to make sure we bump that proficiency back up. So what are we going to do this year to kind of meet some of those? The first is that discipline goal. So because of awareness of discipline, we saw a rise in discipline referrals last year. But already this year, I can say that we have seen a better management. So something we've talked about a lot at principals meeting is looking at this discipline data and saying, okay, what's changing? What I've noticed is changing about our discipline data is no longer do we have a ton of major office referrals that are disruptive behavior. I have a ton of minors that are disruptive behavior because the teacher is putting them in, documenting, and our matrix says that we do 3 minors of disruptive behavior, then they come to the office to myself and Ms. Wilson. So we're seeing a shift in teachers really trying to manage some of that behavior that should be managed within their classroom setting so they have that control over discipline. They're actually managing that. Some things that are helping with that, we've really gone all in with the house system this year. We have done away with dojo points. The house points were just for over and above and beyond. We've adjusted that so teachers didn't have multiple things on their plate trying to do dojo and house points. They said, let's scrap that. Let's do house points for everything. So 1 point is what a dojo point would have been for. Good job, Johnny. You completed that work. You're doing what you're supposed to do. 2 and 3 points are those above and beyond behaviors and activities that kids are doing. They're staying behind. Actually, the first week of school, the example I'll give is the first week of school at lunch. If you've ever been in a lunchroom the first week of school with kindergarten, come on if you want to come on. It's fun times, all hands on deck. But our 5th grade students are in the cafeteria at the same time as our kindergartners. And a set of about 5 girls just got up, no adult asked them, and they each went to tables and started helping kindergarten students. That's that above and beyond behavior we're looking for. That's those expectations. So that's what we're starting to see. Some of the things that we've done there, we've got our Union 10, which we've been doing for 2 years now. We added in this summer our Union Beams, which are expectations for staff, then there are expectations for parents, and then there are expectations for students. I encourage you to look at those, but we are living and breathing those. We are holding parents to high expectations. I'm putting in Sunday calls. Parents, don't make excuses It doesn't exactly say don't make excuses, but it's that idea of, because they're not going to receive that well, but it's not don't make excuse. It's just don't make an excuse for what you can handle, right? So instead of saying this Sunday it was, instead of saying my child didn't finish their math work because you're just not teaching. Instead of saying that to the teacher, why don't you say to the teacher, my child is really struggling in math. How can we work together to improve that? That one statement change, attitude change, creates a better relationship between the parent and the staff member. And it's the same for staff. I say the same thing to staff. One of the ones on the staff ones that the staff came up with, I did not come up with these, is to treat parents with the respect that they want you to treat them with. So that mutual respect and having conversations. Sometimes we get frustrated as educators because we're like, they don't understand what we do all day long. They don't get it. But we have to preach it. We have to explain it to them. We can't expect them to understand it if they don't live it and breathe it like we do. So having some of those conversations have helped us to start to decrease those discipline referrals, and we really believe it's going to start making those strides. That also goes along with parent engagement, really trying to get parents now educated. So we're almost disguising it. We are disguising it in terms of bringing them in for house events, and then the houses within those house events, where each house is doing a night event where they're bringing in parents to play bingo and pizza, but we're going to have an opportunity to teach you how to read with your child at home. But we're going to have an opportunity to teach you how to do some math strategies while playing bingo at home, right? Simple things to help your kids. So we're really working on encouraging and educating those parents through that parent involvement process. Now that we have them in the building, pushing them forward. And that final goal is the academic goal. As we talked as a team, and this summer, it was serious self-reflection, right? For the second year in a row, proficiency took a step backwards. Okay, what are we doing differently? What's wrong? How do we diagnose? Our immediate response is, well, our kids are different. We're doing everything we can, our kids are different. Okay, if our kids are different, what do we need to do different? Because if they're different, we've got to change. We just can't keep doing what we're doing. So a couple of the things, sorry, I'll finish. A couple of the things that we did is we implemented a K-5 intervention block for an hour for 60 minutes. Why 60 minutes? What happens in that 60 minutes is almost all EC services happen within that 60 minutes because the majority of kids have 30-minute math, 30-minute reading. All EC comes out, so then EC never misses core instruction because during that hour, that grade level stops. We hired a Tier 3 math interventionist. I know Mr. Roush mentioned earlier that he had a second one. We chose to make that same decision to add on a math interventionist for some of those Tier 2 and Tier 3 kids to be pulled. I reeled a former teacher back to the building after a year in preschool. I told her she wasn't gonna like it. We've found a 4th and 5th grade Tier 2 intervention that we're implementing to really focus on some of those decoding skills that they never got. We've got kids that we've gotten from other places, like I mentioned, that don't have those decoding skills. And if they don't have those decoding skills, they're never going to be able to comprehend because they can't read. So really trying to hone in on that in 4th and 5th. And then we're working through some PLC planning cycles and really, okay, how do we have to adjust our planning because we do have a different population and a different set of kids. So we truly believe that's going to make some changes for us and make some shifts back. Our goal is to get back above 80 this year. We dropped below 80 this year, so our goal is to get back above 80 this year and maintain that exceeds growth status. Question? With my little dog.
I love that you're teaching parents how to help your kids. Just modeling for them and letting them practice with you while you're there.
Sure.
I think it was wise to cut the dojo and just go to the house points. It's just too much to juggle.
Too much.
Too many things to
So
juggle.
that was a smart thing. And then, since you mentioned that you are having a lot of the veteran teachers retire, and I know you're probably doing this, but I'm just going to ask, are you sending in or pairing these younger new teachers with the ones that have all the knowledge? Are you letting them go in and watch, and are you pairing them up to bridge those that knowledge before
Yeah,
they're gone.
so there's a mixture there. So the county automatically gives BTs a day a semester. So we're utilizing some of that time to get some of our BTs into some of our more experienced teachers' classrooms. As a part of our PLC planning cycles, even just last Tuesday, we had one teacher in every grade level teach a lesson, and we're focusing on ELA right now. So we took our PLC time to cover another grade level, so that grade level could go see one of their peers teach. So we're doing some things like that. This semester is ELA, next semester will be math. So we're trying as much as possible. Something we did last year in the spring, teachers requested it, and we'll probably do again, is they said, okay, I've had a semester under my belt. I want to see math done really well. And so then we made some pairs that way. Mostly within our school, some of those, PE, art, things like that, we had to send out, and we figured out coverage for that. But we try our best. In my 5th grade, ELA teachers were like, I want to see a blue teacher. I want it. So we researched, and I found a Pegboard, and I looked at EVOS, and there was one teacher in the county that was blue in ELA 2 years prior. And I said, who is she? And I taught both of her children, Brooke Elvis. And I said, I need my teachers to talk to you. So we made that pair. So we try to do some of that too.
That's good.
Yep.
Because when they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone.
So you gotta get them before
and they're
they
going.
walk.
Trust me.
Yes, it does. Yeah, good for you though.
How does the house point? I'm not familiar with that. How does that work?
So students gain points throughout the entire year for good behavior, for model citizenship, for going above and beyond with their expectations, the expectations that we hold for them, doing some of those Union Beam and Union 10 things. They get points for that. It all goes into a pot. Kids are randomly selected in all these houses, so there's a good mixture across the board.
Houses.
So we have 6 houses at Union. It's based out of the Ron Clark Academy out of Atlanta.
I came out there when you were.
Yeah. So we sort them, and then each house has a character word, and they use that character word to kind of inform the school of what kindness is or what unity is. And they work through those houses, and it creates a system K-5. I think the coolest thing is we've got 5th graders now. So on Fridays we sit by house at lunch. We don't sit by class. Adults and students sit by their house at lunch, and so we've got kindergartners intermingled with 5th graders eating lunch together. We've got 3rd graders and 4th graders sitting by house eating lunch together. So they're starting to create some of those relationships, so that when somebody starts misbehaving on the bus, dude, you're in my house. I need you to stop, because you're gonna affect how we perform. So so it's positive peer pressure is what it is. I mean, it's a middle school model, but it's positive peer pressure.
Right.
Anybody else? That's it. I think we're good, Mr.
All right.
Jones. Thank you.
Come on, purple suit.
All right, here's the purple suit.
Let me just say, go Pirates.
Go Pirates! Go
You
Stingray.
should be in red.
Well, thank you all for having me today. I'm super excited to share. Last year I stood in front of this podium in front of you all, and I took ownership of the 23-24 school year. This year I am proud to say I'm taking ownership of the 24-25 school year and setting our sights to continue to raise up for the 25-26 school year. So I'm excited to share a few things. At Virginia Williamson, we have a tagline this school year where last year we had a record year. That was our theme for the school year. It kicked off with a rock and roll theme. We decided to carry that in to break records this year, because if you're going to set records, you might as well break them. So we're not just setting goals, we're breaking records at V-Dub. All right, reflecting on last year, I would like to say here are some records that we were able to set and we celebrated with our staff at the end of last school year and all of our staff this school year. To start, so student major discipline office referrals decreased by 14%. Our staff attendance decreased by 368 days. 368 more days our kids had the teacher that was on record in the classrooms. Awesome. 5th grade science check-ins increased by 12%. 5th grade math proficiency, 2.9%. 4th grade math proficiency, 12%. 4th grade reading proficiency, 15.1% increase. 5th grade reading proficiency, 15.2%. Our student attendance increased by 1.2%. Grades 3 through 5 reading proficiency overall was 6.8%. Increased overall achievement score by 4.3. Increased ELA proficiency by 5.4. Increased overall growth by 8.6. Increased our ELA growth by 17.5. And we did increase our math growth by 1.7. Overall, we also increased our school performance grade from a D, low performing status, in 1 year to a C, up 5 points. So a lot of records we were able to set last school year. Thank you. So looking back at last year's goals, we did have a goal of increasing 16.1%. That is a goal that I, as a school leader, our administration team, our instructional team, and our school improvement plan team, we created last school year. And honestly, y'all, 16.1% sounds like, what in the world? Well, we were at 44.9%, and we wanted to get to 60. And we knew that that was the goal that we needed to get to in 3rd through 5th grade reading. And then 10% increase in Dibbles 8. Our successes were, we had 80.2% of all of our grades 3 through 5 students growth increased. That is a 17.5% increase in ELA growth last school year. 5.4% of that was an increase in our achievement score overall. Areas of opportunity, we realized in K2 land, M-class students at benchmark decreased by 3% overall. Data supported a need to strengthen built-in small groups time into our master schedule. Had a lot of time in there for the core instruction. We wanted to break up a little bit of that core time for that small group instruction. Goal 2 was to increase our math proficiency by 10% in all of our grades. Our successes were, our math increased by 1.7 overall. So no, we did not get to that. We know that it was our first year of implementation of a brand new curriculum. Our teachers are learning something brand new. However, I did want to highlight, because we used iReady in the diagnostic piece the year prior, we increased by 10% in our annual typical growth from 112% to 122%. We also did something really cool called an iReady Growth Showdown, where we broke up our school into two different teams, Team Teal and Team Purple, of course, and it was a huge success. An area opportunity for this year is starting that earlier. We didn't start until January last year of that showdown, and our students are already engaged in iReady. Their diagnostic results are higher than they were at a BOI last year. Our MyPaths are being adjusted based on our student progress thus far, and we're scoreboarding it. So our kids are super excited. Tomorrow is a scoreboard Wednesday, so we're going to highlight the most iReady lessons passed for the month of October, and our kids are super excited. If you walk in our building at VW, you're going to hear a Team Teal or Team Purple at least once, and it's going to be really loud. So we also restructured our 3 through 5 teacher placement based on EVOS, historical EVOS, those student growth measures over the last 3 years, 24-25, and based on their 24-25 achievement scores. And of course, alignment of adherence to the iReady pacing guide. And our third goal was our 5th grade, increase their science proficiency by 10%. 23-24, we were at 52.3%. There was a 5-year historical decline in 5th grade science. I took that to heart. Hands-on learning is very impactful and it's necessary. So I am here to celebrate with you all, board members, that we hit 21.1% in 5th grade science in 1 year, where we are now at 73.4% overall. So huge win there for our school. Thank you. Some opportunities for us. We brought STEM to VWES. It is an awesome experience. It's embedded in our elective enrichment program. All of our students K-5 are exposed to content in science and social studies and math and engineering and everything there is in STEAM. We purchased the Lego curriculum. It's a really cool opportunity. It embeds some SEL as well. So our STEAM program is up and running. It's awesome. Next. Sorry, I was going too fast. Battery died. Of course. Hey, there we go. Thank you. Sorry. All right, so our first goal was a baseline. We wanted to increase our parent involvement by 20%. We had no idea where we were because we didn't really have a baseline based on historical surveys and results from previous years. So we said 20%. We can do 20%. I'm proud to share that we had over 50% of our students and families and community members involved in 3 of our major family engagement events last school year. The Halloween Eve, the 30th of October, we're going to be doing our second annual trunk or treat, where last year we had so many folks. We ran out of all the goodies and all the snacks. But it was still a great time for great community involvement, where parents get to pick up report cards, have conversations with teachers, and just be a part of our school community. This year, we're going to be continuing offering strategic events to support student learning while at home, build a school-wide school and community partnership, and we're going to be introducing the Ron Clark House System. So we're super excited about that. Right now, during those family engagement events, we are informing our families with flyers and all the logos and all the things there is to learn about the house system, so that they know in advance what that looks like. We're not going to launch it until next school year, so we're doing town halls 4 times quarterly this school year with our students, and they're also getting exposed to what the house system looks like. So we're excited about that. Thank you. Now, looking into this year. So those are all the things we did last year. There were some successes, definitely some areas for opportunity. This year, we're going to move our K-3 benchmark, our students at or above benchmark according to the M-Class reading, from 74% to 85%. And let's just put that into perspective. So this year, we're at 414 K-3 students. 74% was our score last year. We can do better. So 85% is 352 students. That is an increase of only 46 students. When we start talking about the number and the impact, who are those 46 students? How are we going to get them there? So there's a lot of great conversations happening within our PLC and PLC cycles to get us there. An action step, of course, talked about building in small group instruction. However, one of my favorite things that we built in this school year is goal time. Goal time is to extend student learning, not just intervene, but extend student learning and achieve EOY goals at a quicker rate, and we're going to celebrate. Walk into VW, the front door, there is a celebration bell that we implemented this summer. Our kids love it. You can't ring the celebration bell unless you've met an EOY goal. And let me tell you, our bell has been ringing all year long so far. So it's a lot of amazing things happening there. And then also looking at standard practice in PLCs, we review progress monitoring and pacing, adhering to the pacing guide Brunswick County Schools has created for us, according to all of our curriculums and things we're doing. Our second goal is EOG proficiency in reading, moving from the 50%, which was a huge increase for us last year, to 65% this year. So not 16.1, we are going to go 15% this year, but I want to put that into perspective for you. So of the 331 3rd through 5th grade students we currently have in our building, 50% of those are 166 students, but 65 is only 215. That's only 49 more students that we know we ensure proficiency on the 3rd through 5th grade reading EOG. The way we're going to do that is we've launched PLC cycles aligned to the Brunswick County Common Instructional Framework, standards, data-driven decision-making, not just data-informed, not just going to have a data wall and do nothing about it just because it's colorful and it looks good. We're going to actually be data-informed and drive our students from left to right. We are going to make instructional core and student engagement a priority and a focus for us. Our students are having more academic discourse in the classroom. They're standing to speak. They're tracking the speaker. It's all amazing things happening. And that is happening within our PLCs. So following each benchmark assessment, teachers analyze student data. Within those PLC cycles, implement reteach cycles within 5 to 7 instructional days to address those skill gaps, as evidenced by the benchmark assessments and data. Strengthen small group, which I talked about earlier, targeting instruction during core and intervention blocks. Our third goal is our math EOG proficiency. We're moving from 61 to 75% for our 3rd through 5th grade students, 331 students again, 202 to 248 students, 46 students in math. We can do this. Putting that into perspective, who are our 46 students? How are we going to get them there? Reflecting on last year's goal, we believe that achieving a 14% improvement is realistic. It's attainable. After our first year of adopting a new curriculum, what we've done this year, based on EVOS and based on our classroom walkthroughs and observations from last year, we have departmentalized our grades 3 through 5 to ensure teachers master their craft. They're mastering iReady, they're mastering wit and wisdom in their curriculums. Created school-wide data walls, which I shared with you earlier, and we're going to use those to track trends and plan interventions. And our fourth goal is to meet or exceed EVOS. We made some great strides last year. Unfortunately, we still did not meet growth at Virginia Williamson. And it hurt my heart when the results were released because I felt very confident that we did. We did go close the gap from negative 8.31 to negative 3.71. So a great leap forward. However, we still got a lot of work to do. What we're doing for that is we're conducting coaching cycles between the myself, our assistant principal, and our instructional coach to monitor lesson delivery, provide feedback, and share best practices. So essentially what that'll look like is I'll go in for a walkthrough, or our assistant principal will go in for a walkthrough. We'll leave our teachers specific feedback on ways to improve. That 1% better each and every day. Our instructional coach, prior to us going back into the classroom, will review the feedback with the teacher in a coaching conversation, allow that teacher to provide best practices, ways to implement that in their classroom, perhaps model it, sit down and analyze what the next lesson looks like, and then we'll go back in and provide more feedback. So that continuous cycle, that continuous coaching cycle throughout the school year. And then goal 5 is increased family engagement. We did not want to settle for not putting this a part of our school improvement plan this year because we made such great growth last year and having so many families out. We want to move from that 50% baseline, who knows truly, but we had around 50% last school year to 70%. So that 20% increase in having families at our school. By doing that, setting up the RCA parent tables, information tables to inform families about our school's house system coming up the year 26-27. Wow, that sounds crazy. Behavior expectations and ways to support positive school culture at home. Successes will be measured by parent attendance records and feedback surveys following each parent session and access to assess understanding and engagement. And that is all I have, and I talk very fast, so I apologize.
I feel like I've been to a pep rally.
Yeah, I know. I will say we prioritize culture at Virginia Williamson. Last year, of course, I stood up here and I owned every bit of the data that was that we had in historically, regardless of it was 1 year, it was forever ago. And I knew the place to land on was culture.
That's
If your
right.
kids are happy, your teachers are happy, your parents are happy, everybody's going to learn. Then we believe in we have belief in collective efficacy. We believe our teachers in our building can teach any student who walks in our building. And so that belief, that empowerment has created a lot of the successes. Unfortunately, it's not enough successes to be the #1 school in the United States or in the world. And that's our ultimate goal. Of course, we want to be the best in Brunswick County and in the state of North Carolina. We're on our way. We're on our way. So.
Josh, can you give a little more detail on what standing to speak and tracking the speaker means for students? That's something a little different than what we've heard today. So
Yeah, certainly. So again, going back to our instructional focus this year is student engagement. And it don't just mean compliant engagement, meaning you see a student and they're working out a worksheet or they're paying attention to the teacher and they're engaged in the lesson per se. That's more compliance in our mind. What we are talking about and what we're looking for are students owning the learning process. Going back to goal time, we have implemented that this school year. Students are tracking their progress, where they are in every subject throughout the day. They carry their goal time notebooks with them, so they know their goals and where they need to be by the end of the school year. And all of our goals align to end of year, that grade level goals. If our students have already met that goal, then we're going to continue to move them to the next grade level. Specifically, last year we targeted our first grade students. Our first grade students, we were near 85% at middle of the, we were about 60% of our students at middle of the year who had already exceeded their benchmark. So we wanted to go ahead and start teaching them second grade content because they were ready for it. And so that is that idea, that mindset. And so going back to student engagement and all of that, we felt student academic discourse, rigorous academic discourse is very important. We learn best from our peers. Our students learn best from one another. And so we wanted to embed that within our students. If we don't have their attention, then they can be thinking about anything in that moment. So tracking the speaker is very important. Eye contact with our students. We use something called SLANT as an attention getter, which it has an acronym our instructional coach we did on our first PLC cycle. And that acronym stands, they're going to bang and they say SLANT. That means their eyes are focused, they're locked in. So whatever distraction there is, whatever's happening, they are focused and locked in. And that has made huge gains. We have seen our students thus far this year more confident in their ability to deliver in front of their peers. We have innovative ways of teachers acknowledging student work, not just by going up to the board and wasting all the time showing their work, but by doing it on the iPad that this plays up, so it's direct feedback. So there's so much there with student engagement. But specifically, going back to standing to speak, it is powerful because we want our students to be leaders. We want all K-5 of our students, regardless if they're kindergarten or 5th grade, to stand up and be confident in your abilities and your decision making and what answer that you chose. So a lot of that work is happening. Our teachers are excited about it because it's fun, it's different, it's nearly outside the box from the traditional sitting in a desk and copying or listening and all of that. And so it just gets our kids moving, and it's a fun.
So at VW, if a teacher asks a kid a question, they have to stand up?
They stand up, yes sir. Yes sir, they stand. And it's a learning curve. This is something brand new to our school this year. So of course, I'll say there's pockets of classes that are rocking it out immediately from the day we implemented it. The next class, it was awesome. And there's still some learning curves with this, and I think also the teachers getting familiar with what the expectation is. But it's been awesome. It's been great.
I just love to draw the connection between that. You heard Ms. Absher talk about, in general, we want kids to read, write, think, and speak in every class, every day.
That's right.
And so what does speaking mean? It's not just talking to one another with student-led discourse, although that's a part of it that we want to improve. But it's also public speaking. We want to, because our mission statement as a district is about building leaders.
That's right.
And as a leader, you have to be willing to speak up in front of people.
That's right.
And you have to physically know how to fill your lungs and speak loudly enough that people can hear you. But you have to have the confidence to be able to do it too.
Yes, sir.
So I think, to me, in elementary school, that's a very sort of practical, safe way to begin that process. Is when you answer a question that you've been asked, you have to stand up and speak.
That's right.
So I really like that.
Plus it gets them up and moving.
Yeah, plus it gets them up and moving.
And it's a constant brain break.
And I'll be honest with you, the kids love it. They love standing up speaking. Once they're comfortable, and the first couple of times they're always trying to stand up and speak. And there's a rhyme and a reason for when they stand up, when they speak. Right. It can't just be because I feel like sharing something about what happened yesterday at home or on the bus yesterday. But when it relates to academic discourse, it's so powerful because they own what they're saying. It's not just I wrote it down, I gave it to the teacher, I got it graded, and then it goes in a grade book and no one knows, no one cares. It's more
Does that seem to
intentionality.
cut down on like the talking over and?
Oh yes.
I mean, it seems like it would be one focus on one person, so everybody's listening.
That's it. We use the acronym SLANT, which is also has a portion in it, and I don't want to specifically say what SLANT stands for, but the T is tracking the speaker, and so our eyes are fixated on the speaker, not the teacher. And that's the difference, is when a student stands to speak, all eyes are on that student. There's also a piece of it that discusses feet. Where are your feet placed? Because if my feet's here and I'm looking at you, then I'm not necessarily engaged as much as I am and I'm facing the speaker. So there's a lot of those things that our students are learning, and they love it. I will say I love seeing them excited about answering. A lot of ways our teachers are implementing it in their classrooms to be more strategic is using something like Keegan mats and saying, I need all my twos to stand up. And the twos stand up and they're excited. I can't wait for her to call my number or my letter. And they're ready. They're ready to respond and give their answer. So there's that level of engagement too.
So it is great. Nice. Anything else from anybody? All right, Mr. Future.
All right.
You might get to
Enjoyed
sleep
that
about 3
purple?
a.m.
Enjoyed
You
that.
probably get about 2 hours of sleep.
No,
a night,
I
right?
sleep pretty good. I actually sleep pretty good. I got 3 Tylers today. I sleep pretty good.
Oh, yeah,
Thank y'all.
you do. Yeah, thank you. All right, Miss Dixon, last but not least.
Oh, I did forget my gift. I did bring gifts.
Oh, pardon
I'm
me.
not whining and dining, I promise, but we do speak of 1%
Oh,
better every
I
day
love that.
at the beginning of for every student.
Oh, that's on your laptop.
And yes, it can go on your laptop, and then this can go on your lanyard when you visit schools. If you have one of those, it is a raise up symbol.
Oh.
I went back and reread my, or watched my board presentation last year, and I said raise up 15 times. So I figured it's a good way to remind you to raise up.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yep. I love it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss Dixon, you ready? Tell us about Bellevue.
Hello, good afternoon, last but not least. So I will do my best to be as to the point as possible as I can. But thank you for having me today. This is my 8th year at Belleville Elementary School. I am very excited how far we have come, and as we say all the time, it's a great day to be a shark. So let's dive in. So when we look back last year on our results, one of our goals was focusing on our teacher working conditions survey and our code of conduct, which I know you've heard a lot about today. We wanted to strive for that magical 80% when it comes to our staff feedback regarding student conduct, and
What we did throughout the year in order to monitor this progress is we did our own mini teacher working condition surveys every month that targeted certain areas of that survey that we wanted to improve upon, and you see up here question 1 and question 4 are some that have been chosen for us. So we saw a 5% increase for the first question and another 5% increase for the second question, all centering around student conduct. We were able to work alongside our staff to look at what it meant to have students routinely following our conduct, and then also our leadership teams routinely enforcing those rules that we have in place at school. We looked through the matrices that we have in place. We took our matrix at the school level and broke it down and created definitions for what the different areas meant, so that we were all on the same page. We also did an activity at one of our staff meetings, a professional development, where we took actual referrals from our own student body. We removed names, teacher names, student names, anything that they could identify the situation more specifically with. And we asked them, what would you do? And we put them in teams, and we tried to use these tools that we've developed together to help us process through that, so that we were all on the same page to what was being expected moving forward. Because our ultimate goal was, again, to build that shared understanding, create consistency across all practices, because we want our staff to feel informed and supported so they can teach in the classroom. So we felt successful with that. When it came to math, we had a goal of, at Belleville, 35% of our students meeting stretch growth as determined by our iReady diagnostic math results. Stretch growth means beyond 1 year of instruction. They should be making, their typical growth is that 1 year of growth that all of our students should make. Stretch growth is beyond that. We had 34% of our students meet stretch growth, so we considered that a success. We also saw our EOG growth improve by 11% last year at Belleville in math. We still have room to grow in math. We did not meet growth overall in math, even though we improved growth by 11% last year, and 2 years ago by 13%. We are steadily climbing out of a hole that we had in math, and we have seen that consistent upward trend, as you can see in that graph to the left up there. How did we do this? We made sure that we had expectations across the board for rigor in all of our classrooms. We wanted to make sure that our instruction, we were utilizing our iReady curriculum, that our teachers were receiving the professional development support that they needed, so that they could understand what they were teaching and that they could be impactful in their classroom. For goal number 3, it was focused on reading. We wanted to ensure that our students were making average or above average growth K-5. For our K-3 students, we know that we use our DIBELS data to determine whether or not we are making growth. And then for 4 and 5, we used our EOG results. In our kindergarten and first grade composite scores, we had 20% in red or yellow, so we hit the 80-20 mark for our K1 composite scores at the end of the year. And our phonemic awareness scores increased significantly since we have implemented Heggerty across the board, which I believe we are in our 4th year of Heggerty at Belleville. Our EOG proficiency is something that we are also very proud of for our reading scores. I'd like to shout out our 5th grade cohort that left us last year and went to LMS. They saw consistent growth in all 3 years, that cohort, throughout their time at Belleville. And right now our 4th grade is on track to do the same this year for 5th grade with that upward trajectory in place. How we did that was we continued to implement our curriculum with fidelity using Heggerty, Letterland, and Wit and Wisdom. We provided PD to our teachers in the areas that they felt that they needed it, so that they could be confident in their classroom to respond to those needs. So this year, what are we doing? I also added another presentation in your spare time, if you have any, if you want to look into it. This is a data dive presentation that we did with our staff. We first did it with our school improvement team, and then we did it at a school-wide staff meeting. Once we were able to discuss all of the data that we had, once the embargo was lifted, we dove right into that, identifying areas of celebrations and of growth. We celebrated all of our teachers, all of our grade levels, sorry, not teachers, we don't know that yet, but we know grade levels. We celebrated everybody that met growth, and then we talked about areas of improvement at those 2 meetings. So our first goal was to eliminate opportunity gaps by 2027. We broke this down specifically into different areas, reading and math, and then also having to do with student conduct. Some of the things that we are doing specifically for math, we have implemented something called Math Mondays, which is strategic math planning, which our instructional coach and admin are attending. Something that we found out is that if our teachers don't completely understand the math concepts, they are not going to be able to teach those math concepts with success.
Sure.
And fifth grade math is special at times, and it can be difficult for anybody to work through. So we wanted to make sure that we gave them that time with the support in place to dive into that, to feel comfortable diving into that, and figure out what they needed to understand so then they could teach our students. We still do our monthly TID talks to identify those students that are in our 80% that we are not addressing through tier 2 or tier 3 interventions. How are they doing? Oftentimes we spend a lot of our time talking about our tier 3 and tier 2 students, and we are forgetting sometimes about that 80%. So these have given us the opportunity to find any students that might be slipping in different academic areas, with attendance, with social emotional needs, or conduct needs. We continue to do our daily small group interventions with our reading and math interventionists. That takes place during our WIN time. And we have also started daily math and reading homework for K through 5. Our math is 4 math problems for each grade level that are either a review, something they're currently working on, or something in the future. And then our reading homework is strictly focused on fluency this year.
That's good.
And then also we were able to create a position this year. We called it our math intensivist at the beginning, but it's evolved based on our needs, based on the data. Once we received more of it, we felt need to be responsive to it. It's reading and math this year. So she's actually sort of the opposite of a interventionist. She's going in during core, and when a teacher is differentiating during core in her small groups, she's able to be that extra support for another small group with those students, using the data that we gain from check-ins, from our iReady diagnostics, and using that to to better support those students in small groups, on top of what the teacher is able to do as well. And then our increased walkthrough from our administration team. We have 2 administrative interns at Belleville this year, so we have an admin team of 5. And then that is something that we have worked very hard to do with walkthroughs, with even our interns, having them do walkthroughs for us as well, so that we can learn ways to better support our teachers. Next focuses on our parents and having our parents involved in supporting our teachers, contributing to our student success. We want that percentage to be even higher this year. We also want our staff to agree with the comment on our teacher working condition survey that our school programs and resources are adequate to support our special populations. We are a TSI school with our students with disabilities, so we've really spent a lot of time working with our regional support for our EC services. We have done a lot of walkthroughs. We have attended their PLCs, understanding their needs and how we can better support those students, that population at our school. We've also done a lot of work bridging the gap so that our teachers can understand what's happening with our students with disabilities when they leave the classroom, when they're going for that resource support, what's happening, what are they working on, so that communication is going both ways. We continue to do our weekly newsletters, our 5 things to know, our report card pickup nights. We are also launching the house system this year. I know Sam and Josh have both talked about it. We are sorting on Thursday, so we have spent a lot of time building our parent knowledge of that through our PAC. We've done several education nights. We actually had a cafeteria packed of parents this morning helping us get ready for Thursday. We're gonna toss some paint powder on the kids, so our parents showed up and they made 900 paint cups this morning for us. So that right there was a good indication that they're on board, I think, because we had such a good turnout of support today. And then our last goal is to ensure that our educators feel prepared to meet the needs of every student in 2020. And I think that this, for me personally, has been something that I have really dove into in the last year and a half, is ensuring that our teachers have what they need professionally to be the most impactful that they can with our students. I want teachers to feel confident in what they are teaching. I want them to feel supported by our administrative and instructional staff, and our student support staff at school. So the number one way that I can do that is getting to know what they need specifically. Beyond just the walkthroughs and what we see, I've instituted one-on-ones with all of my staff members that are outside of my required one-on-ones that we have to do before we do a walkthrough or before we do an observation. I meet with them 3 times a year, and I have been able to get to know them on a more personal level and then also a professional level of what are they working towards, what are their goals professionally, what do they want help and support with. And it's just given me that opportunity to make that connection and have more meaningful conversations with them. And just by asking them, what do you want feedback on? We might see something on paper when it comes to their scores and their performance of their students, but what do they feel they need help on, and how can we support them? And I think that that's something that has really helped me connect better with my teachers and the understanding of what it is, the support that they would like to see. We've also spent a lot of time surveying our staff for their professional development needs and giving them opportunities to observe other teachers throughout the building to see things that they can take back and implement in their own classrooms the very next day. And our beginning teacher program continues to be strong. We've really tried to partner with UNCW and other outside organizations so that they could come in and help our beginning teachers as well, so that they can feel supported, because that's the big retention piece that we want to see of what do you need those first 3 years that's going to help you stay here in Brunswick County, stay at Belleville, and feel supported and successful in your classroom. So that is Belleville.
Questions for Ms. Dixon?
I love Math Mondays and Kid Talk.
Yeah, I put hearts by that. Yeah, I like that a lot. And then I love that you're sending fluency homework home, like
Yes.
that's their reading.
And admin worked with our instructional team, with our student support specialist, our interventionist, and our instructional coach, and we created that for our teachers based off our pacing guides. We didn't want this to be something our teachers had to come up with, or our
Right.
teachers had to do. We wanted to take that off their plate, but still have it be meaningful and aligned with the pacing and curriculum that we're using.
And
So-
parents love timing, and the kids love, did I do my time?
Yep.
How many words did I miss?
Yep. Yes.
That's great. Any other questions for Ms. Dixon? Anybody?
Well, good luck with your house system.
Thank you. We're very
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
We're launching the 4 traditional houses, and we're going to have our big sorting day during electives time on Thursday. So if anybody wants to come out, the weather's supposed to be nice. We'll be on our soccer field. So we are very excited. We have house commercials created for all 4 of our houses, and almost half of our staff has got to go to Chocowinity to see the house system, those house expectations in place. Some of the things that Josh was talking about, tracking the speakers, standing to speak, we've started all those this year as well. So half of our staff has gotten the opportunity to go there and see some of these expectations and practices in practice. So we're excited to keep that partnership going as well, so we can see, our staff can see it in action. Because you have to have everybody on board to make something like this work.
That's right.
So we are very excited for it, and there is a sense of, it's all over the school. The kids can't wait. They want to know what house they're in, and they have their favorites right now. So we don't want tears on Thursday. So
No, that's right.
we'll see. We tell them the house picks you. You don't pick the house.
There
So
you go.
it's supposed to be magical. So we'll make it as magical as it can be
Yeah,
on
I'm sure
Thursday
it'll be
for them.
great.
And memorable.
the bees before Thursday.
Oh, thank you. That would be great. We do have a yellow jacket issue right now, so.
And I just wanted to be clear too, that the house system is not a district requirement.
Oh,
No
no,
one
yeah.
has been required
Right.
to do that. It is something I'm supportive of, because I've seen it work in changing the culture of schools and sort of getting that, the root causes of bullying or being better at teaching kids how to welcome new students, particularly in the North region where we're having so much explosive growth. That means a lot of new kids moving in, and how do you go about in an intentional way quickly assimilating them into your school? How do you get intentional about that? And the house system is a way to do that. But it is sort of homegrown in that there's no requirement. They've chosen to do that for themselves, the ones that have done it. So.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for over 2 years at Belleville. So it's been something that has taken time to build with our staff, our families, our students. We've been educating our students the first 9 weeks. They have had lessons every day during their morning meetings on what it means, what the different houses entail, how they earn their house points. So we've really spent time to build that intentionality behind it to help that school culture that we have. And it's actually interesting. We have 3 teachers that have come to us from schools that had house systems, so they are already in houses. They've been pivotal in helping us get this going. And we have a few students that are already in houses too that have moved in, to your point of the growth that we're experiencing. So they'll automatically go into those houses. They'll stay in those houses that they were in before. And the same thing, if I had a student, right, and if I had a student go to Union or Virginia Williamson that was in Amistad, when they go to their schools, they would be in Amistad as well.
Okay,
So
so
it
you don't make
carries.
them switch around?
No.
Okay.
It carries with them. Yeah,
That's
that sense
nice.
of community.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Dixon.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Appreciate it.
And I think that concludes our curriculum meeting for today.
Soon?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we're
Moving on to
you need say
operations.
You're gonna forego this. Are you foregoing the operations for time's sake?
Yeah, so, and I guess,
Finance and,
finance,
yes,
so,
HR and finance as well, yes.
So I had a conversation with our team. We feel like what was on the committee agenda today for operations and finance can wait until the November meeting and go on the action agenda for then. So if board members are okay with that, I think we can just end today. We're a little
Okay.
over schedule, so
Okay.
maybe we can handle those things in November.
I think
Do we have a
can-
motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion.
Ms. Moffitt, a motion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gainey, all in favor?